now. And so these people are cast out
Oh
into the
boy.
streets. They can't even, their roofs are broken. And it's in the northern provinces, which is, of course, less economically based and dealing with less uh, construction requirements. So there was a lot of damage, and a lot of folks have lost their homes, and we feel very sorry for them.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's sad how it affects, some people so bad, and other people are just,
Oh,
don't
they'd have
even
been
know where
better
you're
off if that would
from.
have happened months
It's
earlier,
just
where they had a chance to prepare. Now they're freezing their butts off trying to work in the cold, just to, throw a tarp over their house, even if they can get tarps. I imagine that's a
right.
commodity right about now around the world. Hello, Sunday. Hello,
Yes, I was going to go
Phenom.
down the
Hello,
list here,
Trace,
but we have
Onion, Michelle,
Christopher,
Christopher.
Michelle, and Tina. Let's see, we got Christopher, Michelle, Tina, and Michelle says that she also had thyroid issues, so she can empathize. And my
Yeah,
dad had severe thyroid issues, so I understand how cold you are.
yeah. They wanted to
Definitely.
take my whole thyroid out, and I didn't let them. I only let them take
Yeah.
half.
Oh boy. And
It's still
venom.
being watched. I have another polyp I have to deal with, but it's not. It's uncomfortable, but it's not where the other one was, and I'm gonna
Right.
maintain this one way or another. And I don't want to be
Right.
on medication forever. Anyway, that's another
Right.
sides of
I
the
know
fact.
it. I know. Well, things do heal. I mean, I'm living proof of many situations. So things don't always stay as they are. So,
Yeah. Well,
and Tracy, I'm sure she
I'll,
can attest to that. She's had
I'll
some,
just grow a new one.
yeah, she's had
Yeah,
some
the
medical
goal.
issues that she's been overcoming, and I know she's doing better. And I'm happy she's here. My friend Tracy. She's a fellow Oklahoman, not far from me, about an hour away. So maybe one day we'll get to meet in person. That'd be great.
Yay!
And Sunday, hey Sunday, I'm happy you're here. And Arctic Eternal Night, hello planet people. That's cute. And we're caught up with everybody. So thank you everybody for
Yeah,
joining
thanks
us.
everybody for being here. You know,
Right.
to all our faithful listeners.
I know. I mean, we do. I was telling my family the other night how we have several people that are consistently, always here and they stay a lot of times for the entire show, even when it goes on for 9 hours. I'm blown away. So
Yeah, me too.
it's
Me
Thank
nice
you,
to
too.
have
Christopher.
that much support.
Yeah.
So, anyway, let me pull up some pictures and we'll start talking about what has been happening lately.
Jesus asked me a question yesterday on PM, and I hope I get it right by trying to quote you on it. How it is that I can keep going and not be discouraged by all the naysayers. Was that what you were asking?
I was kind of having a moment. I kind of thought, I was thinking about that today. I was like, well, he didn't say much. I don't think he was really
Well, I,
feeling
I was
the
I was in a
feeling the
mood, and
sentiment.
I didn't want to crawl into the negative.
Yeah, no, which is good because you could go down that hole pretty quickly. But
Well, I was driving
I
home.
had I had just
But
had I had to deal with a few trolls, and that's kind of why I got that way, I guess.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I had a handful yesterday as well, and all week, and the funny thing is, and I've got a story about this that I've kept in my head since we talked yesterday. Um, as I'm driving home from the mall downtown Missoula, which was a nightmare going around all those people and trying to deal with the Christmas shoppers, I had to look for ideas and ask questions of GameStop. I was checking to see if availability, et cetera, of possible Christmas presents that I hope to get. Um, Anyway, I'm coming home. I'm driving back into Lolo. Come out of the mountain areas to where we embark on the beginning of the mountain range, where Lolo Peak goes all the way down to Hamilton, et cetera, which is a fissure series of mountains. Anyway, and I'm looking next to the sun, and I am seeing all of this absolute, unbelievably, weirdly illuminated, light cut off, shadowing, hazy, oh my God, light pinch stuff from hell that I'm amazed that nobody notices. And then I look over to the right side of the sun, and there stands an immensely enormous is Saturn's yellow moon cutting into the right hand side of the sun, which is partially responsible for that major light cutoff. And I'm looking at it and I see a backlit crescent flare on the right hand side, and I see an absolute definition line from top to bottom on the right hand side, the back side of Isatum yellow moon, and an illuminated red face Isatum and the ion tail going all the way to the western sky. And that's exactly how I don't let them get me down, Jesus, is because I see the shit and I see the shit and I see the shit. And oh my God, I can't believe
No,
nobody
but
else sees this shit.
you're absolutely right, Sam. I'll go days when when nothing's going on, and then, as I said before, I start to question my own sanity, and then suddenly the skies come back alive, and you're like, "Oh shit, I am not crazy," you know?
Yeah, and like this picture
Yeah.
in front of us, this is exactly what I saw, except it's a little bit higher beside the side of the sun.
Today,
Right on, yeah, cutting into there it was. It's bigger now than this, of course, but it's way
no,
bigger.
today, Sam, it went from. I took a few videos. I'll probably post later. I didn't have time to get it on here, but um, it was a little cloudy, so it was. But it went from very sunny, and then all of a sudden it got that dark, dingy, without any clouds out. And I
Right,
was like,
right.
how does nobody notice this? Like, how does
Yeah,
nobody notice?
I'm in. It's been weeks now that if not longer, maybe almost like 2 months now that gray. I mean, look at everybody's captures that they're sending in.
Hmm.
And I mean, God, you guys, if you have a capture from this month and a capture from last year, compare the illumination in them. It's absolutely undeniable. We have less light, which is why we were talking earlier about the foggy crystal ice everywhere thing that's going on. And I mean, 90% of the captures that came in all last week from around the world, everybody was encased in this fog. And then we have the volcanic and all this other stuff going on, and earthquakes, and yeah, look at that rotation. And you're looking at that thing that's rotating right in front of our faces that's different than the other one behind it is the Saturn's yellow moon. And they are moving backwards as the day progresses to fill our over sky, where they're coming up over the top of us like they've never done before. And as the sun rotates and sunsets, so I mean, we're looking at supposedly sunset here. So that would be in the
This is
west.
what it looked like today. This is what it looked like today.
Yeah,
This
you're
is
looking at
basically
Saturn,
what
the
I saw
Saturn,
today.
Same
yellow moon,
here.
and Nibiru.
Hmm.
Absolutely, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. That is Nibiru and his Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon right there.
Yeah.
How the
They had
hell are you missing it?
that dingy yellow, all that exactly
Yes.
like.
And the orange effect also shows you it's cutting into a landmass, that orangey area beside the sun. And if you'll notice the yellow, it's cut off on an angled slice because there's a planet in front of it. Anyway, I know you have a bunch of pictures. We want to go on to the other side subject.
Good either way.
Yeah. Well, because not only
Give me
that, the
one
three
second. I'm
lines
going to
are
fix
also
one
in
thing.
this right at the horizon, and the blotch we're looking at is the yellow moon right there. Because the sun's down, and see that illumination? That's the Saturn's yellow moon showing us the yellow right now, and then right in front of is Saturn, and then behind it, that's partially illuminated on the bottom, is that straight white line. That's the face of Nibiru illuminating. And it's there every damn day, and it has been.
I was going to say it was a lot like this here at Oklahoma too, Jesus. I mean, I took a
Really?
video about
Yeah,
the
exactly
day
like that
today.
today.
I'll show that in a few minutes, but yeah, right.
And then towards the end of the day, it just all you saw. It was a little cloudy. Then during a little bit right as the sun was peaking, right away going down, you just see this big, huge V-shaped as you always see, right above the sun,
Mhm.
clipping off the sun. But again, it was shrouded in a big
Shape.
cloud, so nobody was noticing. But if you really
Yeah.
looked at it, you could actually see the roundness of it. I mean, it's undeniable. But it's
Yeah,
people will
once
look
you
Right.
up
take
and
into
just look at
account
cloud.
once you take into account the site drawings And then you go, okay, I'm looking at the site drawing, and this is over here, and this is over here, and this is on the right, and this is on the left. And once you start to keep that in mind, all of a sudden it makes complete sense, especially when you're getting a good view at the specific times, because it was the sun was mostly in the south. It was in the south southwest. And so I was seeing the angle of his Saturn shallow moon and his Saturn, and there sits, the big ion trail going off of it, and it's like nothing else, no other cloud in the sky, and it's shaped with that, flame like different micro clouds compared to everything else out there. And I'm instantly reaffirmed that we're accurate, and we've been watching this for so many years that the naysayers haven't got a prayer. They don't, because we have proven this. This is there. It's there. It's there. It's there. And and yeah, I'm getting to the point where I'm almost ready to get feverish and start screaming about it, going, how can you not see this? This is insane. It's there. It's there. How are you missing this? My God, 13 years we've been watching this shit. We've been screaming it to everybody who would listen, even people who won't listen. But I mean,
I
and that
know.
we
It's
get through
because
this
it's
because
the
it's
last.
real.
It's definitely the last thing on their mind. They would. I talked to a guy at the bank today, and I gave him a quick rundown. Showed him your picture, Sam, and showed him some of the good ones. And he was actually, pretty receptive. He is religious. He told me, so it doesn't quite connect because of religious differences, but he was still open enough to listen for a few minutes. But no, he had a blank look on his face when I said, that there is another solar system, we're not being told about. And he just, kind of seemed startled. And I don't know, it went pretty well. I tell everybody when I'm out.
It's not a condemnation of your religion if you're religious and Catholic or
Yeah.
Baptist or Protestant or Methodist or Mormon or any of that, or
Yeah.
Buddhist or Taoist or Hinduist or whatever. It's an addition to your. It should add to your form of religion, because then you've got archetypes to cross reference from, and then you have to go into far enough back into your religion. And we talked about this on the last show. The Abrahamian religions, the four major religions, are all based off the teachings of Abraham. And of course, Abraham learned the teachings and transitioned the Old Testament information from the tales of the Sumerians, which also matches the Egyptians, which also matches a whole bunch of the Greek and some of the northern Germanic tribe religions, and it all fits in. You just have to you move the archetypes and you move the names, and they're the same, but they're different names and different religions, but they're the same, and all these iconic references all fit in, and people. This one we were talking earlier before the show about this one person that was a religious person that was asking me, immediately assuming I wasn't a Christian, and yet they were asking, well, what is it that you hope to do by bringing this new information to people here and to other folks? And
See, I've been asked that question too. Like, what can we do about it? What's the point of even knowing
what
if
can
there's
I do
nothing?
about it anyway? Yeah, and
Yeah, if there's nothing we
cop
can do
out.
about it, and that's really frustrating
It's a
question.
cop out. It's an automatic cop out, and
It
you're
is. It
instantly
is.
discounting everything that we've done. And the point with it is what we hope to change by this information changes our future. This information allows us to realize to you guys that there are aliens. They are freaking real. Millions of different races, which is part of the topic of our show this evening, which is partially part of the topic. I sent Rebecca a whole bunch of pictures
Right.
yesterday, and
Got those
I,
ready.
I part of me wanting to scream at people, and the guy screaming on the Art Bell show in the rainstorm in the phone booth, going, they're about to catch me, and you have to get this information. I have to get it out to you before they take me. That kind of thing. Although I, that's not me screaming in the telephone booth. The same person was, what information is important for us to know? And I'm standing, and another person even today asked, well, what's the warning about? And I'm going, excuse me, a cube ship and a long box cube ship parked over the top of planet Earth with offloading star destroyers and an alien race presence doesn't concern you? And this is where
Ah,
I'm wondering. And
Or
he's like,
right.
very, or at very least, pique your interest and
oh my God,
curiosity.
frickin' ET is parked over the top of our heads and has been since the 23rd of April 2019. The arrival was 2:15 for the Texas Cube, 2:17 for the long box cube. The Empire orb got here in 2009 ahead of the planets. Hello? I mean, what the hell, people? Come on. You want to know about ET? We're telling you it's here. We're telling you it's real. And
You know,
look, we get 500 people
I
listening.
often tell the religious types, Sam, uh, they've been waiting for signs in the sky for God hundreds of years, and now that we have them, nobody's seeing it.
Well, like over here on the side comments, Chelsea Holic. It may not be intentional, but what is typed here, the hidden planets are getting easier to see day by day. Great sentence, except they're not hidden. It's our points of view that have to change because the planets aren't hidden. They're plain as day. They have
No,
atmospheres,
and everybody keeps saying that they're
interdimensional. Yeah.
no, I keep hearing that they're trying to hide it, and they could not hide this. Everybody assumes
Well, the sea trails.
the sea trails are to cover it. In no way, if you actually sit there and watch it long enough, you'll realize that those are nothing compared to that they aren't obfuscating anything.
Yeah. No,
It's
at first they were
it's
much bigger.
distraction at best.
Yeah, it breaks up the ice so that you don't see the full circle of that planet standing there. That's
Yes,
plain
I
as
agree.
day.
I agree. I
But it's
agree.
also they are also doing that to limit the extra star incoming light. And otherwise, we'd be frying and we wouldn't be growing any crops, and we'd have 140-degree everyday temperatures during the summer and all of that. I'm trying
I
to
had
read.
never seen this picture before, Sam.
Oh yeah, that's out of the files. That's out of
Yeah,
my
I was like,
Texas
wow,
cube, long box cube.
that straight
Um,
corner.
that
I
came
mean,
in. Yeah, that came in last summer.
cool.
Yeah,
I love it.
I sent. Did you find that picture I sent on PM on the link
What
that
do
I
you
just
mean?
sent right
Oh, you
before the
just sent
show?
it? Okay.
Yeah,
Let me look and
you don't
see.
have to use
Okay.
it now, but I just because
Yeah.
it's along that same line. And
Okay.
I sent Rebecca today, God, 30 or 40 old file pictures of the long box cube,
Oh, I got that. Yes.
and we have tons
You,
of them.
you posted some really cool ones. One of which I had an identical match to. I sent them to you, Rebecca. If you could get to them,
Oh,
I
yeah. I
again
just saw those too.
I tried doing that and I just cannot get it. I did get this to stream on YouTube and on Facebook, though I did get that,
Oh,
but
good.
I still don't know how to
Good.
play them. I'll have to do it. I'll
Um,
really for next
maybe
Tuesday. I promise I will get that.
that's
I will learn
okay.
how to do that because it's
What I was going to say is if you want to, we could practice it. We could meet on here, for a few minutes
yeah,
and
yeah, that's
practice
not
it.
yeah,
You
because
know,
it takes a little longer to send them to you, and by the time you download them, it'd be so much faster. So, and it'd be kind of cool to just kind of go through my stuff, and as I go through it, I could just post some of it, or share it with the rest of the people, with the with the
People
audience.
have to realize that there are aliens in very massive. These are not small. These very, very, very massive ships that have offloaded hundreds of other ships, which we've got hundreds of pictures going back over the last 8 9 years, and it's absolutely, absolutely proven. And even Mr. BBB 333 has stuff that he's commenting on regularly, and he gets captures from people. And of course, unfortunately, he doesn't answer our messages because I've sent him a few recently. I sent him one today, as a matter of fact, and I just sort of hinted at something, and hopefully, maybe I'll grab his attention not being so direct.
Well,
Um,
he's been, if you've been seeing him and seeing what he's posting, and I was seeing some of his lives recently too. He's hinting that he knows more. Sam, I don't know why. I get the
yeah.
feeling that he
Well, yeah.
wants to talk more, but he can't.
Once you have a
I
whole
think
bunch of people that are
he
paying you money,
I think he sees more than he can talk about without,
well,
you know,
Mhm.
without losing his
he's
fan
invited
base
to come talk to us, and he doesn't
and
have
even
to
his
share.
sponsors. But I was just seeing one of his last lives, and he was talking about some of the stuff he's seen in the sky, and it's not very different from what we see, you know, from what we've been seeing. So there is a
Well,
lot of
the
stuff
difference is
that
that we've
he's
documented and come to time proven summations where he doesn't have. I'm sure lots of people send him stuff, but I don't think they send the same stuff as we do. I think we get a citizen science collection that I don't think. But not only that, I scrolled on to some other sites today that are not ones that I normally regular, and they're sort of fringe offshoots of the real Nibiru information. And I looked at what they were posting, and one of them was a UFO Society page, and I'm not naming them on purpose. Um, and I was watching what their sightings were, and they don't have a thing compared to what we do. What they are, their general information that they're leaving on the page is vague and blank, and people are taking cloud pictures and they say, see this, and there's this tiny little dot, and what we do is because we don't even use that information, those tiny little dots are not discussed. If it's not obvious and if it's not of topic that we know what things are, we don't keep that information around. If you're filming through glass, we don't use your submissions. If we have a lot of rules that and if somebody, there's a couple of people that are over posting recently on Montana Skywatcher 2, and I wish you'd put them in files, please, and that way you don't steal the page from everybody else. Because it's harder for people on phone to go farther down the page. So we have to sort of ask you to kind of limit it and put it in a file, please. But we don't run off that same level. We run off of the big stuff, and if it's big, then it stays posted. And if it's sidebar stuff, well, I'll put it in a file if it's interesting. But if it's teeny stuff that nobody can use, then we don't even keep that.
well, and also Sam, the difference is that once you understand the skies, the captures are just insane. You could capture some really cool stuff, and this is a difference between Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, is that most people that are posting understand what they're looking at, and others
Don't
don't.
forget, Nibiru system is already here.
It is.
I mean your site.
No,
If
yeah,
you're going
yeah,
to mention, if you're going
yeah,
to
yeah,
mention mine
yeah,
and Rebecca's, you got to mention yours.
yeah, yeah. Of course. But it's the fact that we understand what we're looking at.
Right.
People often say you take some really good captures. I said yes, that's because once you understand what you're looking at, you could take some really cool stuff. Like anybody can get it. Like you can get some really cool stuff, and that's the difference between us and everybody else. It's the reason because nobody else is really understanding it the way we understand it. So we have captured because we're just waiting for it. We're not capturing random stuff. We're just waiting for these things to happen because we already understand what we're looking at, and that makes an enormous difference. That the
Right.
quality of the captures.
Which is why I sniped this picture off the news feed today. And I can't remember even what site. It wasn't one of my normal sites, but I saw this and I immediately went, oh, look what we got here. And it is post sunset, or it's just at sunset right now. And you're seeing rainbow illuminations in a specific pattern. And we have seen this pattern for how many years now? And I'll let Rebecca post up my drawing.
Yeah.
And then once you see the drawing, and then you can go back, if you would please, and then forward.
And is that what you mean?
Well, I meant for the drawing, but that's fine. The
Oh,
shapes
that
match. There's your repeated pattern. And
right.
notice that the drawing, it comes from 2020, and the picture comes from 2023, including trail marks, path direction, everything. Where the
Right.
Texas
And
cube is
one
moving and the
is,
long box isn't.
long and one's more of a square, but you can
Right.
tell.
And we've had all week long, we've had these really cool illuminations on the right hand side of the long box, which is part of why we're discussing what we're discussing tonight.
Here's some more examples. Let's see. Mhm. Like I said, the picture I get to see is like this big. It's crazy. It's like, okay, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, those thumbnails can be treacherous.
I'm like, I don't understand.
And people have to
It could be
realize
better.
there is a faction that is not representative of the Nibiru group. It's a higher faction than the Nibiru group who are here in force. And I mean in force. There's a lot of them here. And these are
Okay,
other beings.
so are you saying that these cubes, I know you said it with the Empire orb, but with these cubed crafts, they're not just with our associated with our binary twin solar system. They're
Correct.
outside
Correct.
of that.
Yeah, they are exterior and they are actually more reoccurring than the 3,654 year passing of the Nibiru group. That's one faction. That's the people who live on the planets. This is another faction,
Okay.
and they've got a hand in the commodity exchange and factory planet Earth and all that as well. They're kind of the bosses of the boss. They're not the boss of the boss, but they're sort of connected above the boss. Well, I don't have all the details, but I know a huge portion of the information. And I try to share
Right.
this with people. And there have been other people who have been rather insultive this last week who have been making comments, snide little comments saying that, I'm just another person who has no qualifications whatsoever to even discuss this topic. And why should people listen to me? Blah, blah, blah. Well, I've known about it for 44 years, folks. And you tell me anybody else that is telling you this information in this timely manner and with my accuracy ratio to date. And I will happily, lay that up to their 5 minute wannabe lookup from the internet, YouTube, compared. And we're still getting people saying, oh, yeah, Nibiru the Destroyer or Nibiru the Winged Red Planet or the Brown Dwarf and all of and all this other crazy crap that they've spun into this. It's a ball of worms, is what it is a lot of this information, unfortunately.
I
And we,
really wish that people gave this the time to learn it.
Well,
Instead,
civilian. Sorry, Jesus. I was
no,
just
go
want
ahead.
to say, point out because I kind of feel like this is the case. Also, is this? Hey, there. It feels like only certain people are meant to see this. Like, do you think that's possible, Sam? That only
I
certain.
agree with that. And part of my message that I was told was there would be a lot of people that would be interested in this, and there would be other people who wouldn't. Um,
Yeah.
and then this was part of my arguing with him about how I was going to quote unquote do something, et cetera. And I try not to get to the brag part of the story, but uh, there are going to be a lot of people out there that won't want to believe this period because it really upsets their little heads, and we'll leave it at that. I mean, I could describe that in about 8 different slivers of the orange as well. Um,
Right.
you're here, you're finding out about this now. Don't let it go. This is important. It's factual. It's proven. I can't say that long enough. Um, we took the time. Please take the time to learn this. You're not going to find this information, unfortunately, anywhere else. And I wish there were more people. And there are a lot of people that are sharing it. And you're doing a good job. And if you're going to share this information, please be sure you're accurate or don't comment. Share the information, but only when you understand it to a level that you understand it. Don't add to disinfo, please. We've got enough of that already.
But
Um,
please just take the time. Take the time, guys. I just take the time. It's just take the time to learn it.
let's hope a decade from now, all of this is commonly accepted because we have taken a decade to get here.
Right.
And
But I was just going to say, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of newer people lately that have really been extra interested, like
Me
Christopher
too.
here, and like
Me
he
too.
found me on TikTok one day, and he's been all over it ever since, and he sees it. I mean, he's
I
sold
okay.
out.
I think
He,
it's though. I
yeah,
think those are the people. I think the okay. And sorry that I interrupted, but I think
yeah,
it's
you're
the
good.
people, Rebecca, that don't that aren't interested, that can't see it. because they're not interested enough to actually learn it. But then there's every so often you come across somebody that's really enthusiastic about this stuff because it's exciting. I think those people
Hmm.
are the ones
Right.
that tend
And
to
is it
end up
why is it that
to learn
only
it.
some people do get excited about it, like versus some people just be like, couldn't really spark
Well,
and care at all in
I'm going
there.
to give you a hint, Rebecca.
Okay.
That video I sent you today, and I'm not going to talk about this
Uh
too
huh.
publicly. That video I sent you today is also part of that reason. Dun dun dun. Throws in another hint and doesn't explain
Gosh,
himself.
I'll be up all night watching it. Okay.
Well, it's not that long of a movie, and you can probably get through about halfway through it and have everything you need to know because he gets a little long winded at the end of course, and that's unfortunate with a lot of human information. Um, it can be mixed in the great internet blender to create pancake batter rather than bread or however you want to metaphor that. Unfortunately, a lot of times I speak in metaphors. Um, there are some people who will never know this. There are some people that will never believe this. There are some people that don't even care. And then there's the people that want to learn this but are afraid to. And then there's people that are going to learn this and eat it up like it was you know, chocolate drops from Hershey's.
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
Because when I came across this
That's
stuff,
true. I can see all
I
that.
was I was instantly hooked, and I learned because I just really loved it so much, and I had to learn. I was obsessed with it, and I eventually learned. It took me a little bit, it took me a little bit, but I think if you really like this kind of stuff and it gets your interest, planets and space and that kind of stuff, you'll be able to learn it.
Yeah, and it's not like we're making this stuff up. This is all
This
time proven information.
this
Every stitch of it.
This is a cool picture, the one you just had
Yeah.
before this one.
Yeah,
And
that was this week.
I have a match to this a video that I just sent that
Oh,
matches
you
exactly this.
do.
Okay, the blue
Okay.
is the side orb.
I mean exactly this.
The green
Wow.
yellow is the long box itself. It's slightly
Uh-huh.
distorted because it's heading away and downward angle, which is the downward plane is away from us. But it's illuminated in the darkness because it's high above Earth and the sun has already gone down. And this is a nighttime capture. I believe it came from. Don't quote me on this, but I believe it came from Mexico or from the desert. Don't quote me on it, but because I don't always remember everyone that sends everything. But yeah, I sort of got this off of Newsfeed too as well earlier yesterday.
How
That
long
is a
ago was
cool
this?
one.
Sorry. How
This
long
is
was
this is
this?
like a week ago.
Oh,
This is a
okay.
brand
Yeah,
new
I knew I had
picture.
seen it before, but oh
Really? So
wow.
this is recent. Wow. I didn't know it
Yeah,
was recent.
it's very recent. And of course, this
That is
matches. This is part of why I sent the series of pictures to Rebecca yesterday was because our sightings
what
of
was
the
that?
long box cube have drastically increased into literally 95% of the right of the sun shots have the long box cube visibly in it.
When I saw this, I came across. It reminded me of a video that I took a few years back. It's the one that I sent you last night when we were talking, Sam,
Mhm.
which matched this pretty much identically.
Right, and that's the thing when it matches over and over, year after year. I mean, even years apart from sightings. Hello, people, and
I, I
this is part of
sent
why I want
you.
to scream.
I sent you a still shot of it, but I have a video that I've been wanting to post for a week, but the group has been so quiet that I've been kind of waiting for people to come back maybe
Right,
after the
right.
holidays.
Well, yeah,
So
and I know you're still at the stage that you're at in dealing with this, and with me, I mean, I'm the janitor walking down the big empty hallway with the mop, and I got a whole floor to clean. So I'm being a little bit broadcast more with sloshing the washer fluid onto the floor than you do. And thank you, Aaliyah, for making a Christmas card. It's because I haven't gotten any heart. I got two. I'm still down to two people. What happened to this country? Nobody mails Christmas cards anymore. Hello. I'm
is
kind of disappointed. I mean, usually every year I get quite a few wonderful people sending me some beautiful special cards. Whether they have a donation in them or not, that's not the point. I mean, it's like I like to know. that you're out there and that this is important. And it was that same thing where you were asking me yesterday how I don't get depressed. I mean, I do. I kind of wonder at times, like, what the hell am I doing this for when people don't communicate back? And it's kind of a lonely world to be, Dr. Nibiru, the crazy guy. Um,
It really is.
yeah,
It
it's
really
it's
is.
it's it's not comfortable, you guys. But I mean, we've proven this, and I've known about this, and this all goes always spun back to the original story. Well, they don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement by the federal government coming into your life and screwing with you for being wrong. It's that simple. And I was forced for 30 years not to be able to talk about this, and that's a good portion of why I do what I do with the level of zeal or overzealous, depending on your point of view. If I've bombed you out there in YouTube land and you were uncomfortable with it, I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to share the facts that we have learned, and I can't stress that enough. This was all proven, and otherwise we would have been shut down a decade ago by trolls and everybody else going, we're uncertain of our information, so therefore, why am I doing this? Why do I put myself through the meat grinder? I do this because it's right. It's correct.
I'm just going to show your mailing address, Sam.
Thank
Just
you.
as we were talking about that, Aaliyah mentioned that she is currently making a card as we speak for you. So
Right. Even if it's late, I don't care.
that,
Mail me a darn Christmas card. Let me know you're out there. Tell me your
yeah,
story. You will most likely. I try to send everybody answer mail in return. I mean,
right.
fortunately, I don't get enough mail anymore. Now I used to get a lot more mail. I don't know what the heck happened. Um, but then we were running upward of 200,000 members way back when, and now and also check your subscribe or your follow status. If you are a member of Facebook, a lot of people have been notifying that they are no longer getting our regular notices. And if you are subscribed to Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Nibiru system is already here and everything, check your status to make sure you haven't been removed, because there's been a lot of that going on. There's other
Yeah.
major YouTubers complaining about it as well.
I have one lady, she's a new member, and she's trying to invite her friend. And it doesn't matter what her friend or I do to try to get her a link. We send her links, and she sent me a screenshot. It just says you cannot be connected or whatever. She cannot,
Yeah, there's
but
a lot of that going on too.
I was able to add her to our group, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous
Uh-huh.
and Nibiru Followers #2. She just can't, for whatever reason, I can't add her to my
Now, I've
main
I've
group
had trouble
here.
dealing with a lot of weird administrative twists lately too, and it's, you just stand there, you shake your head, and you go, "How?" So
Right,
I don't think the ball game is being fairly played on both sides of the story here. So
right, right. I'm sure
yeah,
there is interference, for
right.
some of it because it's just too much that we all have problems with. So,
Yeah, I was
I
talking
was
to
gonna,
somebody yesterday on
uh-huh,
PM, and then my internet went down again right when I got to the meat and potatoes, and then boom,
right,
I'm knocked off the internet, and then that happens on our phone calls. And same thing the other day, I was talking to Jillian in Scotland on the phone, and boom, right in 2-3 minutes into our call, we're cut off, and that never happens on anything else unless I'm
so,
talking to Skywatchers. And it's weird. I just got this dream memory in my head from a barely understandable dream. Pardon me, I just went off into left field, but wow, sort of like I feel and know that I'm being sliced and pushed over to the side a little bit separate from the connection. Sorry, I had to explain it that way. I can't think of any other way
okay,
to explain it.
okay.
It's sort of like
I'm
I
trying
know
to
that
follow up.
something's disconnected going on here.
Uh-huh. Like in
And
what way though?
we have to expect some of that as well, because if this is the biggest, greatest secret of all time, and we've got the information correct, I would imagine there's a certain level of people out there that don't want us to share this information. And I'm not trying to sit here and brag about it or be really cool, James Bond, anything like that. Well, I think we have a tendency also to discount that side of there is a level of danger to this. This we're not playing
Right.
games. We are doing real citizen science, and we're not playing games. We're not assuming for this cult fad or whatever, and we're not making this stuff up, and we're not telling you that the cubes are right there. There's Natu's moon.
Oh, that was what I was going to say. Was this question? Um, Gators is with us. Hi, Gators, and they were asking, not that one. Anyway, they wanted to know if this was the Texas cube.
That is the long box cube. That's why it's
Long
called the
box cube.
long box, because it's
Okay,
basically two
there it
cubes in
is.
one. And that's
Yeah,
an early
more
2017
rectangle.
sighting when it first came in. Of course, it was peeled off of the UFO sites, as you can see in the corner. And I didn't remove that. I left it and I didn't retag the picture for that reason, because the picture actually sort of belongs to someone else, but we use it for science purposes, not for monetary use. Um, and it shows you the open areas in the long box cube. Now I've seen it by eye myself, and you could actually see it was hollower than the Texas cube, where the Texas cube is completely encased in plates, etc., with notable square edges and stuff, just like the Borg ship. And I hate to go there, but on Star Trek, but this is you can see inside of it on the long box cube. Now, it could have been under construction while it got here. This is an intergalactic ship that comes through a wormhole, poop, and then it's massive, and they have thousands of ships or hundreds of ships parked in these massive structures that are sent through space. That way, they don't have to send the individuals; they just ship them. It's like a huge shipping container for spaceships.
Wow. I'm always like trying to picture in my head like what's going on inside right now. It's crazy.
Oh, probably, docking garages, repair
Yeah,
stations, all sorts of stuff, military outposts, quarters,
that's yeah,
all those people on during the travel through space, depending on how long it takes them. I
sure.
imagine they have to sleep overnight in living quarters and,
Oh my
the
goodness, right.
captain
I bet
command
they have like
quarters.
probably a cafeteria and
Yeah, and
some
then there's
powder.
the power station part about it, and when the side orb is there next to it. Now, oddly, the side orb is not in this photograph unless
Yeah,
it's beside it really close and it's in a brown blur at the base. But
sure.
all
I
the
don't
other ones that we've gotten since, this is of course one of the few ones that we imported from other people. But all of our other sightings come from site members only. And that's why I didn't retag this or put Montana Skywatcher 2 Samuel Hoffman on it, because
I was gonna see if I had one that had a side
they've got
orb.
their logo in it, and I don't change people's logos. I don't cut them
Right.
off, because if they I give
What's that, Sam?
you cannot argue with there's no such thing as square clouds.
Exactly. I mean, you cannot deny that. You cannot argue. No one can win that argument trying to prove that there are
Oh, and it was caught in
because
live feed over Texas in 2015, and we spent like a week talking about it when we first saw it, and because it was somebody posted it live, and so we saw live footage of the person that captured it, and I've got a few of those pictures out of that live feed still today. Um, and we watched it, and then we sort of talked about it, and I didn't go gung ho about it, and then I saw it by eye, and it was like, oh shit, it is real.
right
And at that
there
time,
it
we
is.
were trying to avoid talking about aliens and this and that and the other thing on Montana Skywatcher 1 at the time, because I didn't want to go off it, because everybody's got a story about so you're immediately going off topic and then off track and avoiding the sightings. You're
Well,
also
yeah,
like, well,
you're gonna lose everybody's focus when you start
right,
going there.
right, and that's why that was not a
I'm
major
surprised
topic.
it's been able to stay at a reasonable state, with what what it's been like in the last few years talking about it.
I'm absolutely shocked at how little attention the long box and the Texas Cube have gotten.
Hmm.
I'm in shock because if I
I
knew if I knew that there was a major force of alien presence parked over Earth, it's concerning. And I know why they're here and I know what they're doing, and yet somehow nobody wants to talk about it.
Nobody really wants to know. I sent you that video, Sam, too. How they're talking about the guy saying how humans are not truth seeking animals. We're our social animals.
Ostrich, barrier, yeah, social,
Yeah,
yeah.
we don't really. Most people would rather be good with society and
That
be in
is not me.
walk that
I'm
line.
sorry.
And then there's some of us that I would rather be the odd one out, but at least know what's really going on.
That's why exactly I got kicked out of every school I went to because I never could be part of the flock. I
I
couldn't
was
be
I
the white
was
sheep.
I was telling Jillian recently how we had some of the peanut gallery post videos about this podcast, and I was like, what, get used to it because it's gonna come with this territory, like, and you might as well get comfortable with it because people are gonna make fun, people are gonna poke, try to debunk this, but I don't think both videos that I've seen haven't debunked anything. They
No, if
just
anything, they've done is add more wind to our sails.
I
And
agree because they're not really nothing they said was mostly opinion, really wasn't based on anything but their own
right,
opinion.
and it's a reference to cross referencing that everything they learned from Einstein and
That's right.
gravity.
That's right.
And once you throw that premise out, because that's what was wrong with the science, and that's what go back to that where people say, "Well, what do you hope to prove with this?" We are going to change science. This is changing everything we know. We are an
Once
electric
you
universe.
once you understand this and see this, you can't go back to seeing the world that you used to see. And
Hey,
I
Zeus,
think that's
can I
I
can
think
I
that's what
interrupt for
really.
just a second?
Go
Would
ahead.
you do me a favor? Would you drop your camera down so I can actually see you better?
Really?
Yeah, a little bit
Is
more,
that better?
a little bit more. There you go. Now you're in the middle.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was watching from your nose up with your name tag in front of your chin, and
Oh,
I couldn't see you.
gotcha,
I'm sorry.
gotcha.
Now you may continue, please, sir.
Um, Jeez, lost my train of thought there. Um,
I'm
jeez.
sorry. I'm sorry. You were on a
I
good
lost
roll
my
too.
concentration that I was
I
on.
apologize. I'm sorry. I wanted to see you talk. You were talking about how people are ignoring it.
Well, some people don't want to see it. Um, some people would rather be in line with society, Sam. And the thing about this is that it comes at a great deal of ridicule
Yeah,
and
yeah,
a great deal
yeah.
of
It does.
ostracism. And that's how
Ostracism.
society
Yeah.
has always been. Society does not accept alternative thinking very well. I was seeing actually recently a video of this older scientist who was saying that the problem with science today is that if it's not corroborated by your peers, he says
Right.
when he sees people come from out of college and go into the field, they don't want to learn anything new. They just want to go by what they have learned and what has been corroborated by their peers. Even if they don't want to learn anything new, that doesn't matter. It's just they're gonna go by whatever the academia is presenting itself. And he says that is most of most breakthroughs in science are not happening they're happening outside of like he was saying, light bulbs. Whoever invented light bulbs, candles. Okay, whoever invented candles, they weren't even trying to make something better. Somebody else that had nothing to do with candles invented the light bulb, and that's how we were seeing breakthroughs. Not in the topic. We were seeing breakthroughs that are outside from something that has nothing to do
That was also the 1880 science margin line where we switched to the Industrial Revolution, and that allowed different points of view and mass marketing to take effect, and Einstein to steal a whole no, excuse me, not Einstein, Edison, to steal a whole bunch of information from other scientists who didn't have the same money he did that he could take over and buy them out. They spent a long time working on the right filament for a long lasting light bulb, and you can look that one up. Yeah, this is what we are suffering, and this is what what I went through and experienced in 1980, where I'm standing in front of 5 or 6 of the top scientists of the United States of America in this lab with them, and I'm supposed to explain to them my binary solar system theory. And after I started, within the first 5 minutes, they got absolutely frustrated with me and started screaming at me and calling me names. And I think I hurt their widow heads. And like I've said before, one of them just recently retired and was the head of the senior climatologists. And this guy was just an absolute raving maniac and couldn't deal with the information that I had handed them. I believe it took them years to even basically understand it, if they even do now.
If they even looked into it, Sam.
Yeah, yeah. Well, obviously they did, because there was some projects that were launched because of that part of the information that was sort of provable.
As this guy was saying, there's a difference between science and academia. The problem with
Right.
academia is that nobody wants to learn anything new. They just want to go by what was established already, and that's really killing any science breakthroughs.
Well, I have an example. In geology, there was a gentleman that in the early 20s or 30s put his nards on the chopping block, and he opened the discussion of Lake Missoula emptying into the scablands of Washington, and Lake Missoula being a glacial lake, dumping all of this mass amounts of water and causing this geological region called the scablands. And that's always anybody who's a
Oh,
geology
jeez.
buff,
I
look
was
that up.
seeing Graham Hancock on Netflix. He has a show called something apocalyptic something. I'm not sure what it's called, but Graham Hancock has some really
Yeah, and unfortunately,
interesting stuff.
he's very smart, but he has unfortunately mixed in a lot of human information, and therefore he's
Yeah,
inaccurate.
yeah, yeah. But I like that he's questioning and putting
Oh, it's
alternative
about time
thinking.
for that. Yeah, it's time that we break this established rules of the 1880s
Yeah.
and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and Albert Einstein, because all of that shit is guys. It's 100 some odd years old now. What 145 years old, something like that. And we haven't taken one step forward in the realization that these we're looking at this blue thing in front of us here on this screen, and everything blue in the upper right hand corner is a rotating planet. And according to Einstein, we'd be dead.
Yeah.
I mean, those things would crash into us, but they don't. They electrically repel. They're part of another system, which is the opposite
You can
polarity
see
as ours.
you
We
can
don't
see the
feel their
curve line
planet,
right there. You can see how it's moving away.
and it's moving past us.
Yeah, yeah. It's
And
basically moving out of the frame right there.
and we've been having this discussion since early spring on Montana Skywatcher 2 and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous and on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. I've been talking about it, how they're moving beyond Earth now in the new level that they hadn't been before, a depth beyond us that they hadn't passed over, which is why we've also determined that we believe that we're past the halfway point, which is also matching up to the behavior in this new solar activity. And the separation of the two suns and all of this, and why we had an X-class flare on Thursday, et cetera, et cetera. So people really need to pay attention to this, because all of this science is interlinked, interwoven, time-proven, connected, and we've been watching it for over a decade. Now, if you want to be out there and you want to listen to somebody else, go right ahead. But if you want to be connected to the people who are out here doing the job and the work and the facts and proving it and have proved it, then you
And
need to
there's
listen
and
to
there's
it.
so many sources. We're watching all our electromagnetic. We have a lot of instruments that are still available. Some of them have gone offline, but there's a lot of them that are still online that we could still,
Yeah,
you
they've
know.
they've robbed us of a lot of previous available
Yeah, they
information
did.
over the years,
Yeah.
and we used to do way better science. I mean, I used to post a lot more scientific um, computer generated models and actual. We were for the longest time using actual captures off of satellite footage, and now they've gone all the way down to graphic weather. You don't even actually get to see the radar on TV weather anymore. And when they're giving you a forecast, and it's like they're giving you these colorized computer graphic models that they type in, and you don't even get to look at the real rotational superstorms that are going over the top of our heads, like the one that just went formed off the coast of Florida on last Sunday last week, I believe, and that all went all the way up to Maine. Hello, people, that was not a normal storm. It's also December. Excuse me, we don't have tropical storms in the northern hemisphere, or do we? See that, and they're muddying all this information with their slick little cutesy terms. Bomb cyclone. Well, a cyclone is a hurricane. Hello, um, and they're just they're colorizing everything and they're softening it, and you're getting bored with it so fast. And if you're not, well then, hello, look around the corner, because you can see through their lies. You really can. And we've talked about this at the beginning. My bullshit meter works really good. Thank you.
Hey, Sam.
Sunday, you
Yeah,
said I'll ask
Sandy,
again later.
I've been making notes so I don't forget to come back
Yeah,
to
I
things.
read the question. I avoided answering. You could
Okay,
scroll up if you want to, or
go
I
back to
I can
her.
scroll up. Duh. I'm sitting here thinking you're in control of my own screen. Hello.
It was this.
Uh,
It was this comment. They were asking about.
Priory of Sion, the Rose Line. Well, there's a lot to that, but you're looking at the Rose Line in the opposite, because it does go from the North to South Pole, but in the real story, it goes from the South to the North, and that's a hint. But I'm not saying to the pole. Um, there's a whole lot of, and this is also, again, Rebecca, part of what I may sent you a video on today in PM that you get to
Yes.
watch and everybody else does not. Oh, I'm being silly. Um, Nanner, nanner, nanner. You,
Is it
you can
something?
share that if you
Surely it's
wish.
something I can share, right?
Well, I wasn't gonna muddy the basking pool, uh,
Okay.
so that you can get it. I wasn't gonna hand you hints that you were searching for. I was gonna wait to see what your gleaned interests provided for
Right.
you. I wasn't gonna guide you on what I
Right.
wanted you to watch. So you need to watch that,
Okay.
because there's a whole lot of hints in that, and I can throw out another tease hint, and this is part of why I know what I know, and some of the things, but and I'll leave it at that. And that's another tease.
Okay. Is this a movie or a documentary?
It's a internet generated documentary from a non-famous person that does a pretty darn good job. And you can, like I said, you'll get halfway through it, and then they'll start muddying the water with bloodlines and all of this other stuff that is beyond the base information that you need. So listen to at
Oh,
least the
okay.
first half of that video,
Got it.
and then and
Thank you.
you may want to
Okay.
take notes. I don't know. It's up to you.
Sure. Sure.
And
Okay. Well, I mean, because I didn't want to like put you on the spot
well,
or get you
it's
into,
sort of because
because I haven't mentioned it a whole
Mark and
lot.
I were talking, and I sent a copy of that to him because he's studying something that I talked about in some of my other shows, with Radio Wasteland and that. And
Yeah.
we talk about the bloodline, which is what Sundee is mentioning at the end of the sentence, is why the O positive bloodline. The bloodline is serious. It's important. It's also very magical. It's
Hmm.
also uniquely connected to what we're doing here today. And I'll just keep teasing here.
Wow. I mean, so that would be the case, I guess, for like a lot of us. Like, we have the same people consistently, gathering together. Would you say that's something to do with bloodline or not
I was
necessarily?
told, I was directly told by the Pleiadian during my little face-to-face visit with him back in the mid '80s, that some people would be automatically drawn to a lot of this information, and that would be there for a reason. And that again is a tease hint. And I'm going to let you people out there
Hmm.
Discover these facts for yourself, because if you learn this information on your own, it'll have greater importance than if I was to stand here and say it here today.
Right. I see. Well, right. If you are seeking it yourself versus just being handed.
Yeah, I have a kind of a set of rules that I sort of have to follow, and that's innate in me, that says that I can't hand out too much information for certain A, self-preservation, B, um, some of this information can be misused, and I would rather not see that.
Right. I don't want that either. I don't
If you
want
go
to
out,
like
if you
you
go out
in
and study it and you learn it
trouble.
for yourself, then you've done it, and then I didn't have to make comments that would probably, throw a big weight around my neck and at the nearest, edge of the water, and down I go. So there are some things I just cannot talk about, even though I know them very, very well.
So does the O positive versus negative make a difference in
Not
all of this?
necessarily. It has minor variant, and it has to do with the puzzle pieces. Um,
Okay.
and it's the old blood in general.
And what about the people that are not O blood? I mean, how do
If
they
you're a
have?
variant, if you're a variant from an O blood line, if your mother, for instance, has O positive or O negative, then you are still connected. And because that has to do with the maternal
It's in your
bloodline, which has
bloodline.
a great deal to do, where we can reach all the way to demigods and even the Mother Mary traditions, and um, you know, matriarchal and all of that, uh, history and magic and religion and all of that connected.
Okay.
I mean, there
Wow.
is there's a huge amount of reality to actual magic, and just can't go into too much detail. Now, if you guys were sitting here after the shit hits the fan, and I'm throwing out a rather strange uh, scenario here, but if we're sitting across the coffee table from each other or across the fire pit at camp, with our cold, frosty little feet here in Montana, and we're all having coffee, then I might be able to tell you a little more.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to
Right.
throw this out on a non-controllable format.
Right. No, I don't blame you at all. So I appreciate what information you do
And
give
I do
us.
try to hint, and I'm not trying to come off as arrogant, even though I'll be called that 5 times this week alone. Um, I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to reserve the knowledge that I was given and the time it took me to understand it. And I'm just not. It's not free donuts at the street corner.
Got it. That's a new one, new phrase. Well, and RH negative, what is that about as far as
That has to do with the same thing, and that's
same
the
thing you mentioned?
non-Reese's or
Okay.
the Reese's.
Okay.
And anybody
My
who's
mom was
looking up
RH
that will
negative
know all
also.
about that. And I mean, there's a level of study. You'll stumble
Yeah.
across all of this information. And then, Mark was talking to me how he was looking up all this stuff because he'd gone through some older shows, and a little something here and something there finally clicked in him. And I got to kind of tease him a little bit if he's listening to tonight's show. He said he might stay up late. I got just like, duh, dude, you finally now. I mean, I talked to you about this, 8 years ago, and you're finally just now catching on.
Right.
Hello, and everybody's got their time.
Yeah.
It's got to be
Yeah.
important
That's
to
true.
you. And
That
when you're ready for it, then all of a sudden you'll start down that path, and you go, oh.
right.
And I'm not going to downplay anybody for not being on board with this. You're all within your own time period. No one's late. This is all, you may have not seen it for a decade, but maybe you weren't ready at the time for this information. And if you are on board with this information, we're not making this shit up. We're not doing this for celebrity so I can stand and wave at people at Comic Con, because I mean, I would, but it's not necessarily something I crave. Um, it would be nice if we all got an opportunity to change our stars a little bit by what we do for a living. because currently we're none of us are making a living off this, although we devote massive amounts of time to do this because I'm totally obsessed. I can't go one day without looking up. I mean, I see those damn planets there, and I can't take my eyes off that shit because there it is, you know. And it's like I
That's
cannot believe that everybody isn't seeing the greatest goddamn show that ever frickin' was every day, you know, unless it's cloudy and it's raining or snowing or whatever.
I think a lot of us are on that same, obsessed, phase. Not even phase, just, because this is what I think about from when I wake up to when I go to bed. It really is.
Yeah,
So,
same.
can't help it. That's why we have a group that we can like
Yeah, we still don't get
therapy.
to
It's
talk
our
as much as we
therapy,
want
right?
to, you know.
Yeah.
I could talk about this 24 hours a day, and I'm sure that I've driven my children nuts, and they're going, "Oh, Dad, God, I don't want to hear anymore. It's the same
Right.
shit you talked about 5 years ago." Okay,
It's
no, but
true.
Well,
no,
I know.
they keep they were saying in the comments we should make these shorter. But I was saying, we're just kind of this is like getting together because we're all far away from each other. So it's kind of like getting together and having a conversation about it. Sometimes it's easy to forget that we're going live with this and people are
yeah,
watching
it's
because
like we're all talking on the phone to our friends, normal, and
yeah, because
Yes.
we
we
don't
run.
typically have, I don't typically have anybody to talk about it in my personal life. So when I'm on here, it's just like I'm talking to you guys and like we're talking amongst each other and just
Yeah, we're in a
talking.
comfortable spot where we don't want to
Yeah,
quit.
yeah.
You
So
know, it's
it's
like
like
when I'm
my
handing.
to me, it's like my weekly therapy and I get to talk about it,
Yeah, yeah,
and show some of my cool captures and then share it with people because as I was telling Rebecca recently, there's only so much that you can reach, in videos, that we post, so this way we get to talk about it and give our anecdotes as we're showing what we've,
yeah. A
you
long
know,
time member Russell was talking to me. Today. I am, of course, not mentioning his last name without permission, but he was talking to me earlier today, and he's going, I go out there and I see this stuff, and then I'm standing next to people, and I want to scream because there's nobody I can tell." And he says,
Right.
"You know, doesn't that depress you and all of this?" And I'm going, I understand exactly what you mean, man. You know, because I went through that all the way 1980. I mean,
that's
when
one
I
of the
found out,
hardest things about this, Sam. That's one of the hardest things about this is that you know something so exciting and so
yeah, and you can't
unbelievably
tell
out of this
anybody.
world, and it feels like you can't share it with anybody because nobody wants to hear it.
You're a
It,
That's
stark
what
raving idiot,
I'm
it's
man.
a
not
And
sure who
really
this. I think it might be Nicole. I think, but Facebook user said the same thing. Like I'll be at work wanting to point out what's at the sky, and the coworkers can't follow along. They don't.
it drives me crazy.
Blank stare.
It drives me. I've gotten a little bit more used to it over the years to just keep it to myself and know that most people, just really don't want to hear it. But it's something that I just can't.
a lot
It's
of
hard.
people,
It's really difficult for me to, to be able to keep this to yourself and not be able to share with everybody. It kind
a
of
lot of
sucks.
Right.
people aren't ready.
It really sucks. Like I
It does. It drives
really
me
wish I
crazy.
could just
It
scream
does.
it to everybody. Like, look at that. Are you not seeing there's other worlds passing over us, and two of those, at least that we know, at least two of those have other people on them. Jesus, how was that not exciting? I don't know. It's
Christopher, we expect another 7 years at minimum. It was the 731 post.
hopefully longer, but
Well, yeah, you know, at minimum
I
7 years,
know
10 years.
at least.
hopefully longer, but
Right.
at least we could count on 7 years. I would say. I
I
think you're.
know. It's going to be really. We'll have to still get together afterwards. We can still talk about all of our pictures we have. Right.
Okay. Lucifer Michael Angel. How does
Yes.
all of those years of experience, if he stated he could not remember how much from memory loss from 80s and to 90s, 98s, how is what he's saying facts? And I have a very good memory up to a point.
Right.
Um,
This
I
person
don't know where you're going with
invades.
that.
This person invades our show from time to time, and I've had to block multiple times, and they resurface. Like I said, every couple of shows,
Next,
probably.
yeah, no,
So
there
they're
is no science or undeniable proof. Excuse me, but we've
yeah.
had undeniable proof since 2011
I'm
when we
working on
watched
it.
the planets come up from underneath planet Earth off the South Pole at New Meyer Station. And if you'd done 5 seconds worth of homework, you'd have known that way back in 2011. So the no science and the undeniable proof is all on you, Buckwheat.
Mhm.
There's no science in your ass. You didn't study. We did. So don't stand there and tell me that there's no science because we've taken over 13 years proving it. Fact. And if you don't see it, I feel sorry for you. Go play somewhere else. You started what? Okay, I'm just scrolling down. I see I'd been missing all of this stuff till just now.
Yeah,
What about pictures captured before that? Yeah, all of us can attest that our skies, those of us who are old enough, whereas my credentials, my credentials is a 30-year non-disclosure agreement that you don't have. Anyway, you can tell him he can go
I'm
play
working on
somewhere else.
it, Sam.
Okay.
It's
I don't
yeah.
mind, why were you
No,
confused with investing in
I,
green asteroids? I was never
it's
confused. Who says I was?
last week I had to unblock them so I could block them again. So I'm checking to see it. It's complicated though. It's not.
Well, again, they're asking questions
It's
here that are completely not factual at all.
right.
You know,
I'm sure I know. Judging from the questions, I'm pretty sure I know who that
yeah,
is.
and I'm looking at the Michael, yeah, and the angel and the Lucifer shit, yeah.
Mm.
And hey, look at your name title and the fact
Uh
that there's
huh.
no face picture with it and your real
Right.
name. I mean, where are your credentials, oh Lucifer? And why should we even
Like,
listen to your lying
they
words?
don't
I
even
mean,
show themselves.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah.
that's how it's typical.
Okay,
They have
nice way.
like
Stand behind the wall and then
AI
throw peanuts over the wall.
bots.
Peanut
They don't
gallery,
reveal their own identity ever.
peanut gallery.
Okay, let me get you. You want to look at
That's
some
enough of my
pictures?
time on that subject.
Yeah, I'm going to work on taking care of that. But I
Yeah,
still have more
I
pictures
would be
we can
more
talk
than willing
about.
to debate with you if you were even premising your statements or questions in a semi tolerable topic manner and not be completely devoid of facts or reality.
Yeah.
We work too damn hard to put up with any of that. That's absurd. It's ridiculous and it's childish. It is. You're a child. Go play somewhere else, please. No, we don't
It's
work on blocking people, but we've had to block. Oh, you can't probably hear us anyway. We haven't. We only block people that are just absurd. Otherwise, we want everyone to learn this stuff. We don't think ourselves as elitists or anything like that. I took forever to even learn to block people, and then recently, Jesus was commenting. He's like, "Yeah, I block them. I don't even have any words about it." And I thought, okay, maybe he's right.
right.
And so I started blocking more people. I don't have time to tolerate.
The thing is, Sam, is that so look, we could spend here 20, 30 minutes talking to them, and even if it's in a good manner, first of all, they don't want to talk in a good manner. But
No.
even if you try to talk
Never.
to them in a good manner, they're not really going to listen, and that's it because they have their minds made up. And that's why argue with somebody who has their mind made up? It's just it's pointless. That's kind of the way I see it.
And they
If
show
you
who
really
they
want to, if
are
you
by
wanna
their
have a
questions.
real discussion, okay, let's have a real discussion. But you know, with
I
some
wonder.
people, it's like you could show them anything and they won't even look at it. They'll just dismiss it because they want to
Well, I
not
wonder the
believe.
connection between the Lucifer shit. I mean, excuse me, but I wouldn't tag my name onto anything like that.
Lucifer and
Yeah,
devil, you
yeah.
know.
Well, I was avoiding saying that. Yeah, um,
Okay.
and so and then the notion about me. Can I'll ask you this direct question, Rebecca? Have I
Yeah.
ever mixed up the difference between necessity and the green asteroid? Ever? And
Never.
if that rolls
Never.
back to maybe that I typed one thing on one thing and one thing on another, it is possible I make a
Right.
mistake. And if I
Right.
did make a mistake, then why are you boiling all my
And
entire credibility back to one
because they
picture?
can't find anything else. They
Right.
find one thing and they're holding on to that for dear life because there isn't very many things. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen. It happens to all of us. We've
Yeah.
all
We've all
said
made
something
mistakes.
and come back and realize we said it wrong.
And then we go
I've
back and
corrected
correct it if
myself
possible.
many times. It's
Yeah.
not a
Yeah.
huge deal, but they're looking for anything, Sam. They're just
Yeah,
desperate because they
yeah.
don't have much to go on
And
as
that's
is.
another reason why I
Because
don't
we
like
have
to
a
talk.
mountain of proof.
That's why I don't.
Mountain.
That's another reason why I don't like to talk to them is because they
Yeah.
want you to say
I don't
something.
understand
They're
their
looking to
voice
you for you to
obsession.
say something that they can use against you. That's what they're trying to do.
But
My last troll literally told me that. Literally told me that. That they were basically just waiting for me to say something so they could use it against me. So
Right. And then they'll spin it.
I was like,
aren't we in our
they,
40s and 50s? It's like what's the deal with people that don't
Well,
grow
I
up?
think some of our naysayers are actually much younger. I think a good portion of them are in
Okay.
their 20s and 30s, and they're just being, pardon the expression, little idiots and haven't grown mature enough
But
yet.
man,
It's a
even in
new
my
tool.
20s
Hey,
and
I can
30s,
I can
I
stand here
wasn't
in
doing
complete
this.
autonomy and harass people and be mean and as rude as I want to be, and they don't even know who I am. No, well, you know what you're doing is you're impeaching a little part of your soul.
the
You know.
fact that somebody sits for an hour, hours watching us just to troll us is just
Or multiple hours making
it's
videos
pretty
about it.
pathetic. It's pretty pathetic. I mean,
Thank you,
you
Nicole.
really must have a very boring life if you actually have fun doing these things. It's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
I don't see why anybody would do that, but I don't know. I don't deal with crazy people, as they say.
Right.
Why do you? Do they think we're
Right.
crazy? Okay, move on. If we
Yeah.
want, I told somebody recently, if we want to believe in flying elephants, that is our God-given right to do without being
Yep.
harassed. If you want to be here, you want to learn, okay, good. But
Hey, that'd be a
you,
good logo for your site. A big old Horton Hears a Who with the flying little tiny wings.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, moving
Right.
on. Let's not fear the trolls. Let's not
Right.
fear the
Let's
trolls.
move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that beautiful,
Also,
awesome purple. We know it too is back.
yeah, this was on Mr. MBB33 site.
Right.
So
Right.
I've noticed he's started a podcast just recently. I've noticed he had an hour long or so show the other day, and it was kind of like what we have here. He was in a video box down in the lower corner,
If you
and he
find
was
that, send me
going
a
over
link to it once in a
pictures.
while. If you do
Uh-huh.
see something, and other members
Yep.
out there, if you're a Montana Skywatcher, and you find a link from his, you can post it on the site. Talk to me, communicate. There's a lot of what's going on in our sites lately, or it's awful quiet. It's weird. Go back one.
Oh, okay, sure.
If you look in the purple and you go halfway up the page, about an inch up the page from center, you can see that white shape.
Yeah.
That is Atu and Atu's moon. And on the left by Mr. BB333, you see a different rounded shape in the left corner, and that is the
Right.
lead asteroid.
Wow. I see it. I'll make a comparison so everybody could see it easier. But yeah, for sure.
And this is
The
where these
white
patterns
that's
snap
whose
time
moon goes
after
all the way
time,
across
year
the
after
sky.
year after year. And we've gone back to the placement has gone back to where it was a few years ago. And as it's rising up higher now, they were closer to us last year and the year before, but now they're rising above us and going beyond us now. And we're seeing the same patterns over and over again. And this is how we know what we see. And it jumps out at you and goes, hello, I'm here again. Hello, I'm here again. And like driving home yesterday, from Missoula, and I'm looking at this, there's this Atom's yellow moon plain as day with the backlit crescent flare and the entire right-hand sided rounding face of this massive yellow moon and the ion tail going all the way as far as the eye can see to the west. And I'm just going, yep, there it is again. Argue with me. I dare you.
Yeah. No, I know. it's pointless, really. Like I said, like Jesus said, it's just, you know, it's not worth draining your energy over arguing or debating. And I quit doing that so long ago. I just, I'm here to help people and answer questions, but
What
I'm not
do
here
you
to
see
debate.
here?
Yeah.
I know what they are. I know what they are instantly looking at them.
I think I used to know even, and I don't
Star
remember.
destroyers.
No way. Now
Parked,
that would not have been what I thought.
parked star destroyers. The white is the ship. The gray is the shadow. It's being cast off, which is landing underneath onto the planet above.
Um, is
See
a
them now?
star destroyer like a tube or what
No,
is?
big triangle craft, but they're facing away from us at an
Okay.
angle. You got to take the 3D into account.
Yes. Wow. Let me go look at my triangles. I'll
Those
find
are,
some.
I see 5 of them in the picture. 3 of them are close. Oh, 6 of them in the picture. 3 of them are close. 2 of them are medium, and 1 is far away.
Oh my goodness.
And
I would have never.
they're underneath the bottom of Nepacity.
Yeah. Yeah. That
And the
orange.
yellow in the background is the side of Saru, base cloud.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Note the axis tip.
Huh. Yeah. I do see that too.
Which is not horizontal, straight horizon line. It's slightly tipped to the left.
Huh.
Because it's on that side of the sun, and we know that the axis tip is always on. If it's on the left side of the sun, the axis tip to the left. If it's above the sun, it's a straight horizontal axis. If it's on the right-hand side, we know that the planetary out view is axis tip to the right, which is also time proven.
Here's another triangle.
Yeah, now we're seeing the bottom of it
Uh-huh.
as it bank turns, and that's why it looks weird, more like a Dorito than a longer craft. But if you look behind it, there's another one vertically headed to the left, but it's on a plane, as in flat, where this one is bank turning.
Okay. Christopher is asking or thinking that they are landing on that planet. Turn the photo upside down. I can't turn it.
They don't have to land. They are not. Those are big ships. They're not going to put that down through the atmosphere to try and get it back up. These are intergalactic star destroyers that are here as a show of force. And if our governments, multiple governments around the world, do not agree with their request, then they will, of course, come down and land on Earth and then cause us great issue. And they don't want that to happen because they want to retain power, which is why all this shit started in 2009 with the beginning of the Empire Orb arrival, to let us humans know and our world leaders that it's begun and here we go. And this is what we want, period.
Right.
And we can't win. There is no way we can win this, period. Now, this was also Mr. BB333 posted and talked about. That is the red asteroid and the lead asteroid and the little sister, and the spiral is over to the far left. Oh, also, there's been some really cool sightings this week, last 2 days, of the skull asteroid farther over on the left, but poking out.
I was going to show a example with your drawing too.
That's red asteroid and the little sister up front with the spiral lead asteroid, farther behind. And that's of course what we also call the onset of Uri, because that whole cloud bank reaching back goes underneath the Atu. That's the purple illuminated bottom that you're looking up at front, but behind it is Uri with the Uri onset base cloud.
Bear with me.
We also have drawings over going back many years.
Yes, let me get the drawing. It's taking a moment to load.
Christopher, the governments have known for a great deal of time, and that's part of why they have created the DUMBs in an attempt to have somewhere to go away from what's on the way. Because our climate change has just begun.
Also, I want to say hi to Willie. Willie is here. I always recognize Willie, so because
Yeah, behind
to
on the
him I'm
left.
boss lady, so I always know that's my nickname. So hi Willie, I'm happy you're
And that's why
here.
the Pentagon budget has not managed to be on track for many years. I don't want to give out too much information and get myself into trouble because I could be doing that right now as we speak. And if I vanish, you'll know why. God forbid, knock on wood.
Is Yuri here in this picture? Would you say Yuri's in the
Yeah, Yuri's
lower
in on the
left?
back left behind Atu,
Uh-huh.
and that's what the other
Very,
kind of
yeah,
purple
right,
secondary illumination is. And then going farther back, we'll have Sarah who is behind Yuri right now currently.
right. Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
noticed,
I have a
Saru
Yeah,
wasn't
Facebook
in your
viewers.
last
I have a
drawing.
tendency to say too much, and then I end up worrying after a couple of these shows, going, "Oh shit, did I say too much?" You know.
Right.
Yeah, I did
Uh,
not draw in Saru this month because I was trying to pay more attention to the Tan asteroid and give it a little bit more center stage, and that's why I drew. If you notice, I drew illuminated yellow around the Tan asteroid, which is on the lower left of the picture in front of Uri, and that is the semi-submerged group of asteroid, which we refer to as the salamander group. I didn't include that title on this as well because I just wanted to spend the time showing the rainbow illumination moreover than anything else, which is occurring again and is expected to continue. And we should actually see the Tan asteroid become very, very large any day now, where we're going to actually see it completely illuminated, and everybody's going to scream, "Oh, it's the second sun!" And it'll be on the left, but it's coming again because we've been through these cycles before, where we've seen this happen over and over again. So it also helps me predict what's coming and knowing, because when you know, and the best way to describe an indigo is you just know stuff. I mean, even my daughters have experienced that, and she said, my oldest says, Dad, sometimes you just know stuff. And I went, bingo.
right, right. That's kind of a cool feeling, though. I mean, I get those
Yeah.
moments. I think we all get moments like
Well,
that where,
it's base information that you've acquired, and then it's self-evident, and then you've studied long enough that you come to a realistic summation or synopsis or whatever, or conclusion, whatever you want to call it, where you just realize that this information is correct.
right,
Look, the asteroids underneath Nepacity, I think. Remember those three asteroids that are always underneath Nepacity, and
yeah,
we never really tagged them. Well, we're looking at them. There's
man,
probably a whole bunch of smaller stuff along with it because
right.
we've never seen. When
The
Nepacity
crazy
comes in, it
part,
has a tendency to block its base cloud with all that snorkel activity, and so we don't really. I don't account for it being in the snorkel pattern as often as I should. Do the same thing with the drop tail snail foot of Atu. All of those objects, all of the lead asteroid, the red asteroid, and the Spira are all mixed in that creation of the snail foot, as well as the 3 or 4 or 5 or 20 little asteroids underneath the open core of Nepacity. And that, I'm sure, has a great deal to do with part of the drop snorkel and the rain bomb and all of that. It's all intermixed because they're always there. They don't go away. They're right there underneath each of these planets at all time. And we've watched it for 8, 9 years, 10 years. That
right,
we started getting some really good footage of the asteroid object cluster group, OCG as we call them for short, because we typed object cluster group so many times that I finally had to shorten it. Typed it so many times that we watched it and watched it and watched it, and the patterns haven't changed. And this is also part of why we knew that they went by every day, why we knew they weren't in Earth's orbit, because they would go by once a year. And that's been time proven. That, and of course, we've documented as many of the big ones as we can without being too sidetracking. If we start handing out many names, and everybody's going to get confused. Like, I haven't even drawn Casper. I haven't seen Casper lately. I don't know where Casper is. Maybe Casper's in front of the lead asteroid currently. So, and that's another
Mm,
smaller asteroid that it kind of looks like a little ghost, and it's always rainbowy. But it could actually be intervening in front of the Saturn's yellow moon right now, and I may have missed it. I hadn't even thought about Casper in probably 2 months.
right. I used to have a good picture of Casper. I'll have to see if I have it
I've got
still.
five or
I've lost
six really good
a lot of
ones.
things lately, or
There's
not
one
lately,
running
but
around that's really cool.
yeah, there was one I've shared on
Yeah,
Facebook,
that
and then
rainbow Huey one where it actually looks like Casper the Friendly
Yeah,
Ghost, which is
yeah,
where
yeah.
that asteroid got
And
its
it's
name.
really obvious that
an
it's an
asteroid.
asteroid. Yeah, I
Yes.
love that picture.
What really blows me away still to this day, we've got the blue asteroid, we've got the red asteroid, but that damn green asteroid and those little yellow dots all around it and in front of it on its face and all of that. It just blows me away to this day. What the hell is that? And I'm sure it's some normal asteroid electrical behavior that we haven't as humans tagged as being real yet, but I've been staring at that thing for so many years, and every time I get a close up of it I just sit there and go, what the hell are those little yellow lights around that thing? It's
Do you think
hilarious.
it's a right? Do you think it's a craft or
I think
asteroid?
it's an atomic structure of that thing might even have a core. I don't know what it is. I mean, I saw some pictures this week of it where it was breaking through the clouds, and it was so absolutely undeniably the green asteroid because there was the bright center core. There's music. It was the bright center core, and the couple of the little green dots were sticking out around it on the outside and poking through the clouds. And it is bigger right now. It's pretty big and pretty cool. So be ready to see that as well.
Right.
But and then of course the spiral asteroid's been doing cameos straight across the sky a lot lately, and following up the red. And we've got hundreds of pictures of the red asteroid recently, which is dead center cameo in probably 85-90% of all the shots that we're getting.
I was going to show you. This is what my sky looked like today, or not my sky, but this is about 1 o'clock, 1:30, Tulsa, Oklahoma,
Yeah, that's exactly
and
what I got today.
Yeah, you got the
was
red
it? His,
asteroid is
his
just above the
Mhm.
left.
Yeah, even the sun, even the sun
Yeah,
is
there's
looking
that
just
pinch of
like that.
gray. And
I was
and you
talking
were
about Nepicity being
right. You
over there.
described where Nepacity was behind, and that was what makes it almost impossible to draw because at certain points of the day, Nepacity is out in the
Yeah, they're
out view, and then they
360.
go over the top of us, and I can't draw
You
that
draw
in.
it on a flat piece of paper, but you just got to take that flat piece of paper and bend it 360 because that's how it
Yeah,
is.
well,
They're
in your brain
in all
almost. Yeah, yeah,
directions.
yeah. And then Atu and Nepacity are going over the top of us, and Uri's going into the north by northeast sky from the beginning of the day, and then all of that rotates, and so then the out view later on at sunset. The out view of Uri is in the southwest, where Nibiru and its Atom's yellow moon. As the sun progresses during the day, it goes to the right, and then goes over the top of us toward afternoon, evening now. And it's like, how do you draw that?
Right.
There's this rotation going on over the top of us, and so it's made it very difficult to do the single two-dimensional drawing. But for basic results, it
Right.
works.
It still does serves its purpose well, you know, but I
And of
think
course,
people
I may
understand.
change after they continue past us. I might have to rethink how I'm doing that, or draw two pictures. I don't know. We'll see what happens. And of course, I'm really interested in that X class flare that we just had last Thursday. And that was
Me
a
too.
huge, God, that was a huge coronal hole.
Um,
Unfortunately, it shot most of the CME Outflash X class flare uh, into open space, more toward Nibiru than toward us. So, but yeah, we did suffer, radio blackouts all the way up to probably up to you there in Oklahoma, all the way down to South America. They were having radio issues, but it wasn't. It was an X class, yes, which was big, but it wasn't a super long duration wave. It was a quick flash boom, And so it wasn't a great ejected material where we end up dealing with it for many, many hours, which would then possibly weaken, if not destabilize momentarily, the Earth's magnetosphere. So we ended up having a Carrington event. But they are hinting that a Carrington event is possible because they've now discussed all of a sudden out of the blue that we've had 3 to 4 Carrington events within the 1800s forward. So I kind of
We're talking about it. It's for a reason, little.
right. The fact that they're correcting the science,
Yeah.
it struck me as now you
Yeah.
talk about it. I wonder why.
Yeah, they don't really like to talk about their mistakes, but they brought it
Yeah,
up.
that if they've
So
mentioned that we've had them before, that's also going to lessen the effect if somebody says, "Okay, we've had it here." Boom, the
yeah,
East Coast goes out completely from a Carrington event, which is what happened in the 18. It would be just before the turn of the century, because electricity mostly, for the most part, came out in the 1880s forward. Some areas had it, some areas didn't. And then the small amount of areas that were incorporated with high tension or electrical wiring did light up and burn. And it affected a huge swath of the country. But of course, people have to look that information up because it's not general knowledge.
I was going to get Jesus his pictures pulled up here. These are the ones you sent me, and then I have your video also after that.
this is a little old, but this is kind of what you're talking about too, about the green asteroids. These were flying pretty low one day, and they all had little spots on them. I could not get this was a new camera at the time, and I couldn't get it to
Yeah,
get
this is the
picture any clear.
lead asteroid, red asteroid, and spiral asteroid, and the little sisters, which I have a drawing for. Underneath Attu and Attu's moon. And that's what the white line and the
Here.
blue above is.
I've never seen them so close to Earth.
Oh, we had went 219, 220 lead
Yeah,
asteroid.
that's
Massive.
when the time I took that picture.
I could not believe how big lead asteroid was on so many of those close Earth passes, and everybody said, "Oh my God, is that?" And we were all stumbling whether or not that was Attu's moon because of the size, but yet we knew that with the drag off tail leading in the direction that it came from, we knew that Attu's moon didn't do that. So we automatically knew that, oh my God, that's the lead asteroid. Jesus, look how freaking big that thing is. And I'm amazed that we didn't see more massive electrical discharging on planet Earth. But maybe we did, and we just, didn't even catalog it. A lot of these major superstorms that have gone through, and I'll give a real prime example. We talk about Joplin, Missouri. That was in 2011. Was there a planetary close pass that we weren't aware of back then?
Yeah.
And it's entirely, I've watched the footage over and over again. There's a new one out. It's a compilation of Joplin, Missouri, 2011. And I watched it recently, and I've watched a lot of old material over and over again because they didn't even find a lot of the people that disappeared. They were gone, vanished, and the material was gone. And then, of course, we've talked about the 2018 storms, and we talked about the 2020 storms, where they actually divulged the information that the debris field went up to 37,000 feet. Or higher. It was like 50,000 feet. It was way high. And our storms don't go up that high. So I always, pose the question to other people. If you doubt my science and the information that I'm sharing with you, ask yourself, what can drag debris from a huge storm above our normal weather by some 20,000 feet? And the only answer to that is a larger object above pulling it up there, not weather.
Wow.
Yeah, and I have to reiterate that over and over again. This is another chunk in
The last thing you would think it could be. Yeah.
Here's proof. Here's proof.
We've never had these events be so drastically destructive or so common. We used to have one of these maybe once every few years. Now it's happening just so often.
Yeah, and if you look at the storm that went through Joplin, the whole everything went dark night, like it was pitch black night. And I had never seen a supercell like that. And if you look at the footage and you look at the side, not where the tornado is, but if you look at the outside of the storm on right hand or left hand side and how massive that was, that isn't a normal Yeah, it was class 5, top of the scale hurricane or tornado, excuse me. But it was way bigger than that because I mean it just flattened and all the way down to the ground and just wiped people and people were killed. And fortunately, and it was a very long drawn out. It traveled for 40, 50 miles on the ground, and they've had recently even longer ones, longer drawn out tornadoes in the 2020s and 2021 and all of that, which we also believe were close asteroid passes or close passes of necessity with the rain bombs and all this other stuff, which we documented the 218 storm, the 219 storms, the 2020 storms, what they called the derechos of Ohio. Look, that went up from 2021. There was also a long drawn out storm that went over Montana in 2021, which we watched. And it was a Red Sonja superstorm from hell that, had to be something other than just a normal storm. So that, of course, is more proof.
Also, I was going to, I believe this is Willie, pretty sure. And he says he posted Casper in the group. So I'm going to check for that here in a minute. I'll try to add it.
This is the side of Attu and Attu's moon.
Look at how that, this was really interesting to see this. This was when I was still kind of learning, but I noticed sunlight kind of being clipped off.
Right. The sun is sort of behind this.
This was probably one of the first pictures that really hit me how it did clip the sun and what it looked like, because you could see it out there with the naked eye. You didn't even have to, you didn't even need a camera to see this one. Like, you could literally see this and you could see it clipping into the sun. I mean, you could see the curve right there.
Oh, and the Texas cube is standing dead center in the middle right.
I didn't catch that.
See that flat square in the trail it leaves behind with the side orb on the half side, which is also leaving a little cloud eddy.
I'm seeing it, but
really, really something.
This picture
that curve is so perfect, Jesus.
This is old. This is old.
Yeah. Is it?
It's at least 2020.
Yeah.
2021.
This is probably 2019, probably 2018. I'd say 2018. Okay. This isn't old, but
that's
ran across it, and I thought it was a perfect example because it reminded me of how I started learning how we would clip the sun, how they clip the sun sometimes.
Right, and you got to learn to look at the dark side first, and then go work your way to the sun, not the other way. If you look white only, you're not going to see the planet standing there.
This was a learning experience. This picture was a very eye-opening day,
And then when the sight drawing matches, you go, oh, well, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Audrey is here. So, hi, Audrey. Good morning. I believe it's about 5 o'clock in the morning in South Africa. So, that is cool. I'm happy you're here. She's always catching our shows, so that's really nice.
5 degrees in Colorado? Wow.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. My goodness. That's a big difference from here.
Wow. I'm in awe. What
did you say? Wow. Oh, wait. What did you say, Sam? How much? I didn't see this.
It's been 50s and 60s this week. In Colorado, it was 65 today.
Oh, I now see it.
70 on Sunday. Okay. I feel like I live in Phoenix.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
somebody I picked up at the airport was telling me that they have that it's been pretty warm, actually, that they haven't had much snow and the weather's been pretty. He said it was pretty much the way it's been here in Salt Lake,
Well, it's 35 degrees right here and thawing right now in Montana. And that's not supposed to be, period. We're supposed to have, 3 feet, 4 feet of snow by now. It's snowed twice and it's dropped, maybe a total of, 6 or so inches or 8 inches totaled in those 2 storms, which melted off. But, right now outside, it's dripping off my roof.
Mm-hmm.
Right before Christmas. Hello. Climate change.
There's another one with the sun clipping.
Yeah, and you've got lead asteroid in front of Attu's moon and Attu behind it. And again, on the left-hand side. And I don't know how old this picture is, but it's newer than the other one.
I believe so. I believe it's not too much old newer, but it is. I believe it's a
Yeah,
little
that's
newer.
because the size of the moon is different.
Yeah, yeah.
All
Also,
right.
more, and you can actually see right there how the lead object, it's clipping some of it. The light's going up, and then on the other side, it's like you could literally see how it's going around these objects.
Yeah, you see crescent illumination on the side where the sun is coming, and it's a perfect round. And then, of
That's
course,
right.
we see also the trail eddy of the downward angled lead asteroid coming right in front of it. And in
Hmm.
the background to the left, you see the bottom of Attu behind Attu's moon.
Yeah, yeah. You could see the three round curves there. Lead object, Attu's moon, and Attu.
Okay, I've got my cough drops in the other room, and I'll be right back.
Go right ahead. All right. I agree with Christopher. It's
No,
perfect.
I
These two
was,
back to back, are just
yeah, yeah,
very similar.
yeah. You can't make it up, guys. I mean, probably a year or so apart, and quite the
Right.
quite the match as well. I was
And
wondering
if
when
I
Sam
had
was
to,
gonna start with
huh,
the cough drops.
I know. I wonder what flavor he has tonight.
Mhm.
We're getting him figured out. Um, Christopher says he's in Vegas, and Jesus used to live in Vegas.
Yeah,
So
I was
you all
up. I
can.
was out there in 2021, and
Uh-huh.
I will say because of the elevation, you guys are like 2,000 feet down there. You don't see them as often, but when you do, it is one hell of a show. When you do get a
Yeah.
close passing, it is one hell of a show because it's so clear and it's desert, so you have big open skies, so you get a hell of a show. But they're a little further in between because the elevation doesn't help you guys at all.
Mm.
And I
So I
can't
always
believe
thought you had really spectacular pictures
yeah, yeah,
in
they just wouldn't
Vegas.
come as often as they do in other areas. But I think every area gets a good close passing often enough. But the
Right,
elevation does make a difference, huge difference.
right.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Audrey, if
do.
you missed last week's show, you can look it up. Go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, and then click on the live shows, and there's a
Right.
big long list of all kinds of shows back there.
She had blackouts, so that's wonder what was happening there, Audrey. Like what caused that? I wonder.
Oh, that was
That's always
probably the East Coast storm that went up from Florida all the way up to
uh,
Maine.
she's
There's a
in
lot.
South
There's
Africa.
thousands and thousands and 100,000, couple million people that have interrupted power this week. And there's a huge snowstorm that just came off the lake effect off Lake Erie and Ohio and Chicago and all Detroit and all of that.
Right.
Sam, I really been wanting to show you this picture. It's a little dated too, and it's a night shot. I don't know how well it's. It seems to be a little clipped off on the left. But this thing, and this was the craziest night. I'm gonna send it to you on Messenger. See if it's maybe a little clearer.
No, I put it on Facebook because I can't open Messenger.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, as a
Um,
matter of fact, my new upgrades asked me if I was even going to open it because it was unused, and so it's not even an option for me currently. Yeah,
really?
I can't open email, so send it to me on Facebook, and I will open Facebook
Also,
up. And
So just go to your page.
yeah, you can post it directly on my face page or PM me or whatever.
Oh yeah, well,
I was going to say, Sam, earlier on tonight's show, a couple of people mentioned the same thing that they, wanted to send you pics. How do they do that? So I created an email real quick so you can send pics and just send them to this email, and then I'll put them in a
Yeah,
folder
yeah.
that we can
I have been
air on
unable
the
to
show.
open my emails for God 8 years or so. It just scrolls and scrolls and scrolls and scrolls, and it won't open up.
Yeah.
all right.
So
So now I sent it to you on Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
See if you can maybe get a clearer picture. But this thing, I remember you mentioning a few years back that there was asteroids that were crossing the moon, and you could see their trails pretty
Yeah,
much
I'm
across.
I'm looking at it, and you've also got a planet uh, face behind it as well
I thought so. I
to the
thought so
left.
because it's kind of illuminated in the back, but
Right,
you see,
you've got a larger
there's a
planet
big
behind the moon.
asteroid in the front, right?
I would literally have to tell you that you're looking at the Tan asteroid crossing the face of the moon, or size wise, depending on what year this was, or lead asteroid. It's either Tan or lead asteroid from the shape and the color. And I'm now looking at it very large. I've blown it up.
This thing crossed in front of the moon and blocked it for about
Yeah,
5 minutes.
yeah, yeah. When the asteroids are coming in, they are coming in very, very close um, to Earth, and they will block out in between our moon on occasion. We've had hundreds of sightings of that. We just it's, in the nighttime scenes, it's really very difficult
It
uh,
is. It,
to
it was.
call
It was.
unless you kind of know what direction you're pointing the camera in.
It was. But it was a crazy, crazy night because it was an enormous, enormous rock that just passed right in front, and there was another bunch of smaller pieces as well. But it crossed right in front of the moon and it disappeared. Like literally disappeared for 5, 7 minutes. It was the
Oh yeah,
craziest thing I ever seen. But
yeah.
because it was
I'm
at night, it was really hard to capture on a. But I did catch a few shots, and I kind of try to brighten them a little bit. But this is what I ended up with, and it's at least on my end, it looks horrible here
I
on
I
stream.
was about to have it on a
It's
very
hard
large
to get
picture,
night
but I just
shots.
goofed
Yes,
up what I
night
was
shots are
doing.
really tricky. That's why I typically don't. But this one's been really
Okay,
on my mind, and I really wanted you to see this one
I'm gonna
because
blow it up really big here in just a sec. I goofed up the first time I tried to do this, and I have to refind it now because I put it in a file and then I can blow it up.
I mean you could see the outline of it. Right. I wish you could see my cursor, but right as the moon, you could see the outline of it. It
Uh,
is it is an enormous, enormous piece of rock. It's
five,
probably
five.
close. If it passed in front of the moon, it was probably a little closer, but it was so big. And I remember that you had talked about some asteroids, how they.
Yeah, you pretty much have Uri going behind the moon, and then one of the asteroids at Uri face either lead asteroid or 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 Tan asteroid because those are both round.
Yeah,
Where the red asteroid is not round.
this was
Yeah.
sometimes in 2018. Is my
Okay. Well,
guess.
then it's lead asteroid crossing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
because
this
Yeah.
happened. This happened for a week where things were passing in front of the moon.
in
Um,
218 Tan wasn't that big.
yeah, it was pretty intense week, and I blew my mind on nobody seemed to notice what was happening. At least in my area, nobody seemed to bat an eye what was happening. It was the craziest week. But yeah, I've been wanting to show you this picture, but yeah, it was a tricky one, But yeah,
I just got another message from the religious person that I've been talking to, who's,
Okay.
with truly in all respect, I'm just wondering what your message is to the people about the asteroids, planets, moons, etc. And thank you for politely stating that. I hope you actually I should actually put a link to this show on for them. Um, I'll probably do it afterwards. Talking about Jesus, sign, saving grace. Okay. That's that same thing. What do I hope this message? Um, we are going to change, and I'm standing on my soapbox now. So get out your cabbage and rotten tomatoes. I'm on my soapbox in the middle of this great herd of people professing my knowledge. So I'll throw this out here. The message over, we're going to change things. We're going to change our understanding of science. We're going to change our understanding of the future. We're going to change how we treat each other. We're going to change the fact that it's not my city versus your city, my color of skin versus your color of skin. We're going to change the whole story. The whole scenario is going to change because we are not alone. There are more races out there that we also have to incorporate and get used to and treat with respect. And we can't continue this negative. And all of this is going to change. And we start that. Yes, that's
Wow.
arrogant.
I
Yes, but that's what we do.
idea how long it could take
Well,
to.
it may not happen within my lifetime, but I was directly told, and I mean, you can chalk me up as kooky as you want because I've had a lot of people, oh, you think you're this and you think you're that, and then they come up with Google sociological, psychological evaluations of me as our lost friend who just created problems for us recently sent me some similar self or personal diagnosis from doctor doctor internet or whatever you want to call it, and accused me of being arrogant or maniacal or narcissistic or about five other things I don't even care to mention. But excuse me, but I'm very good at what I do. I know how much attention I got when I was 17 years old for a paper. I know how accurate I am now. I know how many friends I have out there now. I know all the stuff we've spent over 13 years proving, and the work that we put in involved in this, and this work is going to pay off because we are right. I saw that again yesterday driving home. We are changing things, and you can either join with the new, or you can live with the old and see where the old gets you. But I promise you that once you open yourself up to the new, you will change. Part of you will grow. You're going to learn more. And I promise you, this is very true. And rant.
No, I mean, have I've seen people mention like 2012 is when they had a pivotal year. I know me and Jesus, ours was more like 2014, but it does seem like some people are having these, and ever since then things have just gotten better very gradually, and now.
Astrologically speaking, we're entering a new stage.
Uh-huh,
There is, and I don't talk about astrology very often, although I do study it regularly. And people
right.
send me all of this information. It's just not a topic I share with everybody, but I do collect it for myself. Astrologically speaking, we're in for a really interesting 2024. And this is where this new information does come out. And we do change things. Also, some negative stuff happens. So, and you guys know me, I'm not a date giver. And I don't sit here and cry doom and gloom and henny penny and the sky is falling and all that crap. But guys, we are going to rock and roll in 2024. And hopefully, all of you out there listening tonight get the opportunity to learn both sides of the story. It's good and bad. But we're doing this for a reason, and we are not wrong. We are not wrong.
Sam, 2023 was the first year that I was more than just mesmerized by it, where it kind of hit me like this is serious shit and serious business. It never hit me the way it did. Some of the things that I saw during this 180-day cycle that stretched on for probably well into 200, 240, 250 days, probably still going on basically.
Yeah, we're seeing it still. And remember, I did
This
say we
was
were going to
this
see
was
this
the
in
first
December.
year where I'm not the doom and gloom kind of person. I don't like to speak about fear, but this was the first year where I was scared. There was a few things that I saw that did scare me and kind of shook me, where I was like, this is not a game anymore. Like things are
Yeah,
happening. And
yeah.
2024 is going to be a year to pay attention to because
I've never taken it as a game because I was basically deprived of my civil rights because of my intellect as a teenager. I
it's
was,
different for you, Sam,
yeah,
because
yeah,
you have seen the while me and Rebecca and a lot of us, we've been mesmerized by it this whole time.
I pray you never have to pay the piper on this one.
But we've been mesmerized by it because it's been distant enough to not be totally, concerned about it, but it has gone closer and things have gotten much, much more eventful. This year I saw things where I could feel them way more this year.
We have to rethink how we're doing things now.
Yeah.
Now, it's now. Anybody, 65 degrees in Colorado right before Christmas. Hello.
Yeah.
This is, we have no idea what next summer is. Oh my God, we're going to be. And what did I say about this summer? What did I tell you guys last year? Do you remember? All you have to do is go to Radio Wasteland and run shows. I gave a 2020 prediction and I gave a 2021 prediction. Go back, go to Radio Wasteland.
He said a lot of flooding, which we are seeing.
And we were going to fry, and we talked about the rivers drying up, and
we're going to get hotter.
We are going to get hotter, and we're going to get more violent, and there's going to be good, because we're all going to start learning, sometimes learning the hard way. But there's also going to be, there's loss of life. I mean, the earthquake yesterday in China alone, some 200 wonderful people or so lost their lives yesterday, and I'm sorry for every one of them. And then you look back at what's going on from the storm in November that went all the way across, literally from Scotland to Japan, and thousands of people lost everything they owned, including some of their lives. And we've been talking in previous shows where we couldn't even imagine this happening, but we knew it was going to happen next week again. And it used to be it would happen every couple of months. And then all you have to do is look back at the 2009 tsunami. All you have to do is look at all of these freak major storms, 2011 tsunami in Japan. These are catastrophic events. And people going, well, when are we going to see the effects of the passing planet Nibiru? It's like, if you haven't seen them now, well, then you need to spend a little more time looking up worldwide weather, because they're not sharing it with you on the national news. And you have to realize it is happening, and it's spooky what's going on. It really is scary, because I even myself have had a twice now damaged roof from these storms, and I've got to go out there, and it's cost me hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars to fix this, and I'm going to go up there again come spring and fix it one more time.
Right.
And this is coming to everybody.
I've been working on that for years, several years now. I know.
It blew up the middle of my roof, and then as I have a metal roof, and then it pulled all of the screws out, and some of them are loose, and then over time in the wind, and then they peel up and stand up. So every time I go out there and see loose screws, I got to go in there and put a bigger screw in. And I've been doing that for months now, up there and putting in new screws and tightening it down and sealing and gluing it up. And it's my roof needs to be sealed again, but it's a metal roof, and the problem is when the wind gets underneath that and it rips it up, and it cost me a lot of damage, and it did it twice. I got it fixed, and then it happened again.
Gosh, yeah. I've been fortunate here where I live. Nothing too terrible.
If I was a homeowner and living anywhere in the South right now, or in the tornado regions, I would be seriously thinking about guide wiring a metal roof down with extra guide wires and you name it, just to keep that roof on the thing. And then avoid what direction you build your eave, and have low forming eaves so the wind can't get underneath it, and very, very extra strong, way more strong than ever needed by any building code. I would drastically rethink how I build a house right now. If you're rebuilding from some of the prior storms, I recommend hobbit holes with earth covering, and they can handle 300-mile-an-hour winds. So we have to rethink how we live, because it ain't going to quit.
I was going to say, you're saying that the planets will be, we can see them for several years, but
it's not only the planets, it's the sun. It's the extra boil off of our all of our rivers boiled off, and all of the sunlight, the moisture's going right up into the clouds, and those clouds are becoming huge, massive, thick jet streams, and they're going more volatile. We've got high pressure systems and low pressure systems that we never had before by multitudes. I mean, at any given time, you'd usually have one or two lows anywhere on a major continent. And right now, we got 6 and 8 and 10 and 12 in the eddies over the North Pole alone, let alone the South Pole. And everyone in Australia is now going through this extra widened band of jet stream rotational on the south pole of the planet that they've never experienced before, and they're going to be flooding for God knows. I mean, they're going to see serious climate change right away this year, and then next year and the year after.
Man.
I'm not trying to be a naysayer and cause gloom and doom, but guys, we're in deep doo-doo right now from what's coming. And when all the rivers on the planet dry up, that's a serious warning.
I was gonna say, my computer has that error on it, so I gotta close down. I'll be back in like 20 seconds, probably.
Hey, you remind me I should delete my browsing history as well. Yeah, go ahead. I'll
Yeah.
find something to talk
It's that
about.
little robot guy. Remember the robot error? I don't know why, but it happens. But I'll be back in a minute. And then also, I saw in the comments, Maria left you a message. Maria in Alaska, Sam. And
Okay, I will look.
commented that she sent.
Do you know the time? What's the time of Maria's message?
I can't see it.
That way
It
I'll
was
know how
just
far to look back.
about just a couple of minutes ago. Otherwise, my screen is locked up. But I'll be back in just a second.
Oh, okay. It wasn't about the binary solar system and the eclipses. Yeah, we're seeing a lot. They're masking stuff. They're calling it one thing when it's another. We've talked about the transit of Mercury, that they said, oh, Mercury's doing this. Here comes this. Here's this eclipse. Here's this lunar eclipse. And at one point in time, they'd said, oh, the next eclipse we'll see won't be for X number of years. And then all of a sudden, oh, here's the annual eclipse, and they've been, they give us these dates that say, oh, the next one won't be for another 8 years. And yet we're having them every year. And lunar eclipses and solar eclipses and transit of Mercury and transit of Venus. And do the research, look up, make sure that, this is the planet that they're telling you that it is, because NASA is lying their ass off, because they don't dare tell you about what they've discovered from these extra planets, but they're going to get credit for it. So they mask it in a couple of lies and give you, a tiny little truth. And then or leave out information like they actually talked about the Skull asteroid being on an orbit that went by every 3 years. Well, I'm sorry. We've seen it, I don't know how many times in between that same 3-year period, and it ain't even supposed to be here yet. And yet, here I saw pictures of it today. So lie, we caught you in another lie. And that's why I don't even bother with NASA anymore at all, especially since the ISS had videos of a bee flying around and landing on the array, which tells you that's the sound stage, and they're handing us pre-recorded video because some of the planets are so close that they can't show you the live feed from the actual ISS until the planets aren't in the shot. And yet, hey, we got to get credit for this spacewalk, and so we're going to show you this spacewalk because there's nothing there right now. So you got to hurry, guys, get out there, whatever. Same thing with the sea trails and all this other shit. It's just this big dance in between the facts, and they're lying and they're giving you half truths, and the truth never comes out of the government. Period. Info goes up; it never goes down. Ever.
What do you say that again? The info goes up.
The info always goes up to superior people in the job. The info never, ever comes down. You don't find out the classified issues. You don't find out what you found in your work. You just turn that information to your superiors, and then they, formulate their conclusions, and it goes in a file somewhere. And you never see what.
That's gotta
be horrible. work conditions.
Well, that's how I never really knew the ability variation of my far-seeing skills until I started doing it online with people because it's automatic in some cases. It's not like something I try to do, but this is how it works. And I found out that I'm actually way better than I expected when they were expecting me to do what I was doing. And they gave you a sheet, and then they gave you the target, and you sat in a room with a pen and a legal yellow legal pad, and with a couple other people, and they gave you the target, and they talked to you about it, and they asked you to see whatever it was in your mind's eye that you could record on all, take as many pieces of paper as you need to express this. And we would always turn that information in, and they never ever told us whether or not we were accurate. And that bothered me. But then I found out years later doing this on the internet that I am very accurate, and I've seen things that and known things, and quite a few people have experienced this, and they talk about it, where I've known things that I couldn't possibly know, except that it was occurring right there at their house, and I'm 800 miles away, or 1,000 miles, or 2,000 miles away, describing to them what I see in my mind, and it's been highly accurate. And I've learned to trust that. I've learned that I'm better at it.
Jillian has talked about that.
Right, Jillian, Lana, quite a few other people. I know things, and I see them. I get a strong sense of smell a lot of times that are completely disconnected to my house. It's like, why am I smelling this? And then oh, I had that for lunch. Oh, okay. That kind of thing. And with Mark, I'm always reading Mark ahead of time, and anytime Mark is about to say something, I'll hand him information correlating with it, and it surprises him from time to time. And I do that with other people. I sometimes answer people before they ask. Just the way it works. It's almost automatic. It just is, and I'm good at it. And I read tarot cards, et cetera, et cetera. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to, I guess, understand how is that happening? Like what are you?
I've just my mind wanders, and I know things that I can't absolutely be connected to in any other way, other than over time I've learned to trust this information that I'm seeing. And you get so many random pictures, and you got to weed through all this information, and you're not going to complete. You don't know for sure everything, but you get these strong sense of, and then if you talk about it, you find out that you're pretty accurate. A lot of people won't comment on their sense because it could be embarrassing, or I dare not. But I have found over time with a lot of people, because I trust I trust what I was recruited for. Why would they recruit me if I didn't have a certain level of that for that office, for the Far Seeing Project? And it's declassified now. I can mention it, and you can go and look that up. And I learned over the years, especially reading tarot cards, I used to play a game at parties where a lot of my friends, my close personal friends, knew that I could do this because we would be traveling around as a teenager, and we'd be driving in like Ed Keeley's car at lunchtime, and I'd go, oh, quick, turn the radio on, Led Zeppelin's playing. And they'd all look back at me, and I'd be in the back seat, and I'm going, no, turn the radio on, Led Zeppelin's playing. And they'd turn it on, and Led Zeppelin was playing.
There it was.
And they'd all turn around and go, how did you know that? Because the radio wasn't on. And that's how things work. It just comes to you.
I was going to say I have something I can relate to, because I have a tendency to know when we have a cat at the door, like one of our cats will be wanting inside, and I'll just have this.
Right.
Something tells me, go check the door because kitty cat's out there.
That's how it works. And the more that it talks to you, and the more that you're in 2010, all of a sudden I started having precognition in ways that I'd never experienced before, where I literally saw these events coming as if they almost completely happened. There was I knew it wasn't real, but then all of a sudden there it was, and it actually played out. And it's like, wow. And so I've talked about this before, where I see it twice, where I see it coming, and then I actually see it occur. And once you start down that path, and you have that smile across your face, like, Jesus, I saw this coming. And after a period of time, you start to trust it and you start to believe in it more. So it happens more
But
because
that's
because you
that's
listen
funny,
more.
that's exactly what happens. That's over the time when it comes to this planet stuff. I've learned to do exactly that. There's times where I just know to go outside,
It's time to go outside. I
and
feel it.
I
I
trust it.
feel it. Yeah.
And as you say, like I just know. I don't know how I know. I just know. You just know to just
Um,
do it. And I've learned to
Varsity.
trust it. And some of the coolest things I've captured have been just random me just going outside just because I don't know. I just got the feeling just to go
Because
outside.
it is your destiny to do this. And I'm not going to deny that from anyone. And if
I,
you're
I
here,
have seen them stuff at night that I couldn't see with my eye. I had to use the camera and put the brightness up, and then it show it would you'd see what was there, But a lot of it is sense, and a lot of it is just kind of knowing, And after a while, you just kind of learn to just kind of go with it and just kind of trust what you feel. And a lot of times, most of the times, it's right.
yeah, and
It's the
that's how it
craziest thing.
works. And that comes also from our many years of doing it. We've a
Yeah,
decade of doing
yeah,
this.
yeah.
We
A
have
lot of
learned.
it, a lot of it is experience, but a lot of it is just sense. It's just
Right. And you just we've learned to do this. We've learned there's a vibe to it. We learned there's a color to the light to the sky. We
yeah,
learned that there's a schedule. We learned that we know at certain times of day the best viewing. You've learned through your camera use how to find things better. And these are all skills that we have within us and abilities that we have within us, whatever you want to attribute them. But they're part of a greater puzzle piece that shows, you can put 87 pieces together and boom, there's a real picture that's beyond the single individual segments. So and you have to trust and you have to believe. And the more that you trust and the more that you believe, the easier it works.
yeah. Mhm.
And sorry, I did not have fish for lunch yesterday.
No
And that
fish.
was
All right.
I wish I could.
Audrey asked
Yeah,
if no, I did not have fish for lunch yesterday.
I wish I
I'm
could put
sorry
that
that I
to
didn't.
practice with the rest of the things in my life, but I'm kind of working on
Well,
that.
you're working through your stages, and
Yeah,
you're gonna. I understand your level of development, and you're still in the I'm not sure department, which is okay. Which is your path will be your path, and you're going to be learning, especially at the beginning of January. You will all of a sudden get an epiphany, and that is going to add to your personal spiritual contentment. You will enjoy it. It'll have some minor inconveniences as well too, because clearing the shelf is always clearing the shelf, and it's work, it's chores. But you're gonna have an enlightenment coming next month. So trust in that.
that's funny because yesterday one of my fortune cookies, I had Chinese with my friend last night, and
You had the
one of my
Chinese.
future one of my fortune cookies said exactly that. I was gonna get some future knowledge,
Spiritual growth
Okay,
is
cool.
in your
That's
future,
Yeah,
neat.
yeah. So
and that is also for most everyone. But you're gonna have you're gonna have an epiphany moment, and I can look into you and see that it's coming. And I'm kind of jealous because you get to hit one of the stages, and it's always cool to go through these stages, and it's wonderful. And
Yeah.
anybody can get out there. Is you just like awakening science. I was posting that again this week, and that's a 2010 ascension video. And there's a lot of people that are going to, the 214 was a very strong year for that secondary ascension, 2018 again. And there's a learning curve in mankind that we are going faster and faster and faster and faster and faster each year. And
2018 was very significant,
yes, yes, it was.
absolutely significant year.
And 2024 is going to be enlightening for, I hope, all of Earth. I hope it's not the hard way, but sometimes we unfortunately need a slap across the face to wake up. And
Unfortunately, we sometimes need a rude awakening. You know,
right,
it
right.
takes a rude. It takes a rude awakening sometimes. You know.
Yeah, well, and we do need to change how we do things. And let's hope and pray that maybe Nibiru is absolutely visible facially next year, even though it is to me now and was last year and the year before. Um, Nibiru has not necessarily been on the mainstream out view for quite a few years, actually, since about 2015. She stepped into the background and above. She was so high up we weren't seeing her because all we were seeing was the dark side of Nibiru. And because she is so huge, and then we dealt with Saru going in the background as well, and then Yuri being facial, and then they came right up in our faces in 2017, 2018, and crossed over in front of us. And that's where Yuri has been in the way for most of the time, as well as some of the best sightings of Atu and Atu's moon, who has been really in our faces all the way up through 2021, 22. And then she started getting smaller. And then we started paying more attention to Nepacity because she's on the tail end of that spiral rotation run that they're going through now. And now they're heading up over our right shoulder, facing the sun. That's how the comparison is. They're heading to our right shoulder as time goes by because they came from the our lower left foot below Earth, and they're moving in that direction through the spirals and spirals and spirals and year in, year out change of our orbit, winter orbit, summer orbit, and the 180-day cycle, and now extended because our orbit model has changed, and everybody knows that the sun isn't high noon anymore, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which is more proof that we're right, and everybody who doesn't notice this.
Sam, I've mentioned high noon to some people, and they think I'm talking about a movie.
Nah.
I've
Sorry, I
mentioned
am from Montana. We are cowboys up here.
I've mentioned CMEs, and people don't know what I'm talking. It just
Well,
I know
if you don't know what a
personal
TME is,
experience. Even for somebody like me, that I've always loved space stuff, my knowledge was really limited. You know,
well, it is
you
kind of our
mentioned that
responsibility to
most of it was
self-educate
incorrect
ourselves.
as well. You know, most of it was incorrect as well. But
Right.
a lot of people don't. Most people are very. You know, the knowledge is very limited. You know, I
Right.
think that's a big problem, and I don't know. I think between mainstream science, there's so little coming out. You know,
Right. Right.
there's really so little new stuff.
And that's a huge blockade premise to our work actually making sense to most everyone because
Yes, yes,
we are
because I
trying.
learned a lot. You know, because I enjoy doing this, and this led me to want to learn other stuff. You
Right.
know,
We're
I
grabbed
would
up
go
by our
to Thunderbolts project. I would go
right.
to
Right, because you were
things that
grabbed up by your obsession with interest ratio and brought up to level, and I had to learn. I mean, there's still stuff I still learn.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
that drastically looks like the long box cube.
You see behind it,
Yeah,
Sam.
like there's a parked ship.
There's something behind it.
Yeah,
Okay, so
there's probably a parked ship right next to it. We see constantly. It's probably in front of it. The blue here. Yeah, there's we've numerous times have got captures of the long box cube with 3 or 4 or 5 star destroyers parked around it at different angles. Some facing upwards, some facing downwards, some flat plane, some going away from us, some coming toward us.
I see an orb there too.
Yeah, side
Next to
orb, always drag off.
next to something boxy. It just looks
Right.
boxy to me.
All right, side orb and long box cube, plus probably several other smaller support craft, which do create other cloud eddies because
Okay,
they're
so
up in space
let me
and
get this.
they're ice cold.
Let me get this straight. This one that we're seeing right there, the obvious one, the one that's more in the path of the light that's lit up. That looks very much like what you posted the other that one you said was recent.
Yeah, there's also a bunch of ships that we don't even have cataloged that are new again. There's a whole bunch of new stuff showing up. And
Because this
anytime these things are sitting up in space and the sun shines on them, that's
yes.
when all of this cloud stuff comes off the object and it creates these little sort
You,
of almost camouflage
you
luminescent.
you could see that it's reflective. It's reflective. So anybody who wants to say it's a cloud, that you're nuts. Somebody told me it was just a cloud, but it's reflective. It's
And you have to look at where
reflective.
the light angle comes from
Yes, exactly, exactly.
and
It's
what
lit up.
time of
I
day.
say that looks like
You
a
know,
cloud.
even right here, you can see it's shadowed to the right, and reflective on the left.
And
Right,
Man,
something you
exactly where
probably
you would expect
most
it.
everyone didn't notice is look at that big dark blob in the left-hand side.
Yeah,
Dark
okay.
blue. That is a planet back there. That's why if you look down at the horizon, it's light blue. If you look at the background here in the
yeah.
upper right corner, it's dark, dark, dark blue.
This was caught
And
in
that's
the
a planet.
in its orbit. I mean, not caught in its orbit, but there was a planet behind this. But I isolated these two, and then I zoomed in a little bit. Post the video. But there was definitely a planet being behind there. You're right. You're
So,
absolutely right.
Sam, I'm sorry. Sorry, Jesus. Also, I just want to
But
make sure I understood you. Tell me again what this is, because I heard you say long box
Yeah,
cube,
it's
but
long. The left item is the long box cube and the side
okay.
orb and maybe one or two little ships. Okay. This thing that's coming on next to it is probably the face shield off the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon. Because we know that the
Okay.
long box always sits next to a Saturn's yellow moon.
Look at it one more time.
Now, when this was taken,
So, long box
was
cube here.
right,
Uh-huh.
and a
And
couple of
then the
little
picture
craft parked
now.
around it, which is causing other eddies and little straight lines.
Yeah.
And then right here is
And then
probably the faceplate of,
yellow
if you look,
moon.
there's an ion tail leading up to the corner, and that'll be a Saturn's yellow moon, and then
yeah,
its little atmospheric face
I
punch
see
plate.
what you're seeing. That yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, Sam.
And
Yeah.
we know that the long box cube is always just to the right of the face of Saturn's yellow moon because they're
Yeah.
sort of semi hiding in the ion tail. And if you look at stop it when it gets to the end there.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah.
When it gets down to the bottom here, and then when the ion tail is reaching in the left corner or the right corner, hit stop.
Yeah.
Here, there is fine. This
A
is
little bit
fine right
further.
here.
Okay.
Right there. Now, see this little sort of triangular, weird facial, like an arrowhead sticking out. If you look behind it, there's a circle, and it's kind of lighter blue than the dark blue above it.
Yeah.
And that is the Saturn's yellow moon. And then the ion bleed off goes around its Saturn, and behind that is a lower area, darker yet not as dark blue, and that's Nibiru behind it.
Wow.
And you can see from the long box cube all the way to the upper left corner is the face of its Saturn. And the Saturn's yellow moon has got the ion trail going around it right there, dead center.
I'm gonna try to get a screenshot of that.
That's. I see it now.
Because we know that the long box cube is parked right next to the Saturn's yellow moon and has been there since 2019.
Is Isatum in this?
Yes, if you go from the long box cube on the lower right hand corner
Right.
and you go all the way to the left corner, you can see the color change of the side of a Saturn. You see that white line, and it goes right through that illuminated thing in the center.
Yeah, I'm
From the
looking at it here.
lower
On my
right all the way to the upper left corner, there's the darker face, and that dark area is a Saturn. And Nibiru is behind it, dark blue, but not as dark blue. And then you go down farther, and then you see the real sky and the normal blue horizon.
All right. I'm gonna study this. I got it.
You just have to
Screenshot.
learn to judge the shade differences. Look at the dark areas
Yes.
first,
Yeah,
and then it gets a little bit lighter, and then you just got a sudden abrupt edge that goes from the left corner, upper left corner, all the way down to the Texas cube, or excuse me, the long box cube,
Yeah.
straight through that illumination, and that is the facial line of his Saturn. And the Saturn's moon is in front of that and much dark and circular, and this is the ion occurrence faceplate of the bleed off of the ion tail that goes off of Saturn's yellow moon and all the way around his Saturn.
Man. When was this, Jesus? When was this?
This was, I'd say, 2019.
Yep,
Uh-huh.
when a Saturn's yellow moon was smaller.
Wow.
And
This is
that
really
also
cool.
matches that series of pictures from Dr. Phil, correct? Do you remember that, Jesus?
I do. I do.
And this is an
Yeah.
exact, way closer
Audrey
version
sees
of it
it too.
because you've got the
So
long
that's
box
pretty neat.
cube and a Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru all in this shot.
Hi, experimental. I just see that you're here with us. So
Right,
hi
three
there.
different shades. One is a Saturn, one is Nibiru, and the other shade of blue is the real sky on the horizon line.
And Amber
And we
Eyes
know
is
this
with
because we've
us
watched it
too.
for years. And we know that the only things moving this way or moving that way, leaving a trail eddy behind it on this side versus that side, comes from our decade long watching all of this stuff and recording it month after month after month on the site drawings, which is also an extremely good reference library, cross reference that we can go back on. I can go back 5 years and say, okay, you got a picture 5 years ago in May. Here's this. Here's your picture. See, they match. And that's how in the future my work, our work, is going to be proven as real, is because we've been doing this longer than anybody out there, and there's nobody's gonna
And
knock
we
us
are
down.
obsessed, everybody. Just
We were obsessed and crazy.
yeah, I'm sure you caught on to that, but we're obsessed with this. So we spend a lot of time on.
Driven.
And this is why our citizen science actually is working, because we're documenting this, we're proving it time after time. From, I mean, it's not like, oh, I was here last week and I popped into your site a month ago, and gee, yeah, Rebecca, I went to your site 6 months ago, and what do you have to tell me, and how are you going to get caught up in 20-minute conversation over the last 6 months? You can't. what
Right.
we
Now
the
look,
stuff we do every
Takes
day.
time.
now this
Yeah.
has got to be add to the moon, right?
Correctamundo, and you also have a vertical asteroid group orbiting under Atu's
Yeah,
moon,
yeah. You could see that angle.
and you can see it's
You could see that
literally
angle, that
almost
downward
vertical,
angle.
but as it moves over, it starts to go over to the right. And I use that orbit diagram, right, left, middle, for
Yeah, but you
years.
could see those little things, those little cloud of
Yeah,
things
and
that
that dark
go
area on the
from your
middle,
drawing. You know, you always
dark
have your
area middle
drawing
left is
attached to
Atu's
an
moon.
active moon, and it has those little
Right.
upward
Right.
upward
It's
clouds,
always
and
got
you
the
can see
asteroids
them
orbiting
on
underneath it.
this.
You
You
see,
see this, and you can see this on this one how it has those exact same upward kind of clouds. You know,
Right.
but this is a video that I took when I was still not. I was seeing it subconsciously, but I was still kind of not,
Yeah, and all you have to mainly
exactly it.
understand is the size of
This is one
Atu's
of those
moon.
videos that I only ran into recently, and I was like, "Holy shit! I there it is.
Oh,
I
I
saw it.
still,
I see it clearly now."
uh,
You know,
I'll be going through the files and I'll be looking for one picture or another, in S or M or L or F or whatever, because I went through the alphabet twice. And I'll be looking and I'll see something I had not seen in that picture before, and I go, "Oh my God, I was blind." And and we go back to the people trolling us, and yes, we make mistakes, and there's shit I haven't seen, and all of a sudden like if we're talking about Casper, I'll be running through the file, and I'll go, "We talked about Casper," and all of a sudden I will go, "Wow, there's Casper," because you don't think about it until you think about it, and then boom, you realize that it's a lot of this crap is in pictures, and we didn't see it before.
you can see the line of it, the lineage of it at the bottom as it gets as it comes up. You know, look at the for people who are having a hard time seeing this. Look at the left side of the screen, guys.
The dark area.
The dark
Always
area.
start with the
Yes,
dark. That is Atu's moon,
the
and
dark
behind it
area,
in
and you
light
can
in
see
lighter blue is
right
Atu.
there, at the telephone pole at the
Poles.
bottom,
Right,
right there, you can see the line, the bottom curve of it. You know,
right.
but look at the difference in the
uh,
sky on the left, guys, and then look at the top right corner. That's our sky. You see how the light blue is there? You know, look at the difference. There's a dark blue on the left, big round blob there, and a little corner of the sky on the right with the light blue as you would expect to be our skies. So,
that's
just
crazy. I just now saw the lead object. You
Yeah,
see that,
because you
Sam?
know it's in there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know, but I just now saw it. It's
And the red
super,
asteroid
oh
and the
my
spiral
God.
asteroid is over to the middle left right now, in the
Oh
middle.
gosh. It's
And
like
once
right
you know,
above the building. They're
right,
right above
yeah,
the
right.
building. It's a
Lead
big
asteroid is in the
circle,
middle above
like a big
the
beach ball.
standpipe in the middle of that building. Right above it is lead
Right.
Yes.
asteroid.
Right below the our actual sky, like you could see it just catty corner of the.
Okay.
And the
Wow.
stripes and the lines and then the facial markings that we see time after time after time after time after time. And I know I say that an awful lot on all the shows where I go time after time after time, because we've
But,
watched it for a decade plus,
but
13.
it's happening. So yeah,
In
Man.
April, we're at 14
Wow.
years.
yeah, yeah. I was seeing this one a few nights, maybe 4 nights ago, and I was just stuck on it for about an hour. I was like, "Holy crap! I can't believe
And a huge
I
part of it, a
like
huge
I
part of it is
knew
repetition.
something was happening when I took this video, but I couldn't really exactly pinpoint it or see it as clearly as I do now. You know,
Yeah, and we all, we go through stages and you learn. I mean, there's
this
like
is
I
why
said,
it
there's
takes
stuff I still
practice,
see it.
guys. Like this is why it takes practice. It takes, this is not an easy one to see. This is a little more difficult. If you didn't know what you were looking at, this could fly right past you and you wouldn't really even
You can
notice.
see like the clouds are curved around something. They're like,
Yeah.
like wrapped around, like a hand is holding it and pulling,
Yes.
And yeah,
Yes.
in this out view, they are orbiting underneath Atu's moon and away from us at an angle from the left, going under to the center. And it's almost vertical in the beginning, and then as it gets closer, they move to more to the left at the angle. But they're orbiting under Atu's moon.
Yeah.
And we
yeah.
watched this and watched it and watched it and watched it for year after year after year. And that's the huge thing is the repetitive
Yeah.
behavior.
Yeah.
Now these people who are nature, well, I see clouds, but not if you watch 10 of these things from one year to the next year to the next year to the next year, and they all match. Are you going to believe us then? Because we've spent 13 years proving this, drawing pictures, worldwide members from around the world, upward a couple 100,000 of us. Not everybody sent in stuff, but I mean, we've had hundreds of thousands of sightings that we use to this day. And Jesus's records, he goes back years on his captures, and Rebecca goes years on her captures, and I go back many, many years on my captures in Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, et cetera, et cetera. And
Right.
we talk about Planet X Hunter doing a great job. He did a great job. And Andy Pohl, we used one of Andy's cube pictures tonight. And all these people out there, we've all turned in this information. And we can't all be wrong, especially since all this shit matches, period, over and over and over again. Here you're seeing smaller Atu's moon in front of Atu.
Yeah.
And there's kind of a blue, dark, boxy thing in the upper left there.
It is. But I thought it was, and I hate to point it out because we try not to talk about these things, but look at the sky scribbler. I don't see, this is the one that I was telling you, Sam, that I don't think that they're always trying to distract. I think they're actually trying to learn. This one
Yeah,
gives me
yeah.
the impression that they're trying
Yeah,
to.
I've gotten that impression as
They're
well. It's
trying
like
to
they're
go as
doing it to
close
see
to
what
it as they
happens.
They're
possibly
trying to
can.
what? They're
That they're
trying
trying
to
to
what?
learn. Maybe to
Learn?
learn and maybe take, you know, photos and take one because this looks to me like
They're
they're
gonna
trying to
spread
fly
this stuff out, and then
as
they're gonna
close
watch
as
what happens
possible
to
to it.
it.
They're trying to fly so close to it. That's they're going straight up. Look at it. They're going straight up, and of course they're leaving a
Um,
trail. Because there is distraction to some point, of course, but I think this one is a lot of learning involved, not just
the
distraction.
person
Yeah,
flying. Okay, who's trying to learn?
the sea
Whoever's
trash.
in that
They
plane,
they they
whoever's
dump
in
the
that
stuff.
plane, there's probably a team.
They
There's
dump the stuff
probably
in
the
the
Uh,
sky to see
pilots.
what it's going to do.
I envision maybe the pilots and a bunch of scientists on the windows trying to take pictures and photographic or maybe just machinery, maybe just automatic, whatever, but that's what I think, that's what
I
I get that kind of feeling that that's what they're doing. And
huh.
I see this pretty often where I'm like, this seems to me like a learning thing, like they're just trying to. Maybe this is
So then,
maybe this is what they call the Space Force. Maybe that's what the Space Force is doing. Kind of passing as close as they can on these passes. This is a very close pass.
it is very.
Yeah, that
Look at
that
that.
year that Atu's moon was first horrendously close. That just blew me away. I was up in the mountains and I saw it, and it was like I don't know how that big balloon is standing there, 'cause it was so close. It was unbelievable.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and this one I didn't. It was so obvious. I didn't. It's original. I did not. I didn't. Usually I darken it a little bit just to kind of make it stand out. But this is exactly what it is. And again, people see blue and they dismiss it. And your eyes don't see it quite as clear as this. All you really see is blue. But when you film it, you
When you
start to
learn,
see a lot of more details. You start to
it
see the
stands
curve.
out, and it stands out, and it stands out.
Yeah.
Once you learn the shapes.
Yes, and you see that there's a smaller moon in the front, and then a big old planet in the back, and
And
then
it's
a
dark.
bunch of other smaller stuff. And sometimes your eyes really can't make heads or tails of this stuff.
Oh yeah, I walk out times, and I mean it's not instant. I got to do the
Yeah,
parking lot 360, 4 or 5
yes,
times till I figure out who's who and what's what. And
yes,
it takes a little bit of time. You got to look at the base cloud. You got to look at placement. You got to look at size,
yes,
color.
yes.
Colors
Uh,
always last.
a good sign also is see how the sunlight stops at that curve. You can see the curve right there. You
Crescent
know,
illumination.
it's a side illumination, guys. It's brighter on the right side than it is on the left side. If it was just sky, it wouldn't be doing that. It'd be all one color, guys.
And you wouldn't see that big rounded area.
Exactly, exactly.
And we've watched this, and we've watched it. We watched you guys. We watched them come in when they were smaller, so we knew how big they were. Over time, and what they looked like, and the base clouds, and how they interacted and reacted to our cloud system when they got even closer. And in the earlier days, we saw the colors. Remember those old pictures I sent you of Nepacity when it was tiny, and those old pictures of Atu in 2014, 2015, when it was a perfect circle in the sky, except for that weird little blotch of clouds that was in front of it, which we found out was Atu's moon because we didn't know it
Yeah.
had one. And now we're looking at a version of the same thing, but way, way, way closer. And this was like 4 or 5 years later. So all over that whole period of time, we got to recognize and watch this behavior time after time. And that's why we know what we know and how we know it.
And
And
it,
we're not wrong.
it blows me away how even if you're not noticing the planet, do you not? This plane is going straight up. I mean, what do you think they're doing? How does it? This is not a normal flight of a plane.
No.
How does that not get somebody's attention? Like this is going on almost every day, and nobody's noticing.
Well,
Nothing.
not only that, if you were to actually take into account contrails versus sea trails, contrails fade after a
Yeah,
short
yeah,
distance.
yeah.
And when this plane has cast out its dispersant into the upper atmosphere, like you were saying earlier, I do believe that they because it's almost too flagrantly that they do it right as it starts, and they're always announcing like here it
Yeah.
is. So they could be, they would, if they were really trying to hide this, they would do it way earlier. But then I imagine that costs a great deal of money, and they did slow down on the whole procurement of the behavior.
They do. They have absolutely.
But I do believe that they dispense it in front to see what happens and how maybe there's objects that they don't see well, which should be surprising. Hey, they should pay us.
Yeah.
And
can
we'll
teach
tell
them
you what's up
something.
there.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to. I'm terribly sorry. I am not going to hand our government any level of credibility that they know what the hell they're doing. I'm sorry, because if they were smart, they would have talked to me a long time ago and been a little bit more polite. Anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, I
Herbie,
really wanted to share this video for a while now. I thought it
right?
was a really cool little video of how obvious really things are, yet how oblivious people just seem to be completely still. You know,
Hey,
it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts.
yeah,
I
me
was
too.
standing
How
taking
can you
video, and
miss
I'm like,
this?
how does nobody see that
I
literally?
see this.
It's
By the way,
almost like you're seeing a rocket launch, and
right?
nobody's
Yeah.
noticing it. Almost like you're seeing a
How can you
rocket
miss
launch, and
this
nobody's
shit?
noticing it.
You
It's
know, how can you
it
miss
just
the
drives me
lead
nuts.
asteroid in 2017 when the damn thing was illuminating by itself over and over again? Oh, by the way, I'm an absolute Herbie the Love Bug fan from the 70s.
Yeah.
I have watched those. I still watch those shows. I got it. When I was a kid, they had Herbie the Love Bug parked in a Salt Lake City, Utah movie theater. And God, this was probably like 1972 or three. I don't remember exactly what year it was. Could have been 71 for all I know. But I was a little kid at the time, or a younger kid. And we were in Salt Lake, and I saw Herbie the Love Bug parked in the theater there in Salt Lake City. It was one of I still remember that to this day. It was so cool, man. It's actually Herbie the Love Bug. Oh my God,
That's like he sent a bunch, or she, I'm not sure, but a bunch of emojis, heart,
Yeah,
face
yeah.
emojis.
Red
So
heart shaped face,
sometimes it
red
says,
heart shaped face, red
spells it
heart
out.
shaped face. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
nice.
I love Herbie.
I subscribe to your channel,
Herbie's
so
magical,
I'm
magical, magical.
following now. So cool. I'm happy you're here, but they see it too, and I can tell by their videos they're
Blessings to the
seeing
Herbie.
it. They have
Yeah,
62 videos, so
awesome.
everybody should go follow this person.
I'm gonna go check that channel out.
I
Yeah,
better write that
Herbie
down.
53.
Herbie
They
53.
have
Okay,
62
getting
videos.
pen in hand.
Sky, clouds, everything we like.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely follow,
Yeah,
subscribe.
what kills me, and also for Planet X Hunter and what
Cool.
he ended up
You're
going through,
welcome.
and the argument with the money boys and all of their bullshit. And those people didn't do us any service. What they've done is they pushed us out in the farther corner, and because they laid out so much crap that everybody was just bored with it to tears because it was all
Yes,
hype and
and
conjecture
it
and this
doesn't
and
help
that.
credibility, and that really irritates me.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden like, excuse me, we're not one comedian out of 47 at a comedian fest in Las Vegas. We are citizen scientists that started out day one knowing a premise of the Nibiru system before any of these other idiots even looked it up on the internet day one. Period. I knew about this for 44 years plus. So if anybody wants to, go ahead and, throw mud on my credibility, all you wish, excuse me, but that's probably what's pissing you off is I know shit you don't. And if you want to talk about it and you actually want to be a human being and actually talk about it, then that's a whole different story. But if you're an insult like a child, well, we don't have time for that. Anyway, earlier, for those of you who are late to the show, go back, see what we went through. It's drama. It's worth watching. What new drama can we create?
It's entertaining. I'll say that. Yeah, I guess, but
Uh,
a
it's one of
sidebar.
the. I was going to say it's one of those things where it truly, truly does not matter what they say. I mean, you can't. There's nothing anyone can say that would change. What I see. What I believe. It's just
And we
nothing.
absolutely see this every day. It's not like,
And
we
they'll be
saw
like,
it
"Oh,
2 years
she's
ago. So we
brainwashed.
kind of
She's indoctrinated." I mean, that's all they can assume is because they can't see it that I'm the one that's,
when
got
I
a
was
problem.
23, I saw an ET and it was this dot in the sky. No, we're not telling those stories. We are talking about how you're looking at three admins, and we've had numerous guests on the show, and we'll continue to have numerous citizen science guests from around the world, including Michelle Mountain. And I loved her little message, for the holidays. Thank you, Michelle. And we are credible people who are doing a serious down home science project because we have spent countless hours at this topic that
we're showing you shit.
No one out there can match.
We're showing you shit you ain't gonna see anywhere else, guys. Not even close. You
Well,
know,
yeah,
study these
like
videos. I mean, we're showing you right now on this live. Go back and study some of these videos, and you'll see it for yourself. You know, just study
and
them.
who else wants to stand on a soapbox and collect rotten cabbage and rotten tomatoes? Me. You won't find anybody out there doing it because we're not selling anything. We do require help in the future, and we also need donations. We need to upgrade. The more you upgrade us, the better off our story can be. So, I mean, where do you want to go with your citizen science? If you're a citizen scientist, donate, participate, add to the science, be part of it. If you can't send in money, send in pictures. To send in your reports. We want to hear your weather reports. We want to hear your opinions. We want to hear your constructive information. That all the information we can gather together is helpful. So do what you can. I mean, the question is are you going to be, on the couch, or are you going to be part of this? And we
Get
are
on board,
changing.
people. Get on board. This is the coolest thing, and one of the most important things to happen to the human, humankind. Get on
I, I,
board. This is
I'm going to brag. I
You
have a
can
government.
you could be part of history. You could sit on the sidelines and be doubtful, and let people tell you that it's not, that is bullshit. But we're showing you. We're showing you what's going on. We're showing
And
you what's happening, and you could go back and scrutinize it and investigate it
look it up.
yourself. There's nothing to hide. We're showing you what we see every day. Go back, and study that shit, and you'll see it. You know.
I-
Um,
I'm going to brag like I started, and I was waiting for you to semi-finish there, and I apologize if I did cut you off.
no,
I have a government rated high IQ. Okay. Are you going to pay attention to that? Are you going to be smart enough to listen, or are you going to discount me? And I do consider that regularly, and I'm a little bit irritated. Um, I have spent 13 years trying to give this information out for free. I've never charged any money for it for anyone per se. I haven't teased people. I haven't gotten ugly with them. I haven't lied to them. I have been accused of all kinds of horrible, horrible things. And if you don't listen, well, we tried. I mean, I'm not going to insult you, but I mean, you're foolish if you don't listen. And this is all of us getting together, citizen scientists who are willing to put our real names and our real faces on here. And you show me anybody out there doing that. Go ahead.
No, I
Yeah,
got nothing to add to
I
it.
agree. I
Just
mean,
this is a
just
very
kind of beyond all that. Anyway, like Jesus, or not Jesus, JD messaged me a couple of days ago about somebody that was in the group laughing at people, asking, what he should do, because he hates to just remove people without, talking to me about it. But uh, like he said, I mean, he said, really? He says, I believe we're beyond all that, like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, I totally, we're not even going to play around with people that want to, be, I can say childish, but it's just
Yeah, we're not fooling around here. This is a very,
mean,
very, very, very
spirited.
serious topic. And we're
It
not, we're
is.
not
So we're not there for that.
We're not Mr. BB3C3. We are not the UFO people. We are not the flat Earth people. We're not conspiracy theory. Although, other than the Nibiru Planet X thing being, or seventh planet, or the ninth planet, or the Red Destroyer, or we are talking about a basis of information that most all of human mankind knows about in general, and I've known about since the 70s. And I had the government step in and affect me in the late 70s, early 80s. And after my non disclosure agreement ended, I came out to talk. And I came out to share this with everyone because I feel to this day it's very, very important. I've always felt that everyone on earth had the opportunity and the right and should know about the truth. And the truth is there are many, many different races. And currently, and most of the topic of tonight's podcast has been currently, we have a shitload of aliens parked over the top of Earth right now, and nobody's talking about it. And it's been going on for a very long time, and I don't know why not every one of you who are listening to this podcast is not trying to further this information in whatever slot you can find and whatever ear you can get to listen, because we are being parked over by a massive, massive fleet, and it's not going anywhere. And I don't know why, because I brought this up. I've shared it. Rebecca's shared it. Jesus has shared it. Andy Pohl has shared it. Matthew. I mean, I could go on and on and on and start, just start reading down a list of pages of people that are trying to share this information with you. And yet we're fighting for 500 views. What? What? Why? How come?
I agree.
It's irritating.
It is. It is.
Well, I mean, then you have to look at it and think, well, odds are we are probably shadow banned, to a degree, making it harder for people to find
I,
work.
for
So
the longest time, I kind of thought maybe that was a paranoid thought, but you know,
because
yeah,
also because
look,
there are
I've noticed over the years that as long as you're consistent, there's an audience for just about anything. And I mean anything. I mean anything. And we've been doing this
that
for
is
years
true.
consistently. I mean, yeah, we just started the podcast, but we have been on Facebook, we have been on YouTube, and we don't seem to. We get a little bit of traction, and then it stops. You know, and it's been happening to me. I've seen it's been happening to you, Rebecca. You get so far, and then you stop to a halt, and then you'll get a little bit of traction, and then you'll stop to a halt, and that doesn't to me just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I do believe there is. For all we know, we have way more following. For all we know, this is getting out to way more people. But
People tell me that.
maybe maybe they're telling us we're getting 50 views when in reality we're getting thousands. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I do know is that something's got to give, and I'm I agree with Sam, and it's the reason why I followed Sam when I first heard him, because this is this is information that everybody should have, that everybody has a right to know. Um, that's why I got on board with this. I didn't get on board in this for anything else other than that. I realize now that it does come at a great expense. And not only time wise, but money wise. It does. So
Sanity.
I get it. Yes, some help would be nice, but without losing focus of what we're doing here, it's important that this information gets out, guys, because it affects us all. As I've said this before. It affects us all. We're all living on the same rock. You know, um,
Hell, mention to
regardless,
anyone.
regardless of culture, regardless of religion, regardless of whatever, we're all on the same rock, and this is going to affect is
If,
affecting all of us.
if people would just
Some
say,
more than
"Hey, there's
others.
an alien group of ships parked over the top of the Earth, and this crazy Dr. Nibiru guy, so and so, Samuel Hoffman, or whatever you want to blame it on, just tell people." Going, my God, the aliens are freaking here. They are. I mean, Christ, we watched them come in. We've been documenting them for years, and yet we somehow bypass it as casual. Hello? I mean, Christ, come on. We've been waiting all of our lives to find out if we're alone in the universe, and here it's flying over our heads, and every day. And I, for the life of me, I can't tell you why you don't see them, because by God, I've watched them. I watched them offload. I'm standing in front of my children's dentist office watching the Texas Cube. I mean, how do you miss this? Jesus Christ.
I often think, Sam, when I'm getting into these little moments of frustration, I always think about what you said that they told me. Why just a 30-year disclosure, 30 years non-disclosure agreement. And it kind of pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of annoys me. In 30 years it won't matter. The thought of that just really just bugs me, because it makes me feel like they won, and I I'm
Yeah.
for I'm for the people. I'm for us, not the people controlling all of this because we deserve to know this. And the fact that they knew that they could manipulate the entire world into hiding something in plain sight. It bugs me. I can't even begin to explain how much that bugs me. It
Well,
bugs
which century of that behavior would you like to talk about?
me.
This 100 years, or the 100 years before that, or the 100 years before that, or the 100 years before that, and they were all
It's
similar.
time. It's
Yeah,
time to for a change.
and this
It's
is me
time to look
completely
at the
bucking the
world.
system.
It's time to think bigger, people. It's time to think bigger. We have
Yeah,
to
we,
think
we
bigger.
can't we can't let this continue on, and it is basic science all the way to our religious belief system. It is basically down to our economy. It's down to our environment. Down to our children's future, our family, our city, our town, our state, our country, our earth. And here you've got a whole dedicated group of people that have spent well over a decade, 13 years, proving a science with strict science rules to gather this information. And I have been, you can ask anybody, I have been very strict about what we do and how we do it. And we're now out as much as we can afford, have ability to be and see, dare, because we're all sitting here putting our actual open face
I
and
was
our,
just
our
gonna say that. I hope that everybody understands that we're all putting ourselves out there. We are way out of our not just our comfort zone. Because we're shy, but the implications of this, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, look everything that you've gone through, Sam. With
yeah.
your family and everything that you've been through. Like, there's a part of me that it does kind of make me a little nervous and a little,
Yeah.
but not enough to not be here. And I hope
Little did
that
I know,
people
1978.
understand that we are going against our,
Yeah,
we're putting our asses on the line here, guys. To put this information
yeah.
out there.
Welcome to my soapbox, and this is why I talk about
And
rotten
I hope
cabbages
that
and rotten
people
tomatoes.
understand that. I hope that people understand
Yeah,
that this is the biggest story in the world, the biggest thing to
yeah, it
happen.
is the longest held
No,
secret, and then I could, tell you it goes well back, over 2,000 years, and it goes back even farther than that, and it go and and I try to occasionally avoid talking about factory planet Earth and our man's role on this planet. But we are at a transitional revolution that is even bigger than I regularly talk about. And when then I talk about the 2010 ascension, and that's all linked. And I'm throwing pieces of the puzzle to you guys, and I expect you to take the puzzle pieces to make the overall larger picture. And I'm not going to hand out the answers, because only when you
people don't learn that way. People don't learn that way. If you had
right when you
if
put
you
it
had
together.
the answers to me and Rebecca, and the few of us that really got a hold on a grasp of this material, we wouldn't have learned shit either.
It
Sam.
took time. It took we had to have conversations between
Years.
all of us numerous times. Rebecca was doing a phenomenal job, and every once in a while she would get confused by color, and then she'd mistag something, and then I
Yes.
would try to talk to her as
It's such
politely
a
as I could.
slow
I
process.
did that for a long time. I did that for a long time.
I mean,
And
because I was
I
thinking
You
today,
you got Rebecca out of that, and Rebecca kind of got me out of that.
well, I wasn't trying to
yeah,
be rude and be mean about it. I was congratulating you guys at the work that you were doing, because you were doing the work, and that a few others were. A lot of people coast and ride on other people's coattails, and then they don't really fully see this yet. I hope they are granted the site. Um, but it took a long, slow process for all of us, me included, to learn all of this stuff. I mean, I didn't automatically know the base clouds of these passing planets. I didn't know Nibiru's base cloud, even though we were staring at it right away. I didn't realize Saru's base cloud immediately. It took me about 3 years to figure out Saru. And only when, it's over time, running through the older photographs, but back in the days when I was doing the hand drawings and we were doing the hand movies on Show More, and I was still able to post before, unfortunately, James decided to vacate 3 years worth of videos off the YouTube, which is there's a few of them still around, and that's the Understanding the Sky series. There's a couple of them out there still. Some people have reposted them.
That
Um,
was instrumental in my learning, because
yeah, it took a long time.
back then, when you were accepted into Montana Skywatchers, that's the first thing they had you do was go watch that series, and it was so helpful. Now Rebecca has redone a lot of that stuff that was lost.
Basic information.
And during the
And
during the early series, I was able to take a cursor or a stick. I used a very expensive chopstick for a pointer for a while, uh, and somebody sent it to me nicely, very kind people, and
I
said,
was
"Here,
going to
you
tell
can use
David
this
good
instead of your
night.
finger."
Oh,
And
right. Your
uh,
pointer.
and when I was giving the pointers, and we were posting and cross-referencing the pictures versus the hand drawings, and then of course at that time I was doing cutouts for the planets from their color of paper, which would made it really easy. Uh, and that way I didn't even have to draw it; I could just move it, you know, and the changes, and I just move and or enlarge the size or drop the camera closer or farther away, and that's how I adjusted some things. But anyway, back in the early stages, I had the opportunity to use the cursor, which I think actually helped hand prep people into seeing the patterns,
yeah,
the the
yeah.
the, the roundness of Atu's moon or the roundness of Atu, and then once you have that cursor going back and forth, and then they can see the color variant of blue, etc., or brown or orange or yellow or red or one of the, back in the older days, the planets had more of their definite visible color. Now that they're so huge and so close to us, they're mostly all blue, unless they're on approach, and then you can see coloration variants. And that also took us years to learn because we were going, why is this planet now all of a sudden so deep blue? Well, because it's very close to us, and they did change, and this is what threw Rebecca off for the longest time because she was basing some of her early identification by color, and there is refractive color that can be very misleading. Correct?
Right, right, right. I
Absolutely.
remember, I do remember that time
It
you
drove
commented in the order you were like saying very specific, in this order, location first, based on your drawings,
honestly.
Right,
I
or
always
right side or left side of the sun.
yeah,
that
start with the
never
picture.
really registered with me. I was just going individually. If I saw a
Yeah,
planet passing and it looked purple to me, I assumed I had assumptions, and
yeah,
because it was sometimes in the different location, it confused me and it drove me nuts for a long time.
Right, and
right.
that's where the
And
sight
then you came
drawing,
back
monthly
through the
sight drawing
clouds.
comes in.
But
So you said you start,
you have to remember that they're very close to each other.
yes,
They're
amazingly
very
close.
close to each other, so they have a lot of influence on each other.
Right.
Given the light, given they have a lot of influence on each other when it comes to colors
So we
and
started out with location first, and then you went size, and location first was what's on the right hand side, what's on the
Well,
left hand side of the
location
sun.
followed by cloud
Size,
type,
yeah, and
size
then base
type,
cloud, and then
like what the clouds look like.
and then over
Lastly,
time you
by the colors.
and
That's
then
the
over time
last.
you associated the placement of the asteroids according to the planets. I remember when
Mhm.
you learned that. Oh, well, we know that if lead object is here, if this is the lead asteroid, well, you know that Atu and Atu's moon have got to be right there, and that's where you expanded your understanding, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, Yuri and Saru and Nibiru and Isatum and Nepacity, and they all fit into a full orbit model, and then you know where the asteroids are, etc. And then before you know it, you got it in your head.
Right, right.
There's all these
I mean,
individual
I
pieces.
say it often, but it's like putting a puzzle together piece by piece, and then after a while, it starts to fit together. It's like you could see the bigger picture. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah, and
been
I've
fun.
got the cloud type group drawing, that one I drew years ago, and some people earlier today were asking, well, once I understand the orbit model, and so then I come up with the the 2012 crop circle orbit model, and then I add that to my drawing, which is slightly varied but different, yet the same, because it's showing the same grouping in the same order of planet size placement versus the overall orbit model of the Nibiru group, including its second star. And everybody skips that one right away too, and they shake their head. And what do you mean second star? And yes, folks, that's why our planet is very warm right now, and it's 65 degrees in Colorado, is because it is not man-made climate change. It is solar system wide climate change. All the planets are heating up. All the planets are tipped from the arrival of the second larger star on the larger half of our binary solar system. And we and our solar system and our star and their solar system and their larger standard red star cross paths every 3,654 years. And all you have to do is go back to 1650 BC, approximate give or take, and look at the climate change that occurred there. Look at the end of the Egyptian dynasty. Look at the end and rebeginning of the Sumerians. Look at the Abrahamian original texts from the Bible where all of that came from all at the same time. It's all matching.
Right.
Yeah, and
Also,
again,
there were previous go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
There were previous societies, high tech society, high mathematical, high astronomical, astronomy, high astronomy capable cultures before the last cycle, and then the cycle before that, and the cycle before that, and the cycle before that. There were smart people on this planet numerous times, and our history doesn't even account for that.
We're not the first
Right.
race that's come this far technologically. And I was going to say,
No.
adding to the puzzle comment that you said, Rebecca, there's a lot more puzzle pieces. Once you learn the planets, then you're going to want to learn the history. I once I got the planets and that kind of down, I'm obsessed now with looking at our history because there's so many Easter eggs to
Yeah.
find.
A base
Right.
Hollywood Easter egg would
Yes,
example would be
there's so
watch
many
the movie
Easter eggs.
Gods of Egypt. There
Look
are
at her.
little hints in there.
Yes, yes.
There are
That on
tidbits
my
of truth
list.
in the movie.
Okay.
Gods
That was
of
a very that
Egypt.
was a good movie. That was an
Oh, it's an excellent
absolutely
movie.
great movie. I love that movie. But
I was
there's Easter eggs in our old building, ancient
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
ancient petroglyphs. There's
Oh well, the
there is,
Mason.
ancient ruins.
Yep.
Well, I was talking to you about it the other day, Sam. How you have the scablands. I find the scablands to be a fascinating piece of evidence of something major,
Yeah,
major,
when I
major.
was a little kid growing up in the Missoula Valley, I always knew there was a lake there. Ever
That
since my,
was
of course, I'm a geology nut job, and I grew up seeing those lines on the mountains above me. And if you ever go into, you can go into Southern University of Washington Geology School. They have a whole bunch of stuff online there. Look that up. There's these lines in our valley, hundreds of feet up the mountain, and we were a glacial lake. And there's many,
yeah.
many really deep lines. It
That is
shows you
what
it's
Graham
different levels.
Hancock was saying. That's probably why where all the water came from the scablands. That there was
Right. Well,
glacials.
yeah, there was a glacier that was in front of it, and then in our area and the middle mountain range in between, it kept
Yes,
all the water out. And then there was a geological occurrence due
yes.
to an early. Now, if you look at Flathead Lake, for instance, Flathead Lake is a huge volcanic core, and it's got a one little island in the middle, and that's Wild Horse Island, and that's the volcanic core. But they don't chalk that up. It's another form of Yellowstone. And then, yeah, it's the unknown early Yellowstone, and they don't take it into account. But
Wow.
anyway,
I
and
know.
then the Saint Ignatius Mountains and Mission Mountains and all of that are unbelievable upheaval geologic occurrences and everything. Then that has to do with tectonic plates and volcanic activity underneath. But anyway, the glacier kept the water filling into the Missoula Valley, and it was this great, vast, huge lake that probably covered up a good portion of western Montana. And then it emptied 15 different times in vast amounts of water. I mean,
Yeah.
billions
Yes.
emptying all of this rush. And of
And
course,
very, very fast, you
there's
know.
examples of that as well with melt off in on the
Mm,
glaciers in on the East Coast and Hudson River and
mm,
all that, where the melt off actually cut through stone mountains and
yes.
wiped out,
Yeah.
rocks.
The official story was that that took months. And what I was saying, what Hancock says in that thing, and I think he makes a good point, is that for it to have carved that valley the way it was carved, it had to have been something that happened in maybe 2 weeks. You know, it
Yeah,
had to be
or yeah, or
something
an
very
hour,
violent.
hours. If you are moving a whole host of rocks ahead of your tsunami, and you can watch some flash flooding, where this ungodly amount of rock debris that shouldn't float actually does float and is being shoved down the mountains at 300 miles an hour. That will eat through anything. It's like, going something through a crystal rock crusher or something, or a grinder where you take your gemstones and you pummel them down. And yeah, not only that, it happened so many times in that glacial period because people think of the ice age as a one current period. Everything was frozen and it stayed that way. That's not what happened. And
Really,
people got
that was
thinking,
not a one-time occurrence, is what you're
well,
saying.
it melted and warmed and cooled and changed and this and that, and it goes through cycles. There's warm cycles, cold cycles, etc. And not only that, the entire planet was not covered in ice. There were civilizations that were living during those ice ages
Yeah.
in carved unbelievable cities that we don't even see exist anymore because it was 25,000 years ago when the melt off happened and all of that. And there's so much history between now and even 2,000 years ago that people completely ignore. And then even to remind you, between that 25,000 years ago melt off and we go back to the death of the dinosaurs, do you know how much time 65 million years is? How many civilizations have lived here between then and now? I mean, yeah, maybe it took us, 50,000 years to go from lizards to mammals to whatever. But I mean, was there, and we know that mankind was changed because the missing link's still not answered. And otherwise they would have long ago told us that we were manipulated. Well, we're a manipulated race. And we don't have any clue as to how long ago that occurred. It could have been, and we know that we were hunter gatherers, quote unquote, up until 50,000 years ago. So that kicks that all the way back. Even, but then now they're saying 60, 70, 80,000 years ago, where all of a sudden we started farming in ways that they hadn't previously discovered. So that whole timeline is being screwed with. And then you take into account, saber-toothed tigers and animals that lived, and the fact that the camel was from America and it changed where the planet all the way on the other side to the Arabian desert and all of that. It shows you there's a whole bunch of shit that we don't know. And modern science is, oh yeah, give me a paycheck, and yet they're earning a Saturday afternoon cartoon show here by our standard history, which
Modern
is never got
science,
it correct.
modern science is stuck on academia, and that's a big problem.
Yeah.
Academia has really
There is
ruined.
no respect for the intellect anymore. It has to
Yeah,
do with that
no,
piece of
no.
paper on the wall.
And they only go by, as I was saying earlier, they're only going by their peers, if their peers agree with it, and their peers. So nothing new. There's really no breakthroughs going on in science right now because
This is arrogant, but I don't actually fear any one of those people with a piece of paper on the wall for even a moment's reason. I will argue my science versus them. They maybe have terminologies that I haven't persisted in many years from schools I wasn't allowed to attend, although I figured they should send me to school, but no, they wanted to screw me over and leave me to hang because I didn't kiss their ass. But anyway, um, I even asked to go to school and let them send me, and they wanted to send me over to Italy, Bologna, Italy, at the Parsying Academy, but I didn't go. I didn't want to learn Italian. I wanted to stick with my. I didn't want to, live on an Air Force base for the rest of my life either. So,
you know Who would?
Yeah.
Especially, under those conditions, you don't even know what you're working on.
Well,
That's
yeah, the first thing they handed me was, the keys to my K car, and we still chuckled about that one. And then the keys to my house that was, on an Air Force base, and this is where I was going to be. And it's like, I'm not given a choice here. You're not giving me a job that I want here. I'm going to become a prisoner, and that's part of why I didn't work for them after I initially attempted to get along with them.
there is a lot. All the answers. I'm not going to say all the answers, but there's a lot of clues if you just really look for them. But you have to get yourself a basis of a real understanding of how the world really works. And I think that's where everybody's going wrong, Sam, is that
Well, the Greeks knew we had two suns. Jesus.
nobody currently really has a clue. As far as science has gone, everybody seems to be stuck on the same old science, and until that happens, we're not going to understand our history or understand where we come from or where we're going. You
Well, an
know,
example, the Masonic Temple and all the secrets of the Masons. I imagine some of this information is masked in a legend or a lore to them. I imagine there is a whole bunch of this information. We were talking about the Priory of Sion earlier with one of our comments down the way up the page. I believe Sunday asked it. There are sects and groups of people that do know this knowledge, and of course, it's wrapped in its particular cellophane wrapper as they dispense it to their members.
I would imagine it's knowledge that is, as they say, forbidden knowledge that is passed on through certain bloodlines and certain families, right, Sam?
Right. If you knew this
I know what
secret,
I
how
would.
else? Look at Benini, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci. This is all reference points that I give to people because it's all interconnected knowledge. And it even goes into the de Medici family in Rome and all the way to the Spanish Inquisition. And it goes all the way back to Charlemagne and before. So this information is a well documented. And then, of course, then there's the Jewish sect of people. They also, at the time of Jesus, knew things. And none of that information is being handed out to average Joe Facebook. And a lot of that has to do with, for the reason that a lot of people are not ready for all of this information. They're
Yeah,
not ready for
but
catastrophic.
also, Sam, I mean, and I think about this all the time. Say all of a sudden, because this is something that really messes with me all the time. Like, to know that this is cyclic, and to know that we are, I don't want to use the word doomed planet, but I mean, kind of. I mean, every 3,000 years, we are kind of, we reset and we have to start all over again. I mean,
Well, the Earth goes
there's
on all
a
the
lot
time.
like I think if humanity would know that, I don't know if we'd be able to function the way we do.
Well, that too boils down to point of view, and we have to like somehow learn how to grow out of this and yet not rebel in a negative manner. We have to learn and grow from it. We have to also seek a level of being released from our level of bondage because we are a created race. We would not exist without the other half of our solar system
So it's a
or
double-edged
binary.
sword. Like, I get it. Like, we're here thanks to them, but I mean, at the same time, we
So
we
we have to take our
we
gift, but we
we
also
we,
have go ahead.
we deserve to be able to earn our
Exactly.
our
Earn
feet,
is
as they
the exact
say.
word.
But I do feel that, being the case that this is cyclic, it's kind of difficult to.
Let me ask you a question. Say, for instance, you are the great Jesus on the council of the celestial overlords or the bosses or our maker or our demigod creator. How are you going to let people in society?
So you kind of sounded like a robot there at the end. Could you repeat that again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Am I skipping?
Yeah,
Oh
you're
God, yeah, because you
absolutely
locked
wrong.
up. Okay, I'm all right. How if you were the great mayor of letting immigrants from Earth come to your planet, how would you do that?
Oh, jeez. My opinion
Who
is,
would you choose?
what would I use?
Who would you choose?
Well, you're
Rebecca, you're on mute.
you you're muted.
Thank you.
I
Can
would
you
say,
say that question one more time, Sam? I was writing it down, but
If you were the empowered governor or whatever administrator who allowed humans to ascend into the Federation or to planet, for example, to move up to planet Nibiru and be part of the future, how would
okay.
you? How would you? Who you would you let in? How would you admit people?
that's a loaded question. I mean, I have
Right.
some idea, but it's more complicated than just.
Okay, well let's go down to how does America? How does the United States of America allow immigrants?
um
They have to take a test.
yeah,
They are given a handbook, and they are educated in that basic handbook, and then they go through a test to see whether or not they have learned to be a good citizen. And you, as the grand governor of planet Nibiru, who are going to allow people to ascend, who are you going to hand that right to? But someone who has earned it.
absolutely.
And part of that has to do with the fact that if you're going to step out of your society into another society and you're going to bring your societal um, less than admirable qualities with you, don't you
Yeah,
believe, as you being the government, you would want to vet that possibility out?
yeah, absolutely.
And this is why when all people say to me, and I hear this all the time, oh, great ET alien who's landing next to me or whatever, please take me with you. And you have no idea
Mhm.
what
Yeah,
that cost is.
yeah.
Because I have actually, and you're freezing again. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
I
can.
Okay.
can.
The cost of meeting an extraterrestrial face to face is far bigger than we can sit here and discuss an entire show
Right.
because it messes with you.
Right. Because you always got that picture in your head, you know.
And then you've got regret for later. Was I good enough? Did I say the right thing? Did I say the wrong thing? Am I out of my mind? And 87 other things that are going to come along with that.
Right.
And then you've got to sit there and deal with the fact that this did happen. And now everything you know is inaccurate and you've been lied to. And then you're dealing with that.
Well, I'm already dealing. Like I already deal with that without meeting them. Just knowing what we know and what we see, that messes with me on a daily
Yeah,
basis.
it's
Like it does.
disappointing that our government does not see it fit to share this information with
Yeah,
us.
yeah. Like I think about how I can't help but think just how much control they really have us under, and everybody thinks everybody thinks nothing's going on, and that kind of messes with me to walk around knowing the implications of the things that we know and how this information has been kept from us.
And
That
or what
messes
could
with, that
happen.
messes with me on a daily basis. On a daily basis, it makes me angry. It makes me frustrated. I look at other people like you're oblivious to something so enormous that's going on around you, and it's infuriating. It's heartbreaking. It's a roller coaster of emotions, and I can't even imagine taking the next step to meeting you know a different race. Like that
Yeah,
would
Herbie
be
53 even says, if they told us the truth, there would be mass chaos.
yeah.
And I do believe that. And this, this boils me in the other direction, and I most of the time want to tell everybody everything, and then there's that other part of me that says if I say too much, then we will have or may have mass chaos, and maybe that's a good portion why we're shadow banned as bad as we are, and this is why I tiptoe around this topic or tiptoe around that topic, and maybe it's just supposed to be a small domestic few people who actually do find out the truth that hopefully will forward itself into a level of uh, common knowledge, because everybody, quote unquote, knows about Einstein, even though his science is 80 plus years old, and none of the new guys are famous, with the exception of uh, uh, the guy in the wheelchair, Hawkins, who now passed, and he was brilliant in his way, but he was theoretical as hell, but he got away with it because he was sitting in a wheelchair and they listened to him. And they listened to him because he was doing great things, and yet being handicapped, I don't disrespect that. I respect everything he's done. He wasn't absolutely perfect, right? But most of it was some intriguing information that I found very, very helpful. I don't see myself as more advanced or less advanced, because I don't really compare my science with any plaque on the wall. So, because I've met people other people haven't, and I know that, and that has changed me, and so therefore it's not even comparable. And hopefully our science does reach out to people, and it does change them for the better, so that their science becomes something that's stable and comfortable from them, and they don't get uncomfortable around others because they trust in who they have become and learned and earned. Um, Follow you, trust you. If it's comfortable and it fits, it's the truth. If it's complicated and doesn't fit, and you can't understand it, then it's not the truth. Except our story, unfortunately, is very complicated, but it all fits.
So Audrey is asking if the selection process is already in process. Is it
Yes, it has
current?
been in part of the plan for many generations. Dun dun dun.
That many generations, as in, are you saying like thousands of years,
You
thousands,
could
or
say that.
like
Yeah.
longer than you can just
No,
imagine?
not thousands and thousands of years, just thousands.
Okay, a few
Generations, many
thousand.
generations. Countable
Okay,
generations, not uncountable generations.
huh? So more recent than I would have guessed.
Yes,
Yeah.
and actually, it's probably written somewhere on a darn. Uh, you know how they write bloodlines of horses, etc. Were probably written up on many, many, many scientific journal all the way to every one of us that live on this planet. Who knows? Because I know
Huh.
that there's a hell of a lot of information out there about each and every one of us, and to
Wow.
this day, I still wonder how the Pleiadian looked me up. So, and of course, they're from the future, so they have immeasurable amounts of past information at their high tech disposal. So, who am I to question?
Yeah.
And what I was told has miraculously a huge portion of it has come true already. So it's not like I'm running on something that's yet to come. When here I am today, living it, and wow, help!
Right.
Calgon, take me away.
So Herbie is asking, are they looking for direct bloodlines?
They're not looking for, they created.
Yeah.
This is all planned.
So they,
There's a
they
plan.
don't have to look; they already know. Is that what you're saying? We're well
Yep, and they're
tracked.
and they're they're doing their genealogy science constantly by numerous abductions around the world from people that are being sampled nonstop for decades. And earlier question was all the way back before Ike or during Ike, all the way back from the 40s. So there's been a lot of testing going on to make sure that their shit is doing what they plan. Because this is a system. They don't look at it as in one cycle. They look at it as in multiple cycles because they have a great, huge business to keep going, which is their entire society. And they live far longer than we do, so they have greater level of control of what we do down here. than people can even imagine. And I don't want to hand out too horrendous amounts of information, but guys, you haven't even pondered in the ball game in which we're playing.
Yeah.
There is
You know,
so much
sometimes,
going on.
I've heard you say stuff like that so often, Sam, that sometimes I become numb to it.
I'm
Um,
sorry.
but but but, however, you've been over the going on 7 years that I've known you. But everything that you've said, if but I would say everything that you've said has come has been evident. Not only in you know the planet sightings, but weather patterns that you basically predicted. And sometimes that kind of scares me. You know,
Well, I'm glad it
you,
does. On
you,
one hand, I'm glad it scares you because you
you
pay
know,
attention, and on the
your
other hand,
accuracy. There's things that haven't registered in my mind yet.
well,
You
I thank you
fucking,
for your
like,
faith.
yeah, I believe you, but I believe you. I because I know you, right? I've known you for so long, and I know that you're not a liar. I sense. I've always sensed you to be a very honest person, very straightforward, forthcoming person. But there's things that I don't that haven't completely registered in my mind sometimes. Like
Well,
I
I think
just
that's the
talking
greatest
to a
Christmas present I
Pleiadian.
ever got.
It's like I believe that, but my mind hasn't really quite registered that yet. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, well, I'm
Um,
direly hoping that
like,
we don't run into some of the stuff that I see coming.
but because you've been so accurate, I can't help but be a little freaked out sometimes. Maybe that's why I don't talk to you or ask you questions as often in my PMs because
You'll
I'm
see what
trying to
I can
pace
do with your
myself.
car keys.
I'm trying to pace myself because I know. I know how these things work, and I know psychologically we're a certain way, and we have to. You can't take a bite bigger than you can chew. You have to kind
Right.
of,
Only when you're ready. Yep. Yep.
yeah, yeah. So
I
I
would
understand. Sometimes,
I'd like you to know I thank you greatly for your faith and your respect. And as I was saying while you were trying to talk, that's the greatest Christmas present I ever got. Right there, is you saying that you believe me and see that I am accurate, and that's important to me. And this is, of course, why I'm always telling people, look at my track record, look at all the things that I've been out here trying to do, and this it
anybody
goes into
who's spent enough time getting to know you, Sam, or followed your work, and I mean actually take the time. I don't mean just skim through it. I mean actually take the time. Um, could see that you're not full of shit. You're the real thing. And
Right.
again,
thank you.
that kind of scares me sometimes.
Thank you very much. Um, yeah, hell, it scares me too. Knowing stuff and going back all the way to the Pleiadians and the Greys and the Dracos, and those are the races that I've met face to face. Knowing stuff has changed me, and trusting that this wasn't a fantasy, trusting that this all happened, trusting the combination of the messages from each of these visits combined has led me to a place where I trust what I see. Plus, knowing all of those years that I did the car key game at parties and I read people's tarot cards and I knew stories about what was coming in my future, and having a modicum of faith that what the Pleiadian told me would occur and how people would be drawn to me for some mystical unknown reason that I'm not trying to brag about, but the people who knew that I would be honest with them would know that inside them. And that's how I'm trying to share that, is because I am an
You know
indigo.
how many times I've heard your interviews? I've gone through your interviews probably a good 5 times each.
Oh,
And
thank
some
you,
of them
sir.
probably more.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's definitely some kind of magnetism there. When I heard your voice when I heard you speak the first time, I'm just like I want to hear this guy
You
more.
tell.
Yeah,
Yeah, you could
I've had
tell
a
he
lot
was
of people
I want to hear.
contact
I
me.
want to hear more of him. I want to hear this guy.
yeah.
I want to hear more. You know, and
I've had a lot of people type me over the years, and I'm not. I'm when I say a lot, I'm saying well over a couple of thousand people tell me that they had this overwhelming urge to contact me, and they were freaked out about it, and they were kind of nervous, and they didn't think that they would, get noticed or being an important enough person to do this. Well, if you have this feeling within you, it is for a reason. I am long ago. Oh God, I left running my own personal life so long ago, and I'm no and this is, of course, this is going into that where you can conjecturally think I'm a madman, but I stopped doing me, and I've been doing this quest, this thing that has to do with the planets, it has to do with the science, it has, because I was told I would do it. And so a good portion of this does come from because I had supposedly already done it. It makes it easier if you can grasp that. It is a level of self trust that I can see these things and I can understand these things. And and that's where I did argue with Palladium, going, well, how am I supposed to have this, quote unquote, audible glamour where people will pay attention to me? And then there's the peanut gallery out there that I wish they would actually pay attention instead of, maybe this is their level of input. I don't know. Maybe I'm
no,
supposed to go through some of this crap to learn better and be
more than
smarter and
being
wiser and kinder.
angry at the peanut gallery, Sam. I kind of feel bad for him. You know,
Yeah, and I do learn patience from them.
yeah, yeah, but I do feel some kind of empathy towards that because I understand where it comes from. We live in a world that's so manipulated and so brainwashed that I get it. Like I get why some people just refuse to see this, regardless of the evidence. People just think, we have been so. And I was talking about this with you, Rebecca, recently. How incredibly asleep, most people are to the world around them. It's like work, family, meals and dinner and the weekend, and that's about as far as most people
And you're
see
lucky you
the
got
world.
this bill paid and I couldn't get to the post office in time and
Yeah,
all of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that's as far as their world goes. And I get it. Like I sympathize with that because I was like that at one point where life was
Yes.
just life.
And we're
But
living in a new world of Karens, you
Yeah,
know.
uh, that's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
There are more of that at that
I don't know where we
gathering
suddenly
time.
found it okay in society to tell people rude things publicly, whether it's if you're sitting at your home or on your phone and they can't get to you and attack you back, per se. Um, I pity where we've gone. Unfortunately, I think the good comments drastically outweigh the negatives. And
Yeah, yeah.
unfortunately, the negatives have a little bit more starch to them than we'd like. But I think I've actually gained a whole new level of patience that I don't think I even had 10 years ago.
I told myself, Sam, a few years ago, after I left New Mexico and started a new life, I told myself that I was not going to focus on the negative anymore, and I was just going to block that out of my life, and that's what I've been doing. I do want to get this information to everybody, but if you come at me the way some of the peanut gallery has been coming at us lately, I can't do it. There's only so much I'm willing to put up with. So I get it. As much as I get it, I just have a really low tolerance for it because this is psychologically, this is a lot to take on,
Yeah, I'm not going
mentally.
back to a second bad restaurant twice. Yeah, you're right.
Psychologically, this is a big thing to deal with, and any of us who have been here, who have been seeing this and have been
Oh,
learning this,
God,
we
yeah.
have been we are not the same. person that we were.
Oh, yeah, the first time you
Um,
really actually see a passing planet and you actually realize that oh my God, that's a planet. Holy shit, look
it
at that
changes.
thing.
It
It-
changes,
yeah,
and you will
you're
never be the same again. So
right.
Yeah.
at one point, it comes to like you have to keep yourself sane, right? You have
Oh,
to
and
keep yourself sane, and you have to keep it together.
that's a
I
daily train
I
ride.
personally I can't deal with the stress of arguing and dealing with trolls. I just can't. I immediately have to get rid of it because I just can't. I
Yeah.
don't have the mental capacity to deal with it and deal with this. And coming out publicly, I knew that was going to come at a cost. I knew it coming out.
I went through a series
You
of
know?
phases dealing with them, making pictures of me with poop hats and the don't forget the
I've seen it
chainsaw
over the years.
dildos and all of
I've seen
that.
it, and it's gotten a little less,
Thank
but
God.
it comes like in waves.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the new batch of teenagers that wish to attack the great
Yeah.
monster in the cave from the
But
village
I've
every
seen it over
season.
the years. I've seen it over the years, and I'm not gonna shy away from going public. I also told myself that eventually I wanted to do this because I feel like some of us have learned this so well that I feel it's a waste to just sit on the sideline, and I didn't want to do that no more. I
I
wanted.
got for a period of time where I actually wanted to question them why it was that they couldn't get beyond their twisted point of
I
view.
I won. I asked that question. That question haunts me every day, Sam. Every day. Um, but not enough to talk to him anymore because the thing is that I don't know. With some people, it's just you cannot bring them to the light no matter what. And I hate to say that I'm giving up on my own kind, on my own people, but I don't know. I just maybe in time they'll figure it out themselves. I don't know. Like I just know that this kind of stuff you have to seek it out on your own. Nobody really could convince you of it, and it kind of nobody could really just throw this in your face and just say, "Here, learn this." And I really do feel that at very least it's something that you have to seek, that you have to just kind of
Right, right.
find
Otherwise,
on your own at very
you
least.
you won't lay the facts in together and it won't make sense. And if you're not questing after it with a level of want, if it's drudgery, then you're not going to get it. If it's
Yeah,
something where your
I,
mind says I got to know
agree.
more
I
and I
agree.
can't let this go till I do.
I think some of us learned out of love because we just love doing it.
Yeah. Well,
You
Yeah.
yeah,
know.
when I saw that planet go overhead in my yard, it was just like, oh shit, they're here. And I mean, that was literally like somebody pulled the floor right out from underneath me. Boom, down the pit I go. Remembering all the way back to the 70s when, Planet X was going to come into the awareness of the American people by X amount of years from now, and it was standard knowledge. And I don't know where all of those people are now, but that's what I knew, and I thought everybody knew this. I really did.
Not at all. Hi, Andrea. Gonna tell Andrea's here.
Hi, Andrea.
So, and Vicky. I see Vicky
Hello, Ricky.
also. Hi, Vicky. Yeah, but no, this has not ever been standard knowledge at all.
I
At least.
was under the understanding that everybody knew this back in the 70s. I granted
Gosh,
maybe the books my father was handing me was at a different level because I tested out at college level, right, in my
right.
junior year in high school, and I'm higher IQ and
Yeah,
all
I
that
heard
other
you
crap, but
talking while I stepped away about college and not going to college and having a degree, but I mean, I feel like in a way you're kind of above
yeah, I
college.
tested out not needing college.
You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
what
yeah.
that would be
I think
too
college would
low
have
for
ruined
you.
you.
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah, and I'd still be paying student loans.
exactly, it's like that's not really your
Well, I
path.
even asked the
But
government to pay for my college if they wanted, but they wanted to send me off to their college in Italy,
Yeah,
and
you would have learned to be a good citizen and a good, robot. But I don't think you would have made a lot of the connections that you ended up
I
making.
don't I don't get along with people of authority. I either do the job better than them, and they either try to move me or remove me. And in most cases, in most of my jobs, I've always ended up being the boss. I've been the boss more than I have been the employee, because I understand the system of what I'm trying to accomplish, and in a different. I view things differently than a lot of people, and worse than others from some people, and I do step on toes with my standard, what I assume is normal understood behavior, where it's just like Sheldon Cooper can be kind of corrosive and insultive to people, even though he doesn't mean to be. To him, it's just self evident and obvious that these people know these things and they don't. And then so his patience level and mine is a little different. I don't lose my patience in that manner. I just talk, talk, talk.
Yeah.
And my shortcoming is I talk way too much.
I wouldn't say it's a shortcoming.
Yeah, I think.
I
Okay,
mean,
well,
honestly,
perhaps that's been drilled into me by my parents and my teachers.
I think it serves you well, and it serves your purpose well. You know.
Well,
yes.
thank you. I'm hopeful that I'm not
I feel
annoying. you know,
right. No, but I feel just having all these recordings, I mean,
oh my
it's just
God.
really awesome to
I
have
was thinking
you
about that recently
connecting
about
with.
all my old videos being out there, and it's like, holy crap, there's a lot of
Right.
them.
There really is. And these are, we're already over 20. I've lost count. I gotta go back and recount.
I've thought about that, and we're just
Yeah.
scratching. We don't
Oh
have
God,
nothing
I'm
here.
vulnerable. I'm
I
standing here in my underwear.
Yeah.
No,
know.
I
No.
feel so exposed.
No, 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 but it's just I'm so glad we're doing this in general.
Merry freaking
Really.
Christmas! I'm
Then
enjoying. It's a good Christmas. It's an interesting Christmas season. There's a real interesting spirit, even though everybody out there is a Grinch, or
Oh no.
Scrooge or whatever. Yeah,
Hi,
I'm
Christmas.
having a good time. I'm a Christmas spirits running. I've watched Frosty the Snowman. I've seen Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I've watched Scrooge already twice.
Oh
Uh,
boy. Yeah.
we got our house decorated and ready for the Christmas thing.
Okay.
So
Maybe I'm strange, but I haven't felt that Christmas feeling this year.
you got to make it. Got to go watch Frosty the Snowman.
Yeah.
Remember when you were a little girl? Remember when you were young when you watched, Rudolph the Red-Nosed
I
Reindeer?
mean,
Or
I've been rounding up gifts for my, family, but other than that, like
yeah, the
probably
original Grinch
for
Stole Christmas is
dinner.
always a good one. Or It's a Wonderful Life. That's always a good one to watch. Jimmy
yeah,
Stewart.
I
Yeah,
saw a Christmas episode last night of Bob's Burgers. That's about as close to Christmas
Don't forget Home Alone or
Christmas spirit
Elf
that I've
or
come to.
the Santa Claus movie series. I haven't watched that with what's his face, the
yeah.
guy that did Tool Time. Can't think of the actor's name.
Hmm.
I
I
just don't
always loved
know.
the Santa Claus series.
Steve Allen.
Still, he's got a new one out this year, I think.
Hmm.
Tim Allen, I believe. Yeah, Tim
Tim
Allen. Yeah,
Allen. Tim Allen. That's right. That's right.
it took me a minute to yank his
Agree.
name
Good
out of the
vibes.
pit. Yeah,
Right. I
I
agree with
like
the good
all.
vibes.
The Home Alone series is great. Ow,
Yeah,
there's traffic outside. My head hurts.
it is a good one.
So we could be seeing a whole bunch of. We're coming up on the full moon. Our moon is weird looking. Um, God, it's like strangely illuminated. Of course, everything's strangely illuminated, and I don't see why people don't notice that. And I'm interested to see what happens to this full moon as far as earthquakes and volcanoes. Considering that last night the volcano in
Right.
Iceland blew, and I was watching I watched that for hours last night. I get really just absolutely captivated. I was watching the uh, Sling a Fell, webcam in Grundvik, and get out your Norwegian or Scandinavian or Icelandic. I think they speak Icelandic up there. Boy, they got some funny names, but anyway, it's hard to read them sometimes. You got to put a twist in your brain and go, okay, I'm up from the north on the Iceland country. Oh yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
Right.
sure, you betcha. Uh,
How much like danger are the people there in
Oh, they're
Iceland?
going to be fine. They're
Uh-huh.
my the swelling may give them loss of homes, and there's upheaval, and the crack does go through all the way offshore. But the
Yeah.
fissure has actually started reducing in output. Now that could be a good thing or a bad thing because it could be blocking the volcanic core and then coming up for a bigger explosion later, or it could be toning down. And that could have been broken free from a planetary pass or not a planetary pass. But I watched the weather, and we had some close pass stuff going on at this time of year. And it's like, okay, the volcanic comes to the soil a lot easier. I also looked at the recent number of volcanoes currently going off around the planet and how many were in the United States, et cetera, et cetera. And there's quite a few of them all over the place going off. Uh, the Mexico City volcano is really active right now. Pele and all the other ones in Indonesia area are really active. We had that one in Tonga that blew from under the ocean, all within very recent memory. So these cycles, planetary passes, the close passing asteroids,
Right.
we're not out of December yet, and we'll see what next year has to do, and then that's probably going to be a whole new interesting occurrences that I can't wait to look forward to see and watch them start, their thing. And then again, we'll start the 180-day cycle come March. So, and then there's a whole bunch of rumors saying that something's going to happen in January, February, and that's running amongst the religious community currently. So, and I listened to
Mm.
them, and I like I was reading, this person is kindly typing me questions, and they're putting Jesus in this, which is okay. I don't mind discussing Jesus. I'm actually quite educated on Jesus. Anyway, um, I'm looking forward to the rumors, but I don't freak out about them, and I do kind of sort of try to keep them in a calendar in my head, and I write stuff down here and there in notebooks. I started taking minor notebooks, not like I used to years ago. I had dozens and dozens of notebooks that I used to keep, including newspaper articles. And like I've told everybody, I used to record the Weather Channel, yes, on VHS, and I had hundreds and hundreds of VHS tapes of the weather. Yes, a little crazy. My friends laughed at me, but I did learn meteorology doing it. And this is why I know what's coming, and how to predict the weather and everything. And you know, all the oleologies I can get my hands on. I study everything in architecture, you name it, old art, old history, old science, old literature. I've listened to numerous operas throughout my life. I was educated European. So anyway,
I was just
ah,
going to answer
I digress.
Christopher and tell him that that is correct. That the next, he's asked, talking about the next 180-day cycle.
Yeah, that's where pretty much in the change of our yearly orbit, where we start dealing with the close passing asteroids underneath the planets again. And that's when they get
So,
regularly close.
so that cycle starts in March,
And
basically
then
every year,
and it runs
March,
usually to September or October. And then now this
and
year, I
sometimes
kind of had a feeling
goes
that it was going to run
longer.
through December, and here we're seeing events that correlate.
Okay,
So
so
I'm accurate again. And normally I wouldn't say that, except it came out of my mouth because I kind of know it. And that's just,
right,
you know things. And that's the way the source works. If anybody really wants to define all the way down to some of what I can and cannot do, and there's a whole teaching behind that, and I can teach that to people. And it's really cool when you do sit down with a student and you actually teach them how to touch source. And I've had a few people break
sure.
into tears over it. It's rather it's cool to watch, and a little bit pitiful. I tease, for the manly guys that that did do it, and I imagine that some of them are probably embarrassed to this day. But when you touch source and you find source, it completely changes you, and all of a sudden you realize that there's a lot more to actual human existence and magic and everything connected in ways that I can't describe in a few minutes. But there's teachings that can teach you how to learn all of these things. And I took the time from early childhood in meditation and reading books on Buddhism and Taoism and Hinduism and et cetera, et cetera. And some of the translations of the Quran, and I have early Arab poetry. My father, gave me Khalil Gibran and all of this. And I read the Book of Five Rings and Japanese and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Art of War, all of this stuff. I've read the Iliad and the Odyssey, and then you go back to Homer, and I read about Pythagoras, and on and on and on. and including religious, Catholic, Catholicism, etc. So, um, I have basically found a basic truth in between all of this information that has led me to where I'm at and why I know what I know and why things work. And this is why we all started watching this together and knew that there was a level of uh, coherence to this because back to the rules and knowing and all of this stuff and just knowing what's right and what's wrong and knowing the difference between wanting to sit here all day long and gossip with people or go onto a UFO site or go on to QAnon or any of that other crazy shit. So we've known to stay away from that and stick with the empirical science. We've known that this is a higher science. And that's the whole roundabout in the barn again to let the cow out. But
Right.
I rambled off topic, but that's where
No,
we're
but
at.
it's all because, you know, we've all worked together, to establish undeniable proof
Right.
beyond
And
anything anybody
we've all
can
fallen into
deny.
place with each other as a whole group of friends, and we're all very cordial. We don't have any us of the
Yeah.
drama. There's an occasional uh, schizoid embolism. Other than that, we've all been very coherent, very good friends, and I think we've made lifetime friends, hopefully.
Yes,
Although some people do go on their own path, which is okay.
that happens
But
too.
But
what amazed me about this is,
I think that it comes through, Sam. I think how we get along and how we've grown to be kind of to be to be so close, to be a family, and the fact that we believe in this so deeply. I think is the reason why some people will sit here and watch this for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. I think when people speak the truth, people know that. People know the truth when they
Yeah.
hear it. And
yeah,
I
it's,
know
it's
that
funny.
people
I
know
play
that.
some of the older shows, and I literally know what I'm going to say next, even though it's exactly what should be said next. It's weird,
Yeah.
and and it's good that we're actually laying this down onto tape, which is publicly accessible. I hope. And how else do you? And I don't want to reach over. Well, yeah, trust me, we're a cult because I don't want to be a cult. We're a group of people that have mindfully found all of our own places that we each fit in a certain way, and we provide information as a group, and we're always sharing exactly what we do best, each of us. JD doesn't take a lot of his personal photos. He goes out and he grabs stuff. I wish he wouldn't, but because he's been a member for so long, I allow him to get away with breaking some of the rules. And some people in Montana Skywatcher 2 may have a question about that. Some of the older mini multi-year members do get a little leeway because they know what they're doing. Whereas some of the newer folks, I mean, God, I spent, all week clearing up spam again. So, um,
It's been pretty
It's
ridiculous.
battle.
I've seen some pretty obnoxious off-topic posts on Montana Skywatchers. I see you're still dealing with that.
well, and two, I'm sure Deb and Andy and I'm not sure how much Matthew comes to the site anymore. I haven't checked the logs, but they remove a bunch of stuff that I don't even see, and then I just like I had to today. I spent the first 2 hours cleaning up. And I went, oh boy, where'd all this come from? From who? I don't even know how you got here, and we know how that occurred. So, yeah, it's just another, it's a chuck hole in the road. I got to learn to drive around, and that's all. And we're gonna get beautiful mind that Pythagoras. Oh my God, no kidding. Um, that was a Facebook user comment. Um,
I'm sure right here.
uh, I have connections to you guys that have been really wonderful because you guys are helping me all the time, and then I want to help you, and then this is what we're all doing. And I don't think we've ever really had any major issues between the whole passel of us, including Jillian and all of her friends, and Andy and his friends, and Petty, and I don't know how much Petty shares with his friends. I haven't heard because he doesn't talk a lot to us because his translation to English is labored. So, but I mean, we have a lot of people that have just been really wonderful and work well together. And there's certain people that post this, and there's certain people that post this material, and somebody posts this material. And over time, it's been all cataloged and used, and we still use it.
Yep.
All the time. I was looking right now at some pictures that Herbie sent me. Two pictures. I don't know if Herbie is still
If we can
with
see
us
them,
watching, but I'm going to load them so we can see them. So just take me a couple of more minutes. But yeah, that email, it worked. So if you want to send a picture and we can, pull it up for people to see, let me pull that email. We got Skypics for Sam at Gmail.
yay!
So send your pics there and we can
Virtually working.
address them. So I don't know about all tonight, but that's the plan, at least for our shows.
I got a minute.
Uh-huh.
I'm just sitting here.
It's
I'm
not time
game.
for Star Wars yet.
No, no, no. Not yawning yet. No, no tired.
No, I know.
Still working on my first cough drop.
Are you serious? That's it. Oh,
Well,
Herbie.
these Ricolas, they last forever, man. They're square.
I'm still here.
Yes.
And so you pop them in your mouth for about 5 minutes, and then you take them out and put them down on the counter. I got a little plate here that I put them down on, and then pick it back up when I need it. But they last longer than the Halls.
What flavor are they? Like lemon?
These are Ricola naturally soothing, original natural herb cough drops from Ricola.
Right.
The guys in the
What
Swiss
they taste
Alps
like?
blowing on the horn.
Like,
And
are
they
they
work.
lemon or honey or
Yeah,
what
they're like honey, natural
Yeah.
soothing. Yeah, it just says 21 drops from Switzerland,
Uh-huh.
and they're brownish square
I've never
ones.
tried them. I'm sure I have
Well,
tried them.
they really do soothe your throat well, and then you're not eating mentholatum from hell.
Yeah.
I
See, I
kind of
always
like
get the blue
I
halls.
kind of like that in the Halls
Uh-huh.
cherry
Open
flavored
to it.
ones. You actually get the mentholatum that clears your nose, but I don't have nose issues. I just have throat issues right now.
I get it. Yeah.
Because over time, because of my thyroid surgery and everything, over time it my throat gets dry from talking.
Right. Right.
No,
My
And
lips
that's why
get
we do
dry.
8-hour-long shows, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
I know. I know.
Maybe
I
it's
have
an
issues
8-hour-long
too.
show making your mouth dry.
God, Sam, shut up. I want to go to bed, man.
Hey, I just want to mention something real quick before I forget. There's somebody that made a comment here at the beginning of the show, and I didn't notice that there was some of the comments because I'm streaming it to my channel as well, and there's some of the comments were actually on my channel. In fact, the ones that the peanut gallery ones were on my channel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was able to
Cool.
delete them. I was like, how do I have control over them? But no, the comment was from Seven Spalding, somebody I've been following for a long time. And he, even though I'm not sure how much we agree on what's happening. He has a Sky Nibiru channel.
Okay.
I don't know if Seven Spalding. I don't know if he's here still. He was here in the beginning.
I saw that here. Yeah. Okay. I saw.
Great guy. I love his
Yeah.
videos. I think he's in. Where is he? He's in St. Louis, I think, St. Louis, Missouri. But he has the greatest view, and sometimes he posts some amazing videos. Again, I'm not sure how much we agree on things, but I do know that if you want to see some pretty cool planning videos, head on over to his channel. I do know the guy's a very good guy, a very kind-hearted kind of person. So
Yeah, the
I wanna
Great
say
Lakes are flat.
thank you for being here, Seven. I don't know if you're still here. I'm sorry, I did not see your comment earlier. It's the first time I streamed it on my channel, so I don't really know what I'm doing. But if you see this, I want to say thank you for being here, and you're welcome to chime in anytime, and send us some pictures or just chime in anytime.
Yeah.
But and put him on. Plug him as you say, Sam. He has some really cool videos. Really,
And
really.
if people would like to come on and even do a brief cameo guest appearance and talk on the show,
Yes,
Yeah,
um,
he's
that would
been
be cool.
he's been doing videos for years. I've been following him for years. He has some
I mean,
really cool stuff.
we
Really cool.
invite people to come in and pop in for 5, 10 minutes or hours, if depending on how long you want to sit in front of the camera.
Yeah,
And if you're on topic and knowledgeable, we'd love to hear it. Um, we do occasionally get yanked by a few side conspiracies to talk about things out of our level of expertise, which is okay. I do get sidetracked
I
quite easily.
yeah,
Cincinnati, that's where he's at.
I foresee more and more people wanting to do that once they see how comfortable we all are together. You might as well hop on and visit with us, on screen, and we can, go over people's pictures while we do, So I see us, the guest level, going up and up. I really do. So people are
I'm
going to
still waiting for
have more.
Planet X Hunter.
Um, I think is a lot of hesitation because most people I think are shy to all of this. It's not, but we're all
Well,
comfortable
I, I
together.
I
So
think it's shy, and I think it's also the fact that you know people don't want
Well, you can
to.
also use a stock
People
photo.
don't want to end up with the list of trolls, because this
yeah,
topic, unfortunately, it's a little controversial to say the least. And
True, true.
Cincinnati, Ohio, that is correct. Seven Spalding in
I'm gonna
Cincinnati,
write
Ohio.
this down.
You have to check out his channel. He has some
I
really cool
will.
videos sometimes.
I
He
got
has
it.
he has the greatest view. Oh my god! Sometimes I've seen
Cool.
some really cool stuff on his channel. He's had to switch channels a few times.
Doesn't have a bunch of mountains in the way.
Yeah, no, he has. He goes usually to a park
Right.
where he always
Yeah,
films.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, they're flat,
He has a
flat, flat, flat.
nice overview. It's oh god, he has some really cool stuff. You really really would like some of his videos.
I've been watching. Have you found? And I've mentioned this before. Have you found the Heavy D Sparks Motors
I
people
haven't.
on you?
I
Write it
haven't.
down. I'm
I haven't.
telling you, you're gonna love these guys' show. Grab a piece of paper.
Hang on, let me just go on my phone here and
Yeah, look it
before I
up. You're
forget.
gonna love. You're gonna love these people.
What is it again?
Sparks Motors, Heavy D, and Diesel Dave, the Diesel brothers. That's pretty much all that you need. They're
Spirit
well-known YouTube.
Motors, Diesel Brothers.
Yeah, they had their own TV show and everything. Now they're running on strictly on YouTube.
Okay, so there's
And
two. There's Heavy D Sparks and
right,
Sparks
that's
Motors.
him.
All right, big beard guy.
Yep, yep. You just watch some of his videos. He's put out a whole bunch this week, as a matter of fact. And they build cars and they build all kinds of stuff and they fly helicopters and they go help people out of the ditch and off the side of the mountain. And
Yeah, looks like some
they're a
pretty
rowdy bunch of
stuff.
guys that do all kinds of mechanic work. And it's just I especially like Alan and there's this big to do about a guy named Hans, and everybody hated Hans or loves Hans, and I love Hans, and I hope that they hear us promoting their show.
So
And if they want to get a
I
hold of us up here in
subscribed.
Montana,
I subscribed. I'll check them out.
I know that if Alan's the wizard, as they say, and if Alan's into the planets, boy, do we have a story for him. But anyway, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And I'm
Okay.
in the phone book, by the way. Not that I want to get a whole bunch of people calling me, but unfortunately, a lot of that has gone down. So
Yeah, I'm surprised your number is listed.
yeah, well,
It's
yeah, well, shit, in Google
yeah,
in the world now, I mean, people have even looked up my house, and I was a little irritated by that, and I went, okay. And
like
there was
Google Maps or
that
something,
same
or
person published my home address, which is absolute doxing, which
oh boy,
may end up in upcoming lawsuit. I don't
I
know.
have not heard about that.
Oh well,
Somebody,
there was also people that called my damn auto mechanic to tell them not to work on my car.
yeah,
Like, okay,
right.
yes, I'm going to take you, the stranger calling from Indiana or the East Coast or wherever the hell that they called from.
You know the person that called them
Yeah, I do.
actually.
Yeah, I
But
know.
okay, wait, do you know that they asked for donations on their YouTube channel also?
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, yeah,
Gosh, imagine that.
yeah. I mean,
Oh, oh,
that
oh, and
isn't hypocritical. I don't know what
yeah,
is.
oh wow. Gosh, could you imagine them actually needing money for what their work? And some of the work is interesting of what some people do, and I just wish it was about a subject that was actually admirable instead of negative. I for the life of me still can't figure out why me. Go ahead. Oh, you made one mistake 8 years ago. Okay, next. And yet the same shit over and over again.
It's personal,
Yeah,
Sam.
I swear to God. Yes, I love
It's
you too.
personal. It
Yes, I
really
love you
is.
too. Oh my God.
So
Yeah, there's got to be some
it's
other
kind of
ulterior reason going on here that this defies common sense.
I sent something personal.
Yeah,
Indeed.
what were you downwind of me
Nobody
at
goes
Walmart?
completely
What?
out of their way like that, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah,
right.
nobody does that. Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
I just believe it's people who have become offended for whatever reason. They're just offended and they turn. From that point forward. That's what I've
Look,
seen happen.
though I agree with what Sam said earlier. We have not had any major mishaps in the 6 7 years we've known each other, but we've all had Sam pull our ear every now and again in the beginning, where he had to say you're incorrect or don't do this, He's
Yeah,
had to
yeah.
put us he's put us every one of us at timeout for a little bit,
Well, I've
maybe
had to,
and some of us don't get sensitive about it. I think some people do.
well,
Some
it's an
some
example is,
people are not
I
some
gave
people
information
can't.
to Mark and he just now gets it, and I'm not saying that's bad. He's within his time. Hopefully, I like that his course of study actually finally got him to something that was on topic rather than going off topic on crazy binges
Yeah.
of information searches. Um, but yeah, we all have to go through little stages, and it's sometimes they're not comfortable. Nobody
Well,
likes to be told what to do and what not to do.
part of learning, Sam, is being wrong every now and again.
Oh
And
yeah, because
that's
only
okay.
when you're wrong do you learn.
That's okay. I mean, when you did it to me, I think you did it in good taste, and I think you
Well,
did
I
it,
only correct people because
and I think you did
I
it
had enough
in a
information to.
respectful way.
Yeah.
It sucks being wrong, but I mean,
Well, I
But
try not.
get over it, and then move on. But the thing is that not everybody deals with that very well.
And perhaps maybe that's
I come from a father that you know he didn't hesitate to tell you you're messing up or cut your shit. I come from that kind of upbringing. So when you got
yeah.
on me, it was just another day. Like, okay, I messed up, moving on. But a
Yeah,
lot,
yeah.
especially nowadays,
Well, I only correct people when I know that it's not like I'm trying to be the know-it-all. It's I
yeah,
correct
it's
people when I know that it's this way.
yeah, no, and that's my point is that some people are kind of get sensitive with that kind of stuff. Some people do
Yeah.
not like to be
I
told
imagine
no.
that's very true, and I try
People
to be as
people
careful as I can.
and I see a lot of people sometimes when they are referring to you in a derogatory way, they say that their biggest complaint that I've seen is that you don't like when when people can't come in and speak their own opinion. And I'm like, well, that's why groups are made. Like we're not arguing what's going on in this group. Like there's a basis of understanding already, and this is what we learn here. Like you're not gonna go inside a social studies class and try to talk about science. Like it doesn't work that way. It's
Right, right,
there's a basis of there's a
right.
topic that we discuss, and that's what we do.
And that's why there was
And if you want
literally
to talk about something else, well, there's other groups for that. Like
last week I probably threw 20 some odd people out that were posting semi correct topic, but were singularly dealing off the internet. and that was not connected to them in any way, and then the information that they're sharing is inaccurate. And the moment that they're doing that, they're trying to come in and rewrite how we do things. And so zoom, boom, boom, goodbye. I'm not even going, you post your pictures. This is what we do. This is how we do it. This is why we do it. And then I warn a few other people on the side. But if you, if you walk in there, I went through a whole bunch of videos of a fish eating another fish today. And it was like all the way down the page. And it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I
So
think I
none of
ran,
that, none of that, none of that.
I think
Goodbye.
I ran
Oh,
into one of
great.
those. I ran into one of those. I was like, yeah, no,
Yeah, I don't know
this
what's
has
the
nothing to
this.
do with this. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Goodbye. Thank you. Have a
I
nice
think it's
day.
automated. I definitely think it's some sort of automated something accounts, spilling those
Well, and
videos out.
our practice
There's no
is
way
to
real
have
people are
sightings and
doing that.
submissions to Sky, and there are certain rules like don't film through glass, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, out of your car, through your car windows, et cetera, from the fourth floor through a building. Now, if you do and you can tell us and we see it, then we can automatically know that it's glass doubling. Great, we'll love the picture, but we can't use it for science. We try to save local site, sister site pictures only. I will occasionally outcrop from news feed if they're really phenomenal, absolutely completely discernible pictures that I couldn't get anywhere else. Then I'll save one or two of those. But generically, they're from all reported sightings locally in our sister sites. And that's how all the information has been farmed into vegetables over the years that are producing the produce of our work. And this is real, true science. We're not guessing. I mean, Christ, we've been watching this shit for a decade. Where the hell's everybody been? Here's our credibility. Here's our credibility. Here's our credibility. But now we're being either shadow banned or undersold. I don't know which. And this is why we're starting
Right.
doing what we're doing. And hopefully everybody, we, hopefully we can get
Well,
that
if
million
people
views.
continue sharing, which, you know, it's down at the moment, but I haven't had like a hit on TikTok lately. So, it peaks and valleys is normal.
I'm
But
interested to see where it goes. I mean, it could go
yeah,
like this, or it could go all of a sudden, boom, out we go.
right.
And I don't know where our show will change. We'll probably, if we get better at this, we might have different topics. We might have better runs at our files that we hand you every day of current, local, regular. And I think we're doing a good job with the current, what's going on, and what we found this week and what was last week, and hopefully everybody is getting an idea for it. And we can occasionally bravely post the site drawing every once in a while for people, and hope we don't get flagged for that.
For nudity.
So, okay, I got these pictures for Herbie. I just realized I probably, let's see. Well, I got
Bring
the
them on,
pictures
bring them
for
on.
Herbie, but then I probably do need to hop off here in a little bit. I have to get up earlier than usual in the morning. So, but
An agenda.
I'm, yeah, I got to take somebody to an appointment. But here's Herbie. Herbie
Oh,
has
Herbie,
a cover
go.
picture. So here's the first one. It's really pretty because there's a rainbow. If you notice right above the tree, it's making that halo effect around our sun like it does kind of at midday.
And
But
the
it's the sun.
spiral asteroid.
It's the sun is like, where is it? It's really
The
hidden
sun is
well.
behind this cloud,
And it's
and
dark
there is
blue.
probably Atu's moon in the upper left corner. And this is, of course, this streak across the sky is the spiral asteroid when
It's
one of its
that.
close Earth passes.
Okay. Neat. That's a neat picture. It really is. But look at that
You can see the
color of
spiral in the
blue.
cloud. Plain as day, and we've documented that for many years now.
So that streak going across the sky, that obvious that's from the spiral.
Yep.
Yep.
You can
Okay.
tell by the spiral, and the red
Right.
asteroid leaves a different pattern, and the lead asteroid leaves a different pattern, and only the spiral asteroid does this.
Okay.
Looks like that, sliver of Italian
pretty.
noodle.
Yeah, that's a good one. Definitely save that. And then this was the second picture they sent.
Looks a little square to me.
Okay.
That could be a very
Maybe
close
a
Texas
cube.
cube with the light cutting into where the purple is. That's like a cutoff halo, and the rest of the sun is off the picture, of course. And this is the cut into the facial, and the side orb is dead center, and that circular purple thing looks like the corner of the Texas cube.
Man,
That was an interesting picture.
it is, isn't it?
And then
They're
if you
like
got any,
me. I mean, I
and if you
like
look in the upper
to
right there and
zoom
see
in like that
pareidolia,
too.
you can see literally two faces, but I don't want to point that out.
Oh
But
no,
I
I
did.
can't believe you said that.
But I did. That's why I said
Oh my
pareidolia,
god,
because we have to
I
discount that.
know.
It's
I used to
probably
make. I was gonna say I used to make videos, of faces. I had like
right.
four
Right.
different ones,
Oh,
and
a couple of them. You probably got some really cool shit that we could talk about off camera. But
yeah,
oh yeah,
yeah.
well there's. Remember when I talk about magic and spiritualism and all that sort of stuff? There's a whole lot of that going on too. There's a whole lot of stuff going on right now.
Okay, like
And that boils down to spirits and what man and mankind is, and spirits, and all of that, beings, and you name it.
Herbie says that second one, this one here was filtered, to
There's a
bring
whole
out
lot
the
more going on.
colors and the details. I definitely, it was filtering that helped me learn to see the planets
Yeah,
really
same here.
yeah,
Same.
then you could
Right?
see
And
the
then we had a lot of
colors
people early on.
changing and you
We had a
could
lot of
see
people that
them easier.
oversaturated their pictures too for a long time, and you can't really do that. There's a couple of new members that are doing
A
that.
fine line,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
not
ask you
overdo
not to
it.
do that or to tone it down, or I'm gonna stop. Or I'll end up, holding their posts and pre-approving them.
I was looking at some of my older stuff, and I was like, yeah, I think you were kind of overdoing it a little bit, and that's saying something because I've seen some people. I see some people that are just
Yeah.
really getting liberal with the
Yeah,
editing.
if you're gonna adjust your pictures, just do it just a little bit.
Yeah,
And otherwise you're working hard on something and then you post it and then we can't use it.
Okay, so next person that emailed pictures was Into King, and here they are, Into King, right here. And I don't know if they're still watching, but they sent me two pictures. So here's the first one. What do you see? I see a cube, I believe. I see a straight line and a sharp corner.
dark
Well,
side.
it looks like current pictures that we are seeing. And I would have to say you're looking at the stripes of Atu, with Atu's moon in the upper right corner, and the bottom of the sun shining underneath, and then you're seeing the red asteroid being illuminated right by the sea trail.
I see.
Okay, wow.
What that shape right there, right of the sun, just above top right of the sun, about 3 o'clock. Looks a little. I see like a
Little
dark
cubey,
little. Yeah,
little
I see some.
cubey.
Yeah,
Well,
saw
what hides
that
behind
also.
currently
yeah.
behind lead asteroid and slightly behind the red
Mhm.
asteroid and up underneath Atu's moon is the Texas cube.
Yeah.
I'm going to zoom in and we're going to look at it closer, okay? 'Cause
Okay.
I think we
I'm
need to
going to
do
get
that
another Coke because I've run
because
aground
we
again.
are scientists. That's what we're doing. We're evaluating, right? Isn't that what scientists do? Hold up. Okay, hang on. I gotta close this out and reopen it. I feel like we're like sky detectives or something. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It's like we're out studying this clouds. And today I was at a quick trip, convenience store out back recording the sky, and part of it I started talking about the cubes. And I was like, there's a cube here, there's a cube there, and there are aliens, and I'm like, there's like cars all around me. There's a guy getting out of his truck right beside me, and anyway, whatever. Who knows what people think, right?
No, if I'm waiting, okay, if I'm waiting at a doctor's appointment or I'm waiting for
Yeah.
my, I went to maintenance my car the other day and I have the choice to either get a ride home or wait there. I usually just wait there and I just get on my phone and I'll make a video or I'll go through some old pictures and find some material for a video or something. I'm always on. Like when with this, I'm like, as you were saying, I get up and this is all I'm thinking about. I'm always on with this
I
stuff.
know. I know. That's so cool.
If I'm not taking something, if nothing's happening in the sky, I'm just going through my older stuff and seeing what I can use.
Well, it's not like you can even watch television without seeing it.
Yeah, yeah,
It
exactly.
just it's talking to me every time I look, every time
Yeah,
I watch the Sparks motor, which is why I brought up Sparks motors.
mhm.
Every time I'm watching some YouTube thing or Escape to Rural France, which is another video where this guy's rebuilding this chalet that I watch regularly, and the Beard Meets Food and all of those people that I watch. And every time I'm seeing a sky scene where they're taking a drone footage or whatever, ta-da! Right there is such and such a planet, and over there is such and such a planet, and oh, there's the asteroid group, and oh my God, look at the sun cut off, and gee, I can't believe people don't notice the shadowing, and it's a never-ending, nonstop barrage of what we've learned that we can't unsee.
Is that the same picture or
That's
just?
that's a different one. They sent me two. So
But it's
this
the same. But it's the same
that's the
thing, right?
first, right? Just different.
So so there you are seeing kind of an orb thing in front of the QB thing.
I
So that's got to be. Is that the lead asteroid or is that the side orb?
Currently, the red asteroid is Cameo Center. The lead asteroid has moved farther to the right and is separate of the other red and the spiral. Spiral asteroid is closer to us and slightly behind the red. And then, of course, you've got the Salamander asteroid group, which in this shot, because we are staring at the site of Uri, and perhaps even Attu and Attu's moon. If I look up higher, yes, that's what the stripes are all about. And in this shot is Attu's moon and Uri. And let's see what else is here.
yeah, I just wanted to tell
Yeah,
Herbie
that
and
sea flare is off the face of or the back of Little Sister in front of Red Asteroid. Right where that C is, that little white
Yeah,
illuminated.
yeah. That's what
That
I'm.
is
what I was
that's
looking
Little Sister asteroid being illuminated
Yeah.
from
Right.
underneath.
at.
And
Okay.
the reason it's a C flare is because it's very small, and the light goes mostly halfway around it.
Gotcha.
And then,
go back a second. I just wanted to
and
see it
in
further
this
back
case,
again.
it could be the lead asteroid behind and above Red Asteroid, because currently we've had pictures of that like that this week, because there are placement changes in our out view from time to time as they orbit around, because they don't orbit past us, they orbit around underneath the rotating planets, so that view changes over weeks sometimes, or days,
Do you see these? You see
or
these
hours, depending.
pictures showing the exact same thing? We're one of the troll people that was trolling us. Well, mostly trolling Rebecca, but all of us.
I
Let's say all
know.
of us.
I'm really getting
But
attention.
he kept saying that it was camera things. But if you really learn to use a camera, and I'll tell you from personal experience because I got part of why I got good at doing it is because I also got an interest in cameras. I just really this kind of went all together. I love tinkering with cameras and different lenses and seeing what I can get with which camera and which one I can make it work. I'll tell you that after a while, you'll know if it's a camera effect or if it's something, and most of most, if not all, I'm pretty sure most of what he was pointing out, um, was stuff that if you use a camera often, if you're out there taking pictures, you'll realize that
I
it
saw a
repeats
post today of
repeats
the
itself.
guy doing the Alaska Skycam lens flares again,
Yeah, and
and
it's really obvious when it's a real planet.
oh, when
I
you got
was,
the dust
I'm
dots
in,
all over it.
yeah, okay, I'm in a group where there's a certain lady, and I mean, she shares, I don't know, like 10 posts a day, probably, of just that, the FAA cams.
And it's always
And
the same thing.
if you try to tell them, that's not either, they won't approve your comment,
Well,
or
they don't
whatever.
realize that we have actual pictures of the actual planets, and none of them are that small.
And a lot of the times too, the real planets behind it taking up the
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
picture. You
yeah.
know?
And then you try to point that out to you, and then they never even comment back.
Yeah,
Oh, I know
yeah,
what I got. I know, and it's you can
it's
see all the little
yeah,
dust
yeah.
dots, all the little pock marks, and the dust dot of the dust refraction of the lens flare.
Which people
And
keep
it's like,
There's a
saying,
lot of
oh,
YouTube channels that specialize in that.
which
that's one of those
people,
where you want to reach out and slap them.
and then they keep saying that they're craters. If you're seeing something that small, you would not be seeing its craters. It's a little,
Right.
it's wait. If it's that size, you're seeing it very distant. You're not going to see.
And we also know what year that size existed, which too was the size of Vatu's moon and everything else, and that was years ago. And none of the things that what you're trying to say that they are that small currently. And if it was, we'd know exactly what the facial uh, uh, depiction would be according to literally the lead asteroid. We know the face of the lead asteroid. We know what the red asteroid looks like. We know what little sister looks like. We know what the spiral asteroid looks like. We know what the skull asteroid looks like. We know what the tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid group looks like. And because we've been documenting all of this shit since 2015, hello, I mean, and yet it's never. Yep, it's on the way. It's rounding the sun. Oh
Yeah,
God, go
or it's
away.
behind the sun,
Yeah.
Somewhere
or
Oh,
behind
yeah.
the
Somebody put up an orbit model the other day, and on the one single pass orbit model, and the planet count wasn't even right, and it had nothing to do with. I was like, oh my God.
yeah.
Oh, I got all the information. I know. And then they post this shit, and you just want to scream.
and I want to say to Herbie, if you're seeing a void in the, because you could at times see the even the dark circles in the night sky. Um, you're seeing something. I mean,
If
like
you're
if you,
seeing a void in the sky, you're seeing a dark body, a passing
yeah,
planet,
yeah. Because I've
or
seen
an asteroid.
even in pitch black sky where you can literally see an enormous dark circle.
People have to realize these planets, when they're over the top of us, they are sky fillers, and everybody's looking for this tiny little thing. And we walked away from that in 2012. So I mean, by 2009, if you held a camera up in the night sky, you could see it on your camera, but you couldn't see it by eye. And in 2010, all of a sudden, it started appearing in Antarctica webcams and stuff. And then by 2011 and 12, all sorts of events started happening that we've all documented all the way back, and including the second star and everything, the planets tipping and magnetospheres and temperature rise and all of the normal planets, et cetera, et cetera. So this is all documented, and a lot of people have a real hard time believing that an entire decade has gone by and these things have crept from small to just absolutely freaking massive. And so if you're seeing no stars, you're seeing a planet over the top of you at night,
Yeah.
because they are now going beyond Earth. Whereas before we didn't see them. And once they go past us, we'll actually see facial illuminations of them, supposedly at night, like a second illuminated moon. And we are seeing evidence of that. And we talked about that in our last show. If you didn't see the examples of that, or the show before that, then go back and look, because there are nighttime sightings. Example, look how dark it is in this picture right in front of us. And if you look up, there's this big white thing with sort of almost rainbow illumination. Gee, where does that rainbow illumination come from? Well, you're looking probably at the bottom of Atu's moon, right here. That whole white area is probably nighttime Atu's moon. They're
Yeah,
huge.
that's
It's
right. The whole white
mind-bogglingly
area.
huge.
That's yeah, it really is. 'Cause you understand, you're just seeing a small portion of some big object passing right by.
Yeah, and they don't even
Yeah,
have to be that big.
it's
Nepenthe
crazy.
isn't that big, but when it's directly over the top of us, it's
It looks
massive.
huge. Yes.
And Atu's moon may not be that big, but when it's right over the top of us, it's massive. And now, when Uri's over the top of us, most of the time we see the Uri whiteout because there's so much atmosphere underneath Uri that we're either looking at asteroids or really extreme freak weather. So there are different variations to what the planets can do in close pass. But the smaller planets affect us. The rain bomb Nepenthe, Atu's moon does stuff. The close passes of the asteroids create these hurricanes / lightning storms from hell, straight line winds, blah, blah, blah. And when they pass, they affect our weather too. So, and then they
Yeah.
affect our geologic. We saw that one of the early passes of the close pass of Atu's moon over Alaska caused all those Aleutian Island earthquakes and underwater tsunamis and volcanoes and all sorts of shit. And we have direct pictures going back, and you look at them, and there sits Atu's moon directly over the top of them. So we know that the planets are affecting, and because everybody keeps going, well, wouldn't them be affecting us? And it's like, yeah, and you haven't noticed that they have been for over a decade. Excuse me. I mean, it's happening. Look, you're right here at nighttime.
Mm, that's
Atu's moon.
wow.
Without a
That's
doubt.
good. That's a good one. Whose is that? Who is?
I believe this is one Petty had
Yep, it's
shared.
Petty's. All you got to do is look up
Uh-huh.
and see that, the
That one
Right.
you put on the other day. I think it was Saturday. One of Patty's. It was similar to this one. It was a night
yeah,
shot.
he
Oh,
always gets
God,
fantastic.
Yes.
that was
Yeah.
a cool
He
picture.
The man
Jesus,
is an artist.
that
right.
was
I
such
actually
a cool
I
picture.
look forward
He's
to
got
seeing his stuff every day, and he's one
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
few people that I kind of count on.
yeah.
yeah.
One of my probably my favorite one. My favorite sky.
Well,
Sky
he's
post.
also connected with really awesome uh, webcam channels. I don't know where he accesses these webcams,
I have
but
no
Well,
idea
they're
either.
really
I'm
good
horrible
for
with that stuff.
well, I think in
really
Europe, I
Hungary.
think they have a better thing going in Eastern Europe than we do here. I have noticed that the knock on wood for saying this. I noticed that the British have a higher level of censoring than we Americans do. And so I think we've
Yeah.
lost a considerable amount of our earlier connections, that science that we did regularly use. I remember many, many years of actually watching the shadow illumination that rocked over the planet. And you guys have probably forgotten about this. We haven't talked about it for so long. Where I would put up these space cam weather satellites footage, and you could see the passing planets actually blacken out the whole face of the Earth
Mm.
knock it into shadow, and then briefly pass real quickly, going against the opposite direction of what the normal sunrise to sunset lighting factor was. And we used to use that all the time, and then all of a sudden they took that away from us.
There was
And
some
yeah,
cool ones. Gosh, there was some
you know,
cool stuff coming out. When,
you could see if
in the early years when I started, Jesus, there was some cool stuff.
we saw
I
footage
think that's where I
shadows
got.
going over asteroid passes where the shadow goes across the Earth. And it's like, yeah, look, yeah, well, yeah, it's
I
gone.
think that's when I started getting. I think I got addicted to a certain person's time lapses, and then when he disappeared, I had to get my fix somewhere, so I just started
Yeah, we
making
lost a
them.
lot of links. He
Yeah.
did some good work, but he spent a lot of time bitching about it. Uh,
So when he disappeared, I was like, man, because I was always looking forward to his post because there was a lot of cool stuff.
I
And
can't believe he got petty
those
over.
Mexican webcams, there was a lot of great stuff coming out.
I cannot believe what he went away over was 2 pictures.
Yeah,
Two
that was a
pictures that he
shame. It was a
couldn't
shame.
tolerate it.
It was a shame because he was a good sky watcher. He was. He
Yeah,
has.
he was one of the rudest ones we've ever had.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
But
and
he was
ever
good.
will have. And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think we even.
God
I don't
forbid, knock
think
on
we
wood.
have trolls that rude.
Yeah.
I
Right,
think he's
right.
ruder than even some of the trolls that we've had. He was a mean guy. He was a really
Yeah,
mean guy.
you may.
Um,
Uh,
but yeah, when
Hmm.
he stopped making them, I just started making them myself because nobody else was really making them. So that's how
I
I got.
have a few copies of his former
Yeah.
work, which is now outdated, and I don't ever use his material anymore on purpose
I'll go
because
watch his. I still watch some of his. I have a list of. I have a playlist of some of my favorite videos from him, and I still go watch them sometimes. He hasn't posted in about 4 years, so but
yeah.
I
Well,
still go
he may
watch
no
some of
longer be
his
with us.
videos sometimes.
He may
He even
may
has
not be
some. He
with us.
even had some cool music. He did music as well
Yeah,
too.
I
So
liked his techno. I did like
yeah,
his techno.
he had some pretty cool beats, you know. So
Yeah. Yeah. This is true.
You're talking
it's
And there
about
was a lot of
Jamie,
work.
right?
We lost a lot of work
yeah,
when he got a
yeah.
huffy over
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
do still capture photographs. Oh, and that was of the big three
You're right. Oh my gosh.
over two pictures
That's,
of asteroids.
Yeah, but I think that relationship was doomed from the get go, Sam. He's just one of them people that you're just
Well, I think he started out as
it's gonna be good for a while, and then it's gonna end abruptly and
I
violently. And
think he
just
started out with animosity and ended up getting swayed over to the reality of Atu coming in, and the absolute you couldn't argue with that
you
purple
know
planet.
because from what I understand, Sam, he was posting before he met you, right?
Right.
And then you just kind of went on his channel
I
and told him
well,
what
I
was
reined him
happening.
in. I reined him in as a member,
Yeah,
and then because
yeah, that's
he
what
was
he
arguing with me at first.
really.
And
Yeah,
like
yeah.
many people, I take the time to talk to as many people as I can, as much patience as I'm allowed. And we worked together, and then he got better at it, and then he started sharing his stuff with me, and then I would explain it to him, and then it transgressed where he wanted. He saw my vids and he wanted to critique them and add to them, and I let him. I said, "Yeah, go ahead if you want to. You make it better, then send it to me and back, and then I'll watch it and post it if I like it. If I don't like it, I won't post it." And so we did a whole series of videos, the Understanding the Sky series, and a lot of people learned off of that, and we did really well for a long time. And then he got huffy over two stupid pictures and wiped out the whole YouTube channel. Gone.
Jeez. I gotta say, I'm not.
I hate to say it, but he was like,
I wasn't shocked when that happened. I wasn't shocked. I was not shocked
I
at
had
all.
not seen anybody be that pissy over something that simple and do so much damage.
Yeah,
I was
you
like,
just,
right.
ouch, ouch,
I,
you know.
yeah.
I think he was having resentful feelings for a long time. I mean, that with that kind of reaction.
Well, he had a lot of things going on. He had he was,
He was medicated also.
he was medicated a lot
He,
too.
he, he was he was uncomfortably medicated for the necessity of his affliction. So it wasn't over medicated. I mean, he's probably very lucky he got through with what he got through. But on the other flip side of the coin, the man was quite wealthy and was drastically spoiled. Drastically spoiled.
Hmm,
I mean, his parents
right.
gave him ungodly. He gave him what I almost make in a year every month.
Oh my
So, and
gosh.
he lived on an unbelievable amount of money every month, and it was like, oh, you
Yeah.
God, I could only dream of what you could make every month. So, he had a lot of comic book quirks and the ability to buy the toys and splurge on whatever and live where he wanted to in Southern California, blah 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 blah. So
Yeah,
anyway,
no, that's. I was under the impression that's what he did was just buy and sell comic books because,
right. Well, he'd managed to create it into a thing where he had enough money to make money. You
yeah,
have to
because
have
that requires a hell of an
the startup
investment.
seed, right?
Yeah,
And
because
then he had the money.
you would always recommend me do that, and I was like, I don't have 15 grand to
Yeah,
go spend on a magazine.
yeah. I was going to say I don't have 20 grand to lay out for comic books as a
Yeah,
start.
no, I don't have that kind of capital, man. Like I just know.
Excuse me, I have one box of saved comic books, and it's the Conan series. I bought the Conan comic books and saved them, you know. Anyway,
We'll
I
see.
wonder what those are worth.
Are they worth anything, son?
I don't know. I have no idea. I know that somebody
He
stole
always told
some
me
of
to
them.
just to get one and make sure to go and get it signed by
Yeah, there you
who's the
go.
creator? What's the creator of those magazines, of those comic books? I can't remember what his name is,
I can't.
but
Yeah, he passed away recently. Yeah.
yeah, he told me make sure you get it before he passes away, because once he passes away, they're gonna blow up in price. And
Yeah.
comic books have a really high return.
Yeah, and
And,
some of the ones that are worth a small fortune
and
today, when as a teenager we played with and threw into a
yeah,
big
yeah,
trunk and treated
and
like shit.
every
I'm sure
year,
that I saw, an original Superman or an original Spider-Man in my time, and we just
wow,
treated it like shit. And now I'm looking at what
yeah,
those are selling for, and I'm
mm,
going, "Oh my
yeah.
god!"
Yeah,
Yeah,
they increase in value like 10% every year. And if you could get it signed by, again, I don't know his name, I can't remember his name, but if you could get it,
that's
he
on the
always
tip of
told me
my
just get
tongue.
one. He said just invest in one, get it signed before he dies, and you'll
Yeah,
probably
he's
be set. You'll
gone
probably
now.
be set. He said, but again, I don't have that kind of capital,
Well,
so
we need to do that with our science too. We need to have signed legacy information going out to people.
yeah.
Get a printed copy of monthly hand drawings.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
You start a
Uh,
MSW NFA magazine or something, you know.
T-shirts, posters, and
Top
hats.
10 best captures
Don't
of the
forget your
month.
Montana Skywatcher happy mug.
Yeah,
And cold can keeps your ice cold.
yeah, yeah.
And don't forget your Montana Skywatcher survival knife and flint and startup lighter kit. And don't forget the Montana Skywatcher flashlight so you can see those unknown creatures in dark woods
Mhm,
at the time
yeah.
of need. Don't forget
Yeah,
this Montana
I
Skywatcher
I can
solar
see it
pack.
now. We
Um,
can
And
have
then
a
there's
merch
Jesus' favorite
website.
granola nut.
yeah.
And we can run a
Right.
we can do a brand of jalapeno bites, Montana
Or,
Skywatcher jalapeno bites.
or I'll endorse somebody's camera lens. I would love to do that,
Oh my goodness, this is
Yeah.
great.
Hey, I've seen a
Well,
couple of people ask for the email address to send pics twice already.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
If you've
I'm
ever
gonna put
seen
that off.
Bondi Magnet Fisher from Bondi, he's on
Yeah,
YouTube.
that one.
He's now got Bondi magnets. You know, he should also sell Bondi T-shirts too, but yeah, with a magnet on it. I imagine there's an market for everything, but someday, hopefully, rather than our
No, there's
science
there's an
becoming,
audience for everything, Sam. Like
rather than
I
selling
have
coffee mugs.
seen an audience for the oddest things, and that's what I was saying earlier. All it takes is consistency, and you'll get an audience. It's
Well,
just
I asked Radio Wasteland for a
yeah,
coffee mug, and they've never spoken to me again.
we we work in very controversial topics, so
Yes, be the first one on your block to get a Montana Skywatcher thinking cap.
yeah.
Yeah, we went. I had 20 of them made or something like that, and I went through them, and I didn't even sell. I think I sold 2 of them, but anyway,
Yeah,
um,
I'm the
I'm not into trying to do merch, but
I'm the
they
proud
are
owner.
really a cool item.
Proud owner of one of those. So
Yeah, you got the old thinking cap, and it's an
yeah,
original idea because everybody's supposed to put their thinking caps on,
yeah, I
and
love it.
and
I
yes,
love
it's
it.
I think it says Montana Skywatcher on the back of it. I'm not sure. But I owe one to Leandra, and I have not been able to find. I had one somewhere, and I have not found it. And I know I have one that I've never worn, and I can't find it. It's like somebody stole it, man. They crept in here and got their original Montana Skywatcher thinking cap.
Yes,
Gotta
Nicole. Nicole. I noticed your comment a little bit a while ago, and I thought we'd put that email address back up so you guys can send your pics in. But, yeah.
Right. Of course, I don't know if I can do any more tonight, though.
Yeah,
So
no, not for tonight. I think we're
yeah,
about to wrap it
right.
up here soon.
But yes, I was going to say, let's go ahead though for the next show. A lot of these people watching right now are here with us every show practically. So if you want to, I'll check the mailbox, before each show and get them added to a folder. So when you join, your picture will be ready to go. How's that? So Sky
Dun dun
picks for
dun.
Sam. Sky picks for Sam. We got that.
Sir, give me something to
That
do.
was a good idea, is add to our little show
Yeah,
here.
well, we always have to have our sightings. 'Cause that's how we work. We
And
work off
yeah,
the stuff
thank you
everybody sends us.
to Herbie and into King because they were the first two that kicked
Awesome.
it all off.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
Yeah,
right,
thank you guys.
let's see.
And you could slap up the P.O. box. Hey, even if you're not sending a donation, mail me a damn Christmas card. I don't care if
For
it's late.
sure, we still
You
have
know?
time. Let me get
Yeah,
that.
hey, supposedly the post office is running good this year. You still have a week. Well, and if I get it, or you can even send me a Happy New Year card.
One
If I
second.
get a card from you, I'll send you one back.
Right.
And,
There's still several days between here and then,
and
and
we're coming up 2 minutes
like
from the hour, so if you want to wind it all right up at 5 hours, we could, and that way you can get
yeah,
up
we
early
could do
tomorrow,
that.
and I can go
No,
play
I
Star
have
Wars.
another full day, and then Thursday I have a full half day. Friday full. I don't know. This week is busy. I'm sure for a lot of
That's
people.
okay.
Oops.
Cut yourself a little bit of break in there. Add some Rebecca time in there.
Oh boy, I plan on it after it has to get past, I guess, Christmas. Really, it won't stop till then.
Well, Jesus
So
gets to contemplate the universe by driving around all the time, so he's
anyway.
he's he's a calm guy. But you're too busy lately. Give yourself a couple minutes for find that nice holiday spirit.
Oh, all right. I need to.
What do you need?
I
Three
work
ghosts to
on it.
visit you at 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning? No.
I know. My
And
time,
what?
see, everybody goes to bed around 10,
And
Well,
what about
then
Tiny
you
Tim?
notice I stay up really late, like from 10 to 3. It's like real quiet in the house.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
usually my time.
yeah.
So I
Watch
stay
Santa
up late
Claus
to
or
do that.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer or Frosty the
Right.
Snowman, and just grab that, or even put on some Christmas music in the background.
That keeps popping up. I agree, though. Yeah. Alan has been playing like this on the TV. It's a fireplace, scene,
Yeah.
and it plays Christmas music. So yeah,
There you go.
yeah, we've
The
been doing
old
that.
plastic fireplace. Look where we've come to. Yeah, we no longer even need the
Yeah.
chestnuts roasting on the open fire. We can put it on our phone. Here it is. Yay. Anyway, if we want to hit the last minute here, we can wind it up
We
right
can do
now.
that. Okay. Yeah, Audrey was wanted to say, will you be doing a show Saturday the 23rd and Tuesday the 26th?
Most
It's
likely.
her birthday on the 27th, the next day. So cool. You got a just Christmas birthday. So
Yay.
yeah, I was visiting with Sam about that, and we're planning on having our shows as usual. It doesn't land on a
Yeah,
holiday,
yeah,
unless Jesus or some, has something
no,
reason
I
in it.
I mean I have it on Christmas and I
Right.
don't know what New Year's falls on.
It would
But New
be,
Year's I do.
yeah, it
And
would be the following Monday. So
oh
our
yeah,
show would be the
yeah,
next
yeah,
day, I guess
yeah,
the
yeah.
second. So
Yeah, that
yeah,
sounds. Yeah, it is on a Monday.
we'll
Yeah, so
be on business as usual then.
yeah,
So cool.
I'm hoping we get some more snow. Apparently Wyoming doesn't have any snow. Colorado doesn't have any snow. You got snow, Jesus, in Utah?
we've had some up on the mountains, but we have not had nothing down here. We got like 120 inches last week up on the mountains, but
Oh, that's good. That's good for water next year.
yeah, but nothing. I thinking we're gonna get hammered on January. I think that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see what this winter cycle is going to do. It's going to be weird. Normally,
I'm looking. I'm just honestly the snow is something I look forward to because
we usually drop to
it's
like
good for
40 below.
business. But I do know I'm curious to see what's going to happen because after last year, we got triple the amount of snow we usually get.
Oh yeah,
Last
look at California got all that water, and then
yeah,
they had to,
yeah. So
refilling
I'm
long dead lakes that haven't been around for 60, 70 years.
yeah. So I'm curious
And
to see what's going to happen. What's going to happen this winter? So we'll see. We'll be paying attention to
the
that.
super El Nino that they're hinting about, which is way more than, that's that third jet stream that's going over the Rockies out of the Pacific that never, excuse me, the Mexican Rockies that never used to, which
Didn't
is
they
all that
say it
extra.
was the strongest ever? Like there's ever. That's what I saw. Did you see that, Sam?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They've got conditions going off that we've
Let's
never
see.
witnessed. And it's regular and it happens so often. Everybody's getting bored with it. And
Right. It
that
says
the millibars on that tropical storm were literally hurricane strength force, but they didn't call it that publicly.
Yeah,
right.
of course
It
they
said
won't.
And the
El
winds,
Nino is currently on track to be one of the strongest on record, strongest in capital too.
right, right.
So
They're calling it a super El Nino, which they've never done before. And that's
like
not what's going on. What's going on there is that we have a tipped Earth. Our location geographically is no longer where it used to be. So everybody's weather has officially changed. It's not like it used to be. And I've said this 100 times. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. And
You aren't.
it's all a different ball game now. And then we're going to see excruciating, drastic weather in both extremes. Too hot, too much water, not enough water, too cold, all of it. And it's only going to get even more drastic as the cycle goes on.
kind of dreadful. I
Isn't that
guess
a great place to leave
I
people?
know it's just dreadful, really. I mean, when you really start to think about the eventual effect, how it affects our food and water, that's
All you have to do is look at the global jet streams and the rotating eddies and the numbers of tropical lows or not tropical lows, but low pressure systems and high pressure systems, and the fact that we never had northern hemisphere hurricanes before, and now they're going straight across from one ocean all the way over land masses, all the way to the other ocean, and then going all the way over to the other continent on the other side of the planet, and none of that ever happened before. Storms, when tropical storms or hurricane ever went landfall, they broke up. Then you had the tropical force winds and rains and everything, blah blah blah. But now these storms are forming in the Pacific Ocean. They're running across the United States. They're going off to the end of the Pacific Ocean, or excuse me, the Atlantic, and then they go across the Atlantic, wipe out. That was that storm Chiron hit Ireland and went all the way to Japan, and it just wiped out and did shitloads of damage everywhere, including flooding. Go look at the Hajj. That's something I meant to talk about. The people at the Hajj in the desert in Saudi Arabia, they got flooding. They couldn't do their normal. I can't
yeah.
remember what they call it, but they couldn't do their normal prayer march around the square cube.
Oh, okay, right.
You know?
I know I saw flooding where camels were.
Yeah.
I mean, the poor
Swimming
camels
camels,
are
yeah,
up to here,
scrambling for their life because they've never dealt with being in the middle of a river and
poor little things. Yeah, it's sad
Um,
to watch. And Jesus,
Herbie, I was gonna say I keep hearing that from everybody. It's all capitals. Maybe that's why it's not coming up. Why don't you try that? But I've been hearing that from people. Maybe that's why it's not coming up. Just too on Nibiru system is already here. All capitals.
I'm gonna try it and see what I get.
Shadow Band. I'm amazed how many Samuel Hoffmans there are on YouTube. And it's always great because your movies or your videos, Rebecca, when you put my name on the tag, then they end up in my listing, which is good, which adds to viewership.
Right. And the tag for TikTok for Samuel Hoffman was, oh man, I haven't looked at it in a minute, but it's been in the millions. Remember, it was like, I want to say like 5 million. Twin solar system was like 4 million. So, I mean, we're in the millions over there on TikTok for tagging. Yeah.
Well, shoot, y'all get on board. You're going to miss out.
Right. Right.
That's cool. That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, and lots of shares. It's in the thousands.
Well,
So
that is good. That's
that's
good.
why that's why these people are making videos about me, really, because
I
it
wish
is.
they'd all send me $1.
I know. Oh my gosh,
Woo!
it could be turn around
Yeah,
that.
well, if we got a philanthropist and we got this is a joke. If we got a couple of $1 million, we could all set up shop somewhere, and come to work every day with good donuts and a health care plan. And
Yeah.
I'm
Wow.
of course going
This
on
could
in
be. I
crazy
mean,
town,
it
but
could turn into something. Um. Well, I
well,
told you
I often
before.
thought
I
that we
just
should do
mentioned.
a radio program, a late night, almost Art Bell thing. But I'll volunteer to be the next Art Bell. I have no problem with that.
Right.
You
That'd
can
be.
tolerate me and my, I think he was smoking cigars or cigarettes while on show all the time, in his harsh, rough, old, gruff voice, and people would call in, which is kind of what BBB 333 does, sort of. And he, of course, has sponsors like very much like Art Bell. Anyway,
Yeah.
we don't have any sponsors, but we do. I've done a lot of radio programs, but anyway, or
Yeah.
podcasts.
Well, Radio Wasteland. I mean, I don't know what it takes to become a radio channel.
Yeah, they were marketing their feed, and it did go through actual other radio stations, I believe
Right.
on the West Coast and the East Coast. I'm not sure
Like,
completely
how do
if
you? I
that's
mean,
correct.
we could do that.
Well, then it'd syndicate. We'd have to go to it. We'd have to sell ourselves at a radio uh, conglomerate to syndicate a like a weekly program, and then
Yeah.
they would
That.
hire you and put you under contract, and they'd give you sign up start fees and all of this, and then you get like a percentage of your own material where they profit off a percentage of you as well, and then you start to sell pieces of yourself, and then you can't say certain things on the radio because the FCC is the federal licensing, so therefore you're not allowed to talk about
I
this.
see. Well, then,
Yeah.
see, I didn't realize there's all these catches.
Yeah, that was kind of why I got in trouble on the FM radio station, is because I tore stuff out of the teletype that I thought was being handed to me as real news, but we weren't allowed to talk about unless the station manager approved it first.
That's true.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
your brain clicks because you want to read that, a storm in Kansas City or whatever, and then and I made the mistake of doing that once and got in trouble over it.
And Into says we're doing it now. We don't need a radio show because we're already broadcasting it. And Christopher says we need our own production company. That way,
Brought
no
to you
one
by
can
Johnson's Foot
control
Powder. Oh, okay.
our narrative, which, yeah, we can never sell out. It's just not a possibility. We got to stay, free.
And Deb, for instance, uh, has made T-shirts, Montana Skywatcher T-shirts, for a few times for fundraisers, and
Uh-huh.
we did make a little few dollars here and there, and it's always been great because I'm too poor, I can't afford an R. Um,
Yeah.
and it's been very helpful over the years because we've had huge issues with our car, and it's a very old car, and I end up walking without a car, and we don't make enough money to actually own a car half the time. But then I live out of town. We have no other way to do that. Anyway, there's no buses, no taxis, no nothing. And nobody picks you up hitchhiking anymore, especially in a blizzard. Anyway, been there, done that, where we've taken the wagon to the grocery store in a blizzard. Not fun.
Uh,
So, and so
so,
your donations are helpful to all of us, and we'd all like to,
right.
change how we do things.
I mean, I will say people have stepped up and helped you, in some really
Yeah,
serious
we've been wonderful,
situations.
helpful people out there. Been some
Really,
really
I mean,
kind,
they
wonderful
were
people
very
out there.
generous.
And well, that's
So,
why that's why we're still doing it in a lot of ways, is because I've never been able to seriously afford nonstop computers, and I have saved for a lot of my own computers, and I'm on computer number 15 in 13 years, and we've lost a lot of equipment and electrical, and been hacked and messed with and screwed with, and had my house fried and all sorts of fun stuff. So it
right.
is also, there's a lot more dangers than people realize what I'm doing. So anyway,
Sure. That's no, I know. It's like the new normal, all these
yeah,
issues.
yeah. We've been doing it for so long. We are kind of numb to some of the drama and the crazy that goes on along this. We actually, gotten sort of used to the planets being here as well, even though it's completely off the wall that we would think and know this stuff. Complete left field. Wow. I mean, it's
Yeah, I was gonna
not
say with
great.
to Christopher, I went through a time when I didn't have a car either. So I think I don't know if that's a phase a lot of us go through or not, but I've been there too. So I
Well,
cherish
our
our
world,
car.
our economy, yeah.
Right.
And it's not like our retirement account actually gives us enough money to live off of, from being Social Security age and all of that.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, U.S. government, for what I get, but geez, you sure could up my wages to a status of living so I can follow the rules, please.
Right.
That kind of thing. If you're going to
I got
expect me to follow the rules, I should have enough money to actually exist. Not that I break them, because I don't. I have no criminal record whatsoever.
right.
And anyway, give the troll something to go look up.
Yeah. Really. No. Nothing there.
No, you won't find anything.
And thank you to Into King. They said we're doing a good job.
Okay, well then we should probably wind it up before we really screw up. I'm only kidding, but yeah,
Well, we had a good show, and I appreciate y'all joining us tonight and hanging out with us. It's always fun, especially the Tuesday night shows. I don't know, I just have a good time on Tuesday nights. So, and let's see. I was going to answer no criminal record, Christopher, just to clarify. So, okay. And yes, good night to Herbie. Thank you. And we will be back Saturday at 2 o'clock Central. So the show will keep going on as usual, regardless of the holidays. So, anyway, thank you, Sam. And thank you, Jesus. And I'll be chatting with you all again soon.
Yeah. Have a good night. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks for
Good
being here.
night. Bye bye.
Good night.
Thank you. Bye bye.